going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is December 26th, Wednesday, 2024. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live or alive and... Wow, I'm taking Hassan's lines there. Sorry. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer. Forced to exist in a cyber-brained body like some kind of ghost in a half-shell in this late-stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Trapped in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, whenever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk and high reward. High on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. We have the Shaky Gurgas today, chat. We're going to be talking about Shaky Gurga. Motherfucker is newsworthy. Even more so than Anna Kasparian. Anna was getting way too much of the attention. Now Shaky Gurga's like wriggled as he shook his way back into the spotlight, and he may be here to stay. He's even, I think, taking part in the current racist discourse, the battle of the racists, right? You got the, I don't know what, the populist racist and the classist racist, I guess, going at each other over on Twitter.com, formerly known as X. But yeah, it's a weird thing. It's strange days, right? All of the lefties have left. The lefties have left the X app, and they're... Here, let me control my volume somehow. Can we do that? Can we get my volume to control itself? Yeah, there we go. Oh my god. So much better. Wait, no, I want the holiday version. Chat, I swear to god, there's a holiday version of this song, and there's just like one little... It's like not... So petty of me to like want. Yes, there it is. Now tell me if you hear the difference. It's in the drum track. Do you hear it? This is the holiday version. All right. So happy holidays to all of you, wherever, whoever, whatever, and however you are. I feel like the day after the election, we literally woke up in a upside down world. It does feel like, yeah. Shaky UK Gurga? Wait, no, Novara Media is the Shaky UK Gurga? Look, I don't want to get married to the comparison of QIT to Novara. We're going to take a look at it. We're going to see how they compare and how accurate that comparison really is. You know, whether TYT or like whether Novara's turn to the right is less egregious, more egregious, equally egregious. We're gonna measure it on the egregiousness scale for egregiousness factors. I've also got some fun stuff for you today. Anybody heard about the Silver Lake Spankologist? Future friend of the VOD, Brace Belden, went to see a spankologist for therapy. Not just any kind of therapy, but spanking therapy. Put in chat if you know who Brace Belden is. Any Brace Belden knowers? I'm sure we got some Brace Belden knowers. We got to vote for the rest of the... Yes, McGoggles, you are exactly correct. You are exactly correct. Yeah, that biography... This motherfucker spent 6 hours talking about himself. And that maybe that's not even all of it. I don't know, maybe he'll post more. But yeah, if we want to know all about our boy, Rudyard... the Grillin' Sicilian Lynch, then we got, yeah, True Anon, hell yeah, we got some True Anon knowers. We got some True Anons in chat. Wait, are you saying that, what, Brace Belden's on the naughty list? Oh yeah, for getting spanked, true. Yeah, you gotta get yourself on the naughty list, and then you can get the spanking therapy. And you could be spanked by like a 75-year-old dude. This is what you've always wanted. And yeah, just making dreams come true out here with the spankologist. That's what we're doing. We're making dreams come true. But yeah, we'll take a look at that. That's an interesting story in and of itself. We got so much to cover tonight. Also, like I told you in the beginning, the discourse on Twitter with the left having left for blue sky, for bluer skies, I guess, for greener pastures. You've got right-wingers arguing with right-wingers. You've got tech bros arguing with MAGA. And I am so here for it. I am so here for it. So we're definitely going to take a look at that. Also, we got a bunch more TYT tent. Like I said, Anna's been making tracks. Cenk has been making tracks. There's so much content to keep up with, right? Just like, TYT. Because I know some of my audience is like, oh, great, more TYT stuff. Charles Belden? No, we're talking about Brace. We're talking about Brace Belden getting on the naughty list on purpose to get himself and apparently his partner. I think they both got spanked. It's like going to a massage therapist, except for spankings. Which, when you think about it, is spanking kind of a form of body work? Maybe so. Never really thought about it. Wonder if you can do any song, like just add a Jingle Bell track to something like Napalm Death. Does it become a Christmas song? Yes, Edwin. That is indeed. You got it. That is exactly how. Let them fight. You got it. 2 in a row. Wow. Wow. You are on tonight, Edwin. Spankologist may or may not have been my nickname in high school. See, I don't know. That could go in different ways, right? Spanking has a lot of different connotations to it. Is it a self-spank, or are you spanking others, right? And what kind of spanking are you delivering? A therapeutic spanking? An angry spanking? I don't know, a romantic spank. It could be a romantic spanking, right? Depending on the context. It all depends on who's doing the spanking, who's getting spanked. I'm gonna be real. I'd rather have TYT content than lolcow content. Sometimes the two are not that far apart. Michael Walker deleted that tweet. Wow. Well, yeah, so that's interesting, actually. Is everyone going to the right? Not me. Is that okay, chat? Are you okay if I give no ground to the right? Are we good with that? Because I've been told that I'm audience captured and I'm just giving in to the woke mob. So you as the woke mod, the woke mods and the woke mob, you can decide my fate, right? Is it okay if I give no quarter to these swine? Are you okay with that? I probably shouldn't be calling people swine, but Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for getting us started on our journey to 100 bonus dono points. We're now at 3. We get to 100 by the end of the stream. No, not 30. I wish I could be that generous. I like laughing at Rudyard. I do too. I hope we get to do it again tonight. I mean, like, I'm not telling you what to vote for. You vote for what you want to vote for. You donate for what you want to donate for. And when you donate, understand that you can let me know in the chat which of these topics that are available for you in the poll right now. Peter Thiel's favorite podcast, that's Red Scare, of course. Oh yeah, Red Scare. Red Scare is involved in this discourse between the tech bros and the MAGA chuds. Right, it's tech bros versus MAGA chuds. I feel like Red Scare comes down with the MAGA chuds, right? Because the tech bros have like a little bit of a strangely, I don't want to say an anti-racist tinge to them, but let's just say that the MAGA chuds are a little bit more white-coated than the tech bros, right? That's what we're dealing with. And so, of course, you know where Red Scare comes down on this. If you know Red Scare at all, you understand that they're not going to miss any chance to be on the most pro-racist, most overtly racist side that they probably can. But there's no good guys in this argument. They are both really fucked up and bad. And I'm so here for it. I'm so here to see these two sides fighting each other. Leftism is not always popular, so we have to stay strong. There's a thing called backlash. Anybody heard of backlash? I mean, people have heard of backlash, right? But anytime you have a social movement make progress, you're going to have backlash almost invariably, right? There's going to be a backlash. People notice that progress has been made and people push back against it. And, you know, it's rough. Sometimes backlash, like take for instance, trans issues, right? Prior to trans rights becoming anything that anybody talked about, trans people got left alone. The International Olympic Committee looked at the science and said, yeah, trans women should be able to participate in Olympic sports given these restrictions. And those restrictions are, of course, about like the length of time that somebody's been on HRT, their levels of hormones, etc., etc. It didn't cause any problems. It didn't cause any problems, right? But that once you have the backlash, once you have Matt Walsh come out with What is a Woman, and then all the other stuff, and then you have Novara and TYT and all the supposedly leftist outlets or leftish outlets stab trans people in the back, then you've got this, you know, then now it's a problem. Now trans people are legitimately like losing their rights on more than just sports. Because the sports thing is a Trojan horse. The sports thing is essentially a way for people to argue that trans women are not women and trans men are not men and non-binary people are not valid. It's a way for them to make that argument that allows them to get their foot in the door and take a lot more rights from trans people. And right now, we are looking at trans people, you know, losing potentially the right to medical care. Right now, anytime that somebody in a prison is getting any sort of gender related health care, it is a potential political issue for somebody to dredge up and be like, look at this. Look at this. Did you know that the state of California is like, oh my God, yeah, this is one of the worst parts about Novara. Like I told you, I'm not going to jump to conclusions about the comparison between Novara and TYT. You know, whether one is worse and one is better. Or, yeah, so far it looks like they're both kind of just a little different, little different lay of the land in each outlet, right? But yeah, one of the things that gets mentioned in the discussion that we're going to watch towards the end of today's stream is the idea of trans women. What prison should they be put in, right? And somebody that thinks that he's making a reasonable argument essentially implies they should be put in the male prison, right? So in other words, you're willing to let trans people get really hurt and really abused out of the specter of, you know, some, you know, male prisoner claiming to be trans in order to get into a women's prison and do some abuse themselves, right? Something that's not happening is becoming a justification to allow some really bad shit to happen. In other words, getting gently spanked by candlelight with a soft and perfumed glove? Wow. I never knew it could be like that. Never give in to the right. That's right. Okay, so I'm glad we're okay. I'm glad we're okay with me not giving any fucking quarter. What happens after the backlash? Yeah, Dasha from Sailor Socialism. That's who we're talking about, Disco Wolf, with a Red Scare. That's on the menu for tonight, right? In terms of Peter Thiel's favorite podcast, I'll give you a little spoiler. It's Red Scare. And it looks like he may have funded Red Scare? I don't know. Allegedly, right? I don't want to get sued by anybody, but... So right now, J.K. Rowling's versus Brianna Wu, that's in first position. God, chat, I'm doing the weave even more than usual tonight. I really feel like the weave is a sign of ADHD. Like, Trump might not just be a little bit zesty, he might also be a little bit neurospicy. I don't know, chat. Do you think Trump has unmedicated ADHD? Do you think that's what the weave is? Or do you think it's something else? Do you think it's something more... Yeah, reactionary backlash. Buffy Geek, you know what I'm talking about. Woke Mod here. There we go. He funded Flagrant as well. Flagrant with the, oh my god, what is the fucking dude's name? Why can't I remember a dude's name? Outlets like TYT, Novara, and leftists like Ben Burgess and David Griscom Oh God, I haven't even gotten into Dave Griscom yet. I haven't even looked into Dave Griscom yet. I've heard some things, right? Which is a sad thing because I love Matt Leck, and he is one half of Left Reckoning along with David Griscom. Ben Burgess. You know, it's a funny thing. Like, I disagree with a lot of what comes out of Ben Burgess's mouth, but I haven't really been super vocal about it because I don't feel like Ben Burgess is getting the sort of traction that you see from, like, you know, TYT or Bosch or any of these other supposed, like, left outlets that become the mouthpiece for reactionary shit. And that's what a common theme of, you know, the channels that I cover in a negative light is that, you know, they're supposedly left outlets that are allowing themselves to become the mouthpiece for Andrew Schultz. Thank you. He's trash, what Andrew Schultz is. Dasha's now some weird kind of ultra-conservative sedevacantist traditionalist Catholic. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to get ahead of my skis, chat. And I seriously, I swear to God, I'm not trying to call out every fucking leftist content creator as counter-revolutionary. That's not. There's a lot, you know.
Jin Zhao super chatted $19.99.
You need Rudyard.
I need Rudyard Lynch. There is no better auto bio than his.
There's no auto bio next to Rudyard Lynch. Yeah, next to Rudyard Lynch, all auto bios pale in comparison. No one is capable of the kind of narcissistic self-suck. No one is as flexible as Rudyard Lynch in that regard. So we've definitely got to cover that. Okay, so like, thank you also for helping me to show how the dono goal works, right? So look, you just donated. That makes the dono goal go up. Anytime you donate, whether it is a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership on YouTube, if you're gifting a membership on YouTube, if you're contributing to my Throne account, which now I've got the fund for moving, which hopefully is going to happen because, like, oh my God, this Trump shit is progressing faster than I thought. I really want to be out of here by the time that guy's in office, just to be on the safe side of things, right? But yeah, I've got that up on Throne, as well as signing up for Patreon or supporting me on Twitch, which, if you don't know, thanks to Ethan Klein, Destiny, and some other nasty people, all politics streamers are demonetized, right? So me streaming on Twitch, I'm only getting paid if I'm getting subs. So thank you to everybody who supports me on Twitch, whether it's through getting yourself a sub, whether it's through gifting subs, hey, that's really nice, or whether it is through, you know, throwing bits my way, right? That's something that I really appreciate, and it really makes a difference in me being able to continue to stream on Twitch, because that is not a certainty, right? I pay $20 every month to be able to restream, right? It's it's one of these services you have to sign up for. So, you know, Twitch needs to justify its existence. Otherwise, it's going to be like a YouTube and TikTok stream or something else. We'll see what's up. But yeah, no, I do greatly appreciate those of you who support me on Twitch, because in some ways, you no longer have to. It's no longer about the top of the hour ad break. You're not, necessarily. I don't even know if there's any ad breaks. I don't know what Twitch does, but I'm pretty sure I'm demonetized, and so the only support that I get is from people who either, throw me a Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get a sub for free. Buy a sub for $6. Yeah, they raised the prices. They're giving less, and they're charging more. How does that make sense? Or gifting other people subs, which is a way that you can kind of pay something forward, right? You can be a nice person by helping somebody out with that. Wait, let's make sure that we don't roll over to some copyrighted content. There we go. But anyway, yeah, anything that is a donation, you get to let me know in chat if you want to. You can let me know which of these topics. Again, it's Peter Thiel's favorite podcast, that being Red Scare, What If Alt Hist, autobiographical vid. He did two autobiographical vids. Now, I don't know if there's a third coming, maybe. He's getting really self-indulgent in the new year, apparently. We got J.K. Rowling versus Brianna Wu. Yeah, they did fight. And I say let them fight. I say let them fight. And Tyler Oliveira caught lying. This is that scumbag that does videos where they're like, it's like a video that'll have a thumbnail and it'll be like, no whites allowed in this neighborhood. Or something like that, right? It's a really gross, like sort of racist appeal. But anyway, he was caught lying. Somebody made a video. Who is it? Vincent Vintage? Is that his name? Vintage Vince? Something with V and V, I guess. Sneezewort, thank you for becoming a member. It's kind of like Auto Fellatio, Matthew. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't want to give Auto Fellatio a bad name. Like, if you got that ability, fucking rock out. Rock out is what I say. But yeah, whenever you donate and the sub goal, the dono goal goes up, if we get to, we're already over 1/4 of the way there, and I love fractions. Yeah, we get closer to 100. It's more likely that I'll stay on a little later than I normally would and watch some extra content with you. And yeah, any of these options, right? Vote for the content that you want. That's one component of what gets chosen. The other component is you can let me know, just like Jen did, Vince Vantage. Wait, his name is Vince Vantage? Why did I think he was Vintage Vince? Tyler Hitler Vera, yes! Yes, Jen, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Yes, Tyler Hitler Vera. Enemy of the show. Burgess had some kind of weird takes on the... Look, I don't want to bite off too much that I can chew, chat, because, like, remember, like, my channel almost ended from criticizing somebody's poor use of his platform on trans issues, right? I almost got destroyed by Dylan Burns and company. I almost got destroyed by that whole network of people just for asking Dylan to please consider what you are doing when you bring a transphobe on and you let them gish gallop and your other debaters don't have a chance to actually push back against all of their talking points, right? You're just kind of like releasing these brainworms out into your naive liberal audience who, you know, may be well-intentioned, but they don't know. They don't know that trans women don't have a natural advantage in sports. Like, you know, they don't know the pushback to all these talking points, right? So when you let a transphobe just do the gish gallop, right, you're essentially allowing brainworms to be spread in your audience. And I was just like, I know you support trans rights, dude, don't do this. And he just couldn't take the criticism. So yeah, Chad, I almost got destroyed. I almost got destroyed just for fucking speaking the truth, right? And it, you know, it was Dylan seeing my critique of him on stream, my reaction to one of his panels, that it was Dylan who challenged me. It wasn't me that was like barking up, you know, Dylan's tree trying to bait him into some kind of a what do they call it? They called it like a ambush debate. Yes, I ambushed Dylan Burns apparently. But yeah, so I am conscious of that. I am conscious of not biting off more than I can chew, because chat, it wasn't just me versus Dylan. It was me versus Dylan, Demon Mama, Kevin Logan, like just everybody, fucking every aristocracy, like everybody was attacking me. Are relevant. Like somebody said Destiny talked some shit about me. I didn't ever see that, but I wouldn't be surprised. Destiny and Dylan are quite closely connected. So yeah, like I'm really conscious of that. I'm not trying to engage in as much drama as I possibly can. And I know how detrimental that could be to, will you get my Prime sub? Forgot, but will it do? Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, thank you, Uncle Slayer. That's really sweet. I was thinking you said I forgot for a second there. I was like, wait, did I forget? I'm sorry. Always feel free to let me know if you think you've donated or subbed or something and I haven't paid attention to it, or if you've told me in chat which of these topics you support, and I haven't put it onto the buff. What the fuck is this called? The dono goal chart? Oh yeah, speaking of which, What Default Hiss just got buffed to 20. So that's how it works, right? You donate, you say something in chat, and then I add your donation as a buff, as a percentage to the topic of your choice. and then it's got like it's like what you donated plus the poll. So even though What Default Hist is in 3rd position right now, with that bonus, it's actually in 1st position. And don't worry, if you don't like that, okay, you can always donate to something else to help that out, to push that along. Or you can always say Vox Populi. Vox Populi means that you don't really care about what gets chosen as long as it's the choice of the people, right? What you're doing is you're debuffing all the donos, and you're re-emphasizing the poll when you say Vox Populi. So know that that's an option too. I will probably react to something tomorrow. Wait, what is this? I gotta see. Mark Lomont Hill is having Shaky Gurga on his channel. Interesting. That's really interesting. So wait, when is? Oh, that's tonight. Oh wow. God, I'll make sure to get it. And what else is going on tomorrow? Right? It's Francesca. Yeah, tomorrow's Friday, and Francesca Fiorentini, I think, is going to be debating Cenk. You hit the wrong poll choice? I'm sorry, BCatK. I wish there was a way to correct that, but YouTube doesn't let you. Gary provides the blessings. Yes, he does. Oh, yeah, all hail Gary. Never forget Gary. Aw. You have a very Gary-centered chat. Oh yeah, John. Yeah, it's just if you have a Twitch account now. Look, I'm not asking you to go out of your way and sign up for a Twitch account if you don't use Twitch or anything like that. But yeah, you can connect your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account, and you can take money from a big evil corporation that we're boycotting at the moment, and give it to a small streamer, such as myself. Oh my god, chat, I'm so hardcore ADHD right now. I really do need to get... There's so many things that I need to do, but because, like, I need to move out of this country, it's like it's kind of taking priority over everything. But yeah, how do I change my vote? Google, how do I change my vote? Wait, is it a real thing, Omega Star? Is it a real thing? Oh, thank you. You look pretty today. That's really sweet of you. Can't help you out with more than just the Prime sub. Love your content. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate the Prime sub greatly. Right? We all do what we can do. And, you know, if you can contribute, whether it's through a Prime sub or whether it's through something else, right, you're kind of allowing other people to still get the content where they want it, like on Twitch. You know, because there's people out there that can't afford to contribute, and I still want you watching the content. All right, you're a vital part of this community, right? There's no, like, we're not like a, you know, pay to play kind of community here where, like, I don't, you know, take you seriously or appreciate you if you're not donating. There's so much that you could do to support me, right? And I appreciate Thumb Gang as well, right? That's one way that you can support me for free. If you like my stream and if you subscribe to my YouTube channel, right? That helps me out a lot. And we all do what we can. We all do what we can. So, and hopefully that's enough to keep me alive long enough to get out of this country and do content from a slightly safer place, if such a place exists. I'm hoping it does. My dream, chat, would be to train in Thailand. I don't know if that's going to happen, though. That's a more expensive, like, version of moving out of this country. And also, the path to becoming, like, a citizen in Thailand is very difficult if you're not a wealthy person. But, I mean, moving to a place where the cost of living is lower will allow me to save more money. And so maybe that could, you know, happen someday. But, yeah, like, it's my dream to be able to train Muay Thai and Muay Thai by day. And, yeah, that would actually work out really well because the hours, like, the clock is all... The time zone in Thailand is, like... I'm trying to remember... Oh, my God, Chad, I had it before. It's like... In Can somebody who's good with time zones help me out with this? Like, look, like I haven't made, like plans yet. I haven't got anything locked in. All right, that's just one option that I thought of because Thailand has a special program where they give you a visa based on the fact that they want to spread their culture, and part of the culture that they're really proud about over there is Muay Thai. So they have this like sort of it's called like a soft power visa that they allow you to live there for, I think it's like up to 5 years if you're enrolled in some kind of a Muay Thai course or Muay Thai school. But I don't know, chat. I don't know. It's all up in the air, and it's scary. It's so scary. I've lived my whole life here. All right, there are things that I love about not so much this country, but this area. The area of the country that I live, it grows the kind of berries that I love, and I eat them every spring, and I wouldn't be able to do that anymore. And I don't know what's gonna happen with my family as far as being able to see them, but like I'm finally doing something for a living that I'm really proud of, that I think is the greatest help that I could provide at the moment. The best thing that I could do for the future. The best thing that I could do for, the world. That's what I'm doing right now. And I have not been able to say that ever before. That I felt like I was making, even if it's a little difference, like a positive difference. It's really hard to find a place to do that. So I'm really thankful to be doing this full time for a living. Sort of struggling right now, but things are coming along. Things are really coming along. And some of the people that have doubted me in the past and really, questioned, what I was doing are sort of eating their words now and saying, I don't know, I guess you are succeeding at this. So it's kind of amazing. There are things that I'd miss about the United States if I moved out of here. Like what, Drew? I mean, there are definitely things, right? Like for me, it's all about like almost about like the environment that I live in, like the geographical location, and the food that grows here. But yeah, we haven't watched this yet. This is a Jesse Dollamore video about Cenk Uygur's appearance on Charlie Kirk. I wanted to make sure to take a look at this. What else do we have? Yeah, there's this, Cavernacle. We'll probably start out with this. Right, so yeah, this is Cavernacle's video, and I'm hoping that it's the first of many. Because we need people to stand up and tell the truth about what's going on in Novara Media and not let their, I don't know, what would it be like? Their nostalgia? Because look, Novara Media, I'll say, has, like, I've really enjoyed a lot of their content. I've felt like a lot of, and I still think a lot of their content is pretty good. Yeah, maybe that's the difference between TYT. TYT, I don't always disagree with what they say, but their content is just kind of trash. I don't think of Novara Media as having trash content, but I do think of Michael Walker as having some trash takes. And apparently one of those tweets he deleted. So, yeah, I wasn't aware of that. So I don't know. We're going to see, though, what they've said more recently about the direction of Novara Media in the new year. And unfortunately, it's not encouraging. So we'll start off with this Cavernacle video, and we'll finish up on Novara Media's video. And if we hit the sub goal by the time that happens, we'll get some extra content. And what is that content going to be? Well, that is up to you, my dear viewer. You can vote if you have not already. You should. In fact, I would encourage you to vote. Vote for your favorite topic. Vote for the topic that sparks joy in you. God, I'm trying to set my stream up here. Here we go. There we go. and when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to support. I will take your donation, turn it into a percentage, apply that percentage to the overall poll. So you can vote with your money, you can vote with your votes, you can vote against people voting with their money by saying Vox Populi. When you donate, that's an option too. And yeah, we're gonna get into it in a second here. Taking a look at Cavernacle. Everybody know Cavernacle? Here, let me look. Cav, since I'm watching your video, I feel it necessary to promote your channel. All right, so Cavernacle, if you're not following already, this is the content creator we're about to watch. I would recommend this content creator. I think Cav is doing some great work. In fact, there's very few times I remember that I've disagreed with Cav. So fairly good takes from what I've seen. Berlin is very digital nomad friendly, but housing is hard to find and expensive. Yeah, not expensive. Oh, okay. The housing is just in short supply. I remember hearing people say that East Berlin, I mean, is there still really a difference between, I know there's a big difference between like East Germany and West Germany, both politically and culturally, and like even though, you know, the Germany is reunited, there's still a big difference. But is that true with East and West Berlin as well? Oh, thank you, Simone. Thank you for your donation. Wait, why do I like, I'm pronouncing things French when they don't need to be. I don't know what's wrong with me, chat. Drew Nielsen says, I don't think that TYT is fully MAGA, but some things that Jesse Dolomore showed are problematic. Yeah, they're just like, that's the thing with TYT. It's kind of worse than you think. It's always worse than I think. Novara going the same way as TYT a little bit. We'll look into it. We'll see what we think, right? I don't want to superimpose like the idea, like, you know, tell you it's exactly the same, because I'm sure it's not exactly the same. But we'll see where we're at when I mean, they had a panel show. They had a panel show with Ash, with Michael, and I can't remember the other content creator there. But they're so you know, like, they're discussing, you know, their opinions on things, their new direction, and you know, kind of some of the same resentment that we see on TYT. Okay, so as far as things that you miss about the US, I'd miss the blueberries. Yeah, little stuff like that. Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course you love your home. Nobody immigrates. Like I always say this when the discussion about immigration comes up. Nobody immigrates for the fuck of it, right? Nobody's like trying to like, I'm gonna poison the blood of your country by immigrating. Like, right? People immigrate because shit is fucked up in their country, and right now shit is fucked up in the United States of America. Malheureusement, shit is kind of fucked. But yeah, the dono goal is going well. We're at 29%. Now, again, if we get to 100% by the end of the show, then we'll be in for some bonus content. Right now, people are voting for Brianna Wu versus J.K. Rowling. That's getting a lot of votes. I might just have to throw that in at some point, even if the donos though, like, right, they change things. They add, so when you donate, you can add your donation to the topic of your choice, and that can bump your topic up a little bit. Somebody's donated to What If Alt Hist, wants to see that video biography that Rudyard has done, and so, you know, I mean, that's a pretty powerful force. You can always countervail that force with the Vox Populi if you want to. If you feel strongly about the vote of the people being upheld as the righteous choice, or you can donate and support something other than the What If Alt Hist content if you're tired of that stuff. It's all up to you, chat. So yeah, we're gonna jump into it right now and take a look at what Tabernacle has to say, right? So I guess I became aware of what we're about to talk about today through a conversation between Michael Walker, and that's him, and Anna Kasparian. Oh my gosh, chat, did I... Okay. We dropped some frames there a little bit, maybe. Wait, what disappeared on your end? The stream? Yeah, something weird just happened. I don't know what it was. Jen says, Cav is great as much as I trust Hassan. I love Cav's perspective on things outside of the US. Sometimes Hassan can fall into the orientalizing trap without knowing it, especially, oh God, especially when it comes to Japan. And if you ever try to bring that up to Hassan, is my last comment there, or is my internet tripping? Sometimes weird stuff happens. You're talking about a comment disappearing. It's your last comment there. Let's see if I can find it. Anna was interviewed by Novara. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, John. So that's when I became aware that maybe Novara Media is not what I thought that they were. Not as cool as I thought. You were in top chat. Wait, maybe that's why I didn't see it. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, if you want to, it's cool. If you want to, check which chat you're in, right? There's either like all messages, which is the one you want to be in, or like top messages. And it'll default you into top messages, unfortunately. That's just how YouTube is. Yeah, we should jump into this now. I have edged you for long enough. Let us take a look and see what Cav has got to tell us about Novara Media. Again, I was aware of this before with Michael Walker. I wasn't aware that it's actually more than Michael Walker. So it's not an issue of like, you know, that he's got some sus opinions or something like that, but by and large, Novara is cool. It's an issue. It seems to be a company-wide issue, sadly. So let's press the buttons. Press this button. There we go. That's the button I want. That's the button I was looking for. So, if anybody on Twitch, it says that you've got an ad coming up in 5 minutes. Let me know what happens in 5 minutes. I'm still not sure because I don't watch my own. I can't watch my own stream because I'm streaming. Right, but let me know. Do you get an ad? Do you get like a thing? Does it take you away to a weird screen for a second, or does it just like I don't even know. I don't even know how it works anymore. But yeah, that'll be coming up in 4.5 minutes on Twitch. So just let me know what you experience because I'm curious. Speaking of curious, I'm curious what the Tabernacle has got to say about Michael Walker, TYT Novara collab. Yeah, I didn't think of it as a collab, but yeah, it kind of is.
In your responses, you've talked a lot about Democrats on cultural issues, things such as migration, crime. I suppose the pushback you get from people is to say you're, well, one, I suppose you're sort of jumping on Republican or right-wing talking points, and two, Kamala Harris did actually run, you know, a fairly centrist campaign when it came to those issues.
I think front and center were the economic issues, but what compounded the anger and frustration were the social issues. What you're hearing from Democrats over and over again is crime isn't as bad.
What is this down here? Reading the comments, I'm totally aligned. I'm a patron of Novara Media, and I'm alarmed Michael is allowing Anna to spout this garbage. Okay, so this is what, it's a comment that showed up. Wait, where is this coming from? 4 weeks ago. So yeah, this commenter is taking this as like, hey, they're not pushing back on Anna enough. The problem is, I mean, you heard what Michael just said there. There may be a lot of issues where he actually agrees with Anna Kasparian, right? Including issues like immigration.
As it was in the 90s. So don't complain. No, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Like there was a lot of gaslighting that took place. And when it comes to the, you know, Trump campaign's anti-transgender ad, right? There's been a lot of
What is this one? Feel that letting Anna, I'm guessing these must be Tabernacle's comments. Feel that letting Anna spout tough on crime, common sense talking points with no pushback was poor. Michael, oh no, maybe these are, could these be Novara's comments? They look like YouTube comments. Reading the comments, I'm totally aligned. I'm a patriot of Novara. Okay, so there were comments on this video. Maybe I think he must be showing the comments for the conversation between Anna and Michael.
talk about that. And I think the
Michael could have pinned her to specifics, but instead let her say the incredibly vague things with no analysis. I'm in favor of having a plurality of opinions, but this was disappointment. Yeah, so that's the frustration, is that not only are you having stuff like this get passed along with zero scrutiny, the scrutiny is towards anybody who doesn't agree with this, right? You're getting this sense from TYT and from Novara Media that they're not allowed to speak their piece, but they are. Here they are speaking their piece. They're saying what they want to, and if you've got a problem with it, you're the issue, right? You're not open-minded enough, as Cenk would say.
left is totally misinterpreting.
Is this loud enough? I feel like have we got an issue with sound? Okay, 1 minute until the thing. They're from the Novara video, says Woody Red. Yeah, shaky asparagus, nice. Thanks for the follow, TKC.
Why that ad was as effective as it was, and I do believe it.
But yeah, are we too quiet here? Video kind of seems quiet. Does it seem quiet on your end? Yeah, everybody, the consensus of the chat is that these are Novara's comments. That makes sense. You got an ad on YouTube, okay. Saw an interview with Slavoj Žižek, and Žižek said some hella transphobic shit. Novara interviewer made no pushback. Yeah, that's just the thing, right? There's different points of views, right? There's some people that would say, like, I shouldn't be reacting to Norm Finkelstein, say, I don't know, debating Destiny, because Norm Finkelstein is a transphobe. I agree that he's a transphobe, but I still think that his point of view, you know, on issues like Israel-Gaza are incredibly useful. However, if I brought Norm Finkelstein on for a conversation, he would get some pushback, right? That's the difference. And definitely, if he brings it up, I'm not just going to like gloss over it. Same thing with Zizek.
It was effective. So the reason why it was so successful wasn't because of the transphobia. It was that
volume is fine, maybe slightly.
Highlighted the priorities of the Democratic Party. And so it feeds into the anger and frustration that Americans are feeling about their economic situation, their personal finances, what's happening with household income. Because rather than focusing on making the economic...
Okay, but this is really simple. And you got to recognize this is going to be universal. This is always going to happen, right? Republicans, historically speaking, or the current Republican Party, is on the wrong side of history on like every single social issue, right? The Democrats do civil rights and the Voting Rights Act, and then the Republicans campaign on being against busing, on being against welfare, because welfare is perceived as helping black people, you know, et cetera, et cetera. This is what the Republican parties do. Now you would think that, well, you know, that party should be incredibly unpopular because racism is unpopular. That party should fall by the wayside like the Whig Party. And yet it doesn't. And the reason that it doesn't is that when the material conditions of the masses of people are not sufficient, they are more given to having a scapegoat be blamed for it. And the idea of blaming trans people for high prices at the grocery store is madness. But on some kind of like a unconscious reptilian level, it works. It works. So the answer, like that Anna's going to give you, is we're going to ditch the trans issues, we're going to ditch trans rights, and we're going to concentrate on workers' rights. And the real answer is that we're going to stand up for trans people and we're going to stand up for workers because this is a coalition. So, yeah, what they'll always do is say, oh, the Democratic Party, they might want to do good things. You might like the New Deal. You might like your, Medicare when you get old enough to receive it. You might like the Social Security program. You might like the, social safety net that's provided by Democratic politicians. But did you know that they're actually giving a lot to, these people that are not you, right? They will try to make you jealous. They will try to say the stuff that should be going towards you, towards hardworking, red, white Americans like you, is actually going to this other group that is not you, right? So that's how they do their thing. That's how they've always done their thing. That's how the modern Republican Party works, and how the Democratic Party works when it actually does work is through solidarity, is through people buying in because they don't see parts of the coalition being thrown under the bus. And I gotta say, the modern Democratic Party has not been doing a good job of that. They've been failing on the very basic level of fighting for people's material conditions, of standing up on economic issues, and sometimes, yes, like Hillary Clinton, cynically using the veneer of concern, expressing concern, doing these kind of virtue signals for XYZ marginalized group, and really not doing much for that group in terms of actual policy. And so that feeds into this idea of, yeah, you didn't get your pay raise, you didn't get your, you know what I mean? You don't have enough money to buy your groceries because of immigrants, because of trans people, because of whatever group that they want to set us against. And that's how Republicans divide and conquer. And you being a student, and I believe a professor, if I'm not mistaken, about Anna Kasparian, in the field of journalism, should know that shit. Should fucking know that, if you even care. But I don't know. I don't know, like, where Anna's interests, class interests or otherwise, actually lie.
Situation better for Americans.
Or perceived class interests.
They see Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party over.
Anna Kasparian, come on, Novara, do better. She's on the Why I Left the Left train now. It left the station a long time ago. So yeah, they got all these comments. Again, people mentioned Michael's tweet, which also got a lot of pushback, maybe so much that he deleted it. People are telling me in chat that he deleted that tweet. And you're going to see, if you watch this whole stream, you're going to see where they come down on that. You're going to see their response to some of the pushback that they got.
Overall, as the party that's like hyper focused on a tiny slice of the population, and more importantly, getting taxpayer resources to that tiny population of people, even if they're undocumented and even if they're detained as a result of breaking the law or crossing the border illegally.
Why is Anna Kasparian on Novara? This is weird. See, there's a lot of people supporting Novara that did not think they were like this, that were genuinely surprised that when Novara sees Anna Kasparian standing up on Twitter and, as Alimi said, saying, cook me, and getting cooked, they're like, oh, that's not right. That's not right. What she's saying is perfectly sensible. Let's start a conversation about whether the left should support trans rights as vehemently as it has.
That's the reason why it was such a powerful ad.
I almost said vehemently. How do you say it? UK people, how do you say it? Vehemently? We say vehemently, right? That's how it's pronounced in US English, but I think in British English, it's vehemently or something. Anna's just J.K. Rowling. She got assaulted and has allowed it to shape her worldview. Like the Vanguard actually questioned that. Like, right, her story, her supervillain origin story, yeah, comes from a story about her getting, assaulted on the street, and then, feeling it's important to mention that the perpetrators were homeless, or that she interpreted them to be homeless because they seemed, quote unquote, strung out on something. And didn't look, very kempt, right? So she doesn't even know. She doesn't even know that these people were homeless, and yet she's bringing this in as like as part of the problem, right? The problem wasn't that, SA is normalized and that there's not enough tools to be able to, keep people safe. But the problem is that there were homeless people in a place that they shouldn't have been, which is near a wealthy person like Anna Kasparian. She takes an issue that is every bit about patriarchy, you know, and turns it into an issue about class. And so that makes me really suspicious of her appeal to, no, we got to be more about class. We got to stop caring about immigrants, trans people, et cetera, and start caring about class. I don't think she cares about class. I think that somebody that gave a fuck about class would show solidarity with unhoused people and certainly not rush to judgment in blaming their existence. Right? So for Anna, it's not an issue with homelessness. It's an issue with the homeless. What are we going to do about the homeless problem? Right? Rather than the problem being that, these people, that our system, kicks people out and takes away their basic needs.
And I think that maximalism on the left when it comes to these social issues is not helpful. I don't think it's helpful to have.
Yeah, Kamala Harris was pro defunding the police. Wait, where does this come from? So disappointed in Novara. Enjoy the grift, I guess. Absolute cowards for not calling out her bullshit. Now, this is really weird, right? Because I did look at the comments on the most recent Novara video talking about these same issues. And it seemed pretty positive. Now, there's two possibilities right now. So this Tabernacle is showing you responses in the comments to this video where they brought on Anna Kasparian. I am talking about the video that we're going to watch at the tail end of the stream from Novara Media itself. It's their year-end discussion of the direction of the channel, basically. And in that comment section, there was a lot more. I didn't see any negativity. Now, there's two possibilities for that, right? One possibility is that, like, the Novara viewers genuinely agree with what they're saying, which is kind of more of this shit, more of, this sort of pushback on the maximalist left, right? Or it could be that, some of the comments that are not so positive are being suppressed. And I don't know. We'll take a look. We'll see what we think.
College educated elites speak on behalf of the entirety of the Black population, because if you look at the poll results, you'll see that the majority of Black voters did not want to defund the police.
But what if you compare the support for defund the police between Black voters and white voters? What if you poll people on their attitudes towards the police, what they think the police are doing in the place that they live between Black and white people? What do you think you'd see then? Right? Anna's throwing up this straw man of like, oh, it's a bunch of college, and this is going to come back in the Novara panel, right? This idea of the college educated elites, right? Which are not the elites. For the record, elites are people who earn money, who get money, not from what they do, not through some kind of a wage, but through what they own. They get paid for what they own, right? That's what an elite is. If it doesn't mean anything if that's not included.
But it didn't matter. The elites in the Democratic Party knew better than them, I guess. And so
the fact that they went to Anna Kasparian speaks volumes about Novara Media. Yeah, a lot of.
They ignored these voters and continued pushing for policies that were unpopular. And now the chickens have come home to roost. So I think the social issues only further compounded the frustration that voters are feeling about their economic situation.
I made a little.
So one comparison, one common thread that I'll draw between Kamala Harris, right? Because Tabernacle said, was questioning, she was pro defunding the police. Actually, she was on every side of that issue, depending on the time, depending on what she thought was going to get her elected, what she thought was going to help her win the primary. Just like TYT, they've been on both sides of almost all of these issues, right? So that's the and Anna wants to push it back. She wants to push back against the so-called party establishment, the elite, as represented by Kamala Harris, say that we're not like these people, we're better, support us. And yet she's doing the same thing. She's just playing to the what she thinks is the crowd.
Little comment on a recent video about TYT, and I said, oh, like Novara Media seems to be going the same way as TYT, right? And people ask me, like, what did I actually mean by that? And it kind of inspired this whole video. And I guess I'm not like cancelling Novara Media and everyone who works there. It's more like, can a YouTube news channel really sustain itself and not go down like a dark path when it's dominated by like a couple hosts? And what we've seen with TYT is Cenk and Kasparian are the two main hosts, and their takes on the news become basically the dominant takes of the network, despite the.
So that's important to mention, right? We're gonna see three. I'm trying to remember their titles at Novara Media, but three members of the crew having a discussion. That's not everybody that works at Novara Media. And just like you've got your John Adirolas and your Francesca Fiorentinis on TYT, people that don't agree with the direction of the more dominant main hosts. Um, you've got most likely people at Novara Media who are not thrilled about this new direction.
Fact, obviously, there's loads of people that work there. You have people like Francesca and John, who, Francesca, we know, doesn't agree with everything they say. John, I mean, you don't really know. He seems like a nice guy, so you kind of think he wouldn't, but doesn't really, in my opinion, ever have hardline opinions about much. He just seems like an anti-Trump news host, which is fine. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter because they're not the faces of TYT. So what happens is you have these two people driving a network in a certain direction, and no one else who works there can really say much about it. They just have to quit. And we have like multiple channels like this. You obviously have Sam Cedar and the Majority Report, where he's like the main guy. He's the face of that. Obviously, Emma is part of that too, but there's loads of people who work there. And there's loads of people who work there who might disagree with him on certain things. At the moment, that seems to be like a pretty nice one, mainly because I think the substance of their channel is like more interviewing loads of people and getting their perspectives. And Novara does this too. But Novara, to me, is increasingly having more similarities with TYT because of Aaron Bastani and Michael Walker and some of their views on certain things. But it's not just that. It's not just having like diverse views or having some people sometimes say some bad things or bigoted things. It's more that when you start engaging with certain elements of your audience in a pretty hostile way, which it seems both of them are now targeting like the fringe left and deciding, oh, we don't need them anymore. We don't like them actually. So plenty of our hosts are going to say bad things about them and talk about how fringe all their views are, how their views about trans people in sports is fringe, how police abolition is like just insane and fringe. And if you even think about that, you're just not like a leftist who cares about winning elections and stuff. And I guess it boils down to as well, something I noticed watching both these channels, they view everything through elections. So we're going to speak about this a bit later. What prompted this recent controversy with Novara Media is Michael and Ash from Novara Media were having like a conversation debating about like after the US election and talking about the left being unpopular, and Michael read like a bunch of stats showing how people viewed like the police, and he was like, oh look, non-white people have a more positive view of like police enforcement and stuff. We should listen to that. And they're talking about like popular opinions about certain issues. And while Ash was pushing back, it did kind of seem the sentiment was, oh, if you support something that's unpopular, you're just kind of an out of touch leftist. Which, although they admit that something,
yeah, if you're educated, also you're out of touch.
Like, civil rights in America were unpopular, they're still kind of pushing this line that you see with TYT. There's a fringe on the left that are bringing us down, and the fringe care about trans rights more than anything, and they also want to abolish the police. I don't care about people having a diversity of opinion on a certain news network, but it seems...
So one real discrepancy in terms of the U.S. Vote pattern is that you saw people with more education voting for Kamala Harris. You saw people with less education voting for Donald Trump. There's two ways you could take this, right? One way is that we need to stop listening to the viewpoints. We need to stop, centering the viewpoints of the educated and change our rhetoric, change our policies, change our campaign to appeal to the people that are less educated. Or you could say, I really feel like more people in this country deserve a shot at an education. Right? If that's the difference between voting against your interests and And again, it's a fucked up, two-party system where both parties are bad, and particularly the Harris campaign and the Biden campaign and the Biden administration terrible when it comes to issues of foreign policy like Gaza. Uh, but compared to Trump manages to be worse on almost every issue.
To be when like two of the prominent hosts are pulling the whole thing in a direction that seems to go against what a lot of both the channel's built on and also the views of the most loyal followers, seems to be like a weird thing in my opinion, and shows the inherent problems with running a news network like this where you have a few people dominating the message. It's loads of people working there, it's loads of people who are helping this whole thing to come to life, and you're taking it in a direction that might not actually take into account the feelings of everyone at the network. Because at the end of the day, if you're someone who works at TYT, or if you're someone who works at Novara Media, and that could go from people who edit the videos to a host, and you go up to Aaron Bastani or Michael Walker and say, I don't like what you said, I think it's really out of touch with what our audience want, I think it's just like bad generally, and maybe you should like apologize, or we should have a conversation as a group about this. It seems to be in these networks, if they just go no, and they're one of the popular hosts, like what can you do? And we've seen how stubborn Cenk and Anna are. If anyone goes up to them and says, let's please stop talking about trans rights with a right-wing framing, if they just go no, like what can you do? These aren't like democratic organizations.
Yeah, and the other part about it is that Cenk is unwilling to hear information that is inconvenient for his narrative. Like, I've heard a few times where John or Francesca have tried to kind of enlighten him on some of the physiological questions. When you hear Cenk talk about trans women in sports in particular, you get the feeling that in his mind, you're talking about somebody saying, I self-identify as a woman. I'm going to enter the Olympics for powerlifting with my full complement of testosterone. And I'm going to compete. And if you say that that's wrong, you're a transphobe, right? That is not what's happening. That is not what the policies that organizations like the International Olympic Committee have decided on were. Right? There were guidelines in terms of the length of the time that somebody has to be on HRT. If you don't know, that means hormone replacement therapy. So in other words, adjusting their levels to to be more in line with anti-androgenic therapy and then estrogen therapy in the case of trans women. So you're not talking about people with the testosterone levels of cis men. You're talking about people with the testosterone and estrogen levels of cis women, right? And the question the International Olympic Committee asked way back in the day, way back in the early 2000s was, is it fair for these people with, similar hormone levels to cis women to compete with, cis women, or is it more fair for them to compete with cis men? Because trans people make up such a small percentage of especially athletes that it's going to be one or the other. There's no league of their own. That's just not a reality. That's not going to happen. And obviously, if you've seen what happens with women's sports in terms of the support that it gets versus the support that men's sport get, imagine like a fraction of that support. Imagine like what kind of conditions that trans athletes would be competing under, right? It just doesn't make sense, and it's never going to happen. So essentially, what Cenk is arguing for is to have the rights of trans athletes completely violated, have them thrown out of competition in sports altogether, on the off chance that somebody could have a genetic advantage and it causes them to win a competition, which just kind of hasn't happened.
And I want to talk about Novara a bit more. It does seem to have...
But yeah, you don't get the chance. Francesca will say this to Cenk. You don't know what you're talking about. And he'll be like, nope. No. He fucking won't listen, right? He wants to have the argument from a place of conventional wisdom, which is a place of ignorance, because conventionally people don't understand what being trans mean. People don't know that there's such a thing as HRT. People don't know that the rules for competition in competitive sports are, that a certain amount of time of HRT and a certain amount of hormone levels. They don't know that actually by denying trans athletes the ability to compete, or implying that they should compete with people, like if you don't want people with a ton of testosterone competing with people with very little testosterone, and yes, testosterone is a steroid hormone which has an effect, a greater, causes hypertrophy, which is the building of muscles at a greater level than estrogen, right? So no, it's not fair for somebody with very high testosterone to participate with somebody against somebody with very low testosterone by forcing trans people ostensibly into their the divisions that correspond with their gender assigned at birth. You are creating that outcome that you say that you wish to avoid out of ignorance. And Cenk is a brick wall of ignorance. And because it's not a commonly known belief, it's not a commonly known thing, he can get away with it. Enough of the audience is not aware that Francesca is actually right about this. And so he's able to just like talk to the hand.
More of an element.
That's not a real conversation. That's not a real discussion.
Quality than TYT. But again, that doesn't really matter when the people who own the network are also hosts on the main show, and they do have like their faves on the more prominent hosts who seem to align with their views. And then you start going down a path which a lot of people are, not going to like. But also my fundraiser for medical aid for Palestinians, it's still going. I haven't shouted it out in a while because we were pushing to that one goal of 10K. But again, it's still there. If you want to donate, please check it out. Also follow me on social media at the Tabernacle on everything, and consider supporting my Patreon. So before we start talking more about Novara Media and the recent controversies, and I want to use like one case study because it really crosses over.
Yeah, Benu, that's an important thing, that like this is not a decision that we ever want left up to, politics, right? This is a decision that should be decided by people who know a lot more about physiology than the rest of us. And but it's also a Trojan horse. Like, understand how I don't think people understand the function of the argument of trans people competing in sports, and how that is a backdoor to denying what a lot of people had started to accept, which is that, trans women are women, trans men are men. But then when you put it in but should they be able to compete in sports? And the person, answering this question is doing so from a place of ignorance. That's a backdoor to all of the rights that, beyond, and yeah, it is a small percentage of trans people that want to participate at a competitive level in sports. It is a small percentage of people, worldwide that are trans, but it allows for a lot more egregious forms of discrimination to happen by sort of being a backdoor towards, denying the identity of trans people, essentially. Also, Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub to Drew Nielsen. Drew Nielsen, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. Yeah, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. True. Good point.
So like general left-wing YouTube. Let's talk about what happened to TYT. So TYT is one of the pioneers of like an online news network. It was one of the first YouTube partners, meaning you could make money off making YouTube videos. And it's been around for a long, long time. I've spoke multiple times how it influenced me to even start this channel in the first place. Like many people miss space. We've always like appreciated TYT through the years.
Good point, Mozart.
Not because we agreed with everything they said, but back in the day, especially when I started, there weren't too many more progressive left-wing channels on YouTube generally. So having like this news network that constantly put out videos from a more left-wing perspective, whether that be on just, the Democrats and Republicans, or sometimes some good stuff on foreign policy, it was something that was necessary to help build the left online. And of course, like one of the biggest left-wing creators is from TYT. Hassan, his uncle, created it. And that's where he got his start as well.
I guess.
And we have, very
I don't think of Hassan as being from TYT, but yeah, technically, he got his wait was Bro Tips with TYT too? Yeah, he got his first platform from TYT.
other people who've collabed with them over the years.
I just want people to understand though, like Hassan's stream itself, right? It started on Facebook. Does anybody remember Facebook Lives? It used to be really popular. I mean, I'm sure people still stream on Facebook, right? But um, back when I was on Facebook before I became a content creator and had to deal with the lack of privacy that Facebook provides you. When I was on Facebook, I used to see like just a ton of live streams on Facebook, and Hassan was doing his live stream on Facebook. He took that Facebook audience that he was able to cultivate, brought them over to Twitch because again, it's really hard to start Twitch with nothing. But he did start with next to nothing. He did start with a very small audience. He talked to a number of people, including trans creators on Twitch, to try to understand how the platform worked, how he could grow his stream, and he like a lot of you know. In other words, what I want to get drive home is that Hassan's appearance on TYT through Agitprop and whatever else his work selling advertisement for the company, etc. I don't think that's what built his Twitch stream, right? It definitely gave him a platform on which to gain some notoriety with his nuclear takes, like the Dan Crenshaw take, the Brave Mujahideen, and I'm trying to think what else, the 9/11 take, right? But in terms of his Twitch stream itself, a lot of that was more organic than people realize.
And been in partnership with them. So you had like obviously Mike from the Humanist Report, you had Carl Kalinsky, I think, as well. Loads of other people in our space had either their start at TYT or were associated with them. Obviously Emma at the Majority Report. And there always used to be like this crossover between the audiences. But more and more people were turned off by the coverage. And it's more like in recent years. I wouldn't say it's been a thing that's been coming for a long time. Again, we've had our disagreements with them, but we saw them as a net positive. But now they're a net negative. They're openly hostile to the left wing. And you've seen this over recent times with the controversy of Anna Kasparian. It started with the birthing person tweet, but just loads of transphobic garbage. Now more like agreeing with Republicans.
So yeah, you could imagine a content creator who might not be on board with every single take that people like myself, Mike from the Humanist Report, Cavernacle, people of that vaguely leftist political philosophy believe in. You could imagine somebody like that who overall, even though they don't agree on everything, works with the left to counter the right. What we saw with Cenk Uygur's appearance on Turning Point USA was Cenk Uygur working with the right to counter the left.
Platforming Republicans on her own Substack and acting like these elite figures in the Republican movement are actually worth listening to. Like, she's not talking to average, everyday people on the street who might have voted for Donald Trump. She's going around the podcast circuit, talking to people who are like massive conservative grifters and are just like absolutely open fascists. Doesn't seem like it's a good use of a left-wing person's time, apparent leftist person, to go on right-wing podcasts and just agree with everything they say about the left. But that's just me. But anyway, Cenk has basically backed up Anna, and maybe they don't agree on everything, but he's backed her up and he's saying, I'm not going to fire her, I don't care. And he's also now, whether because she's influenced him or just because they both feel this way, they're all attacking the left.
There's a lot of question about what he just mentioned right there. There are some people that think that Anna's got leverage on Cenk based on the fact that she could easily work for another platform. And that if Anna were to leave the platform, she's so tied into the branding and the image of TYT that maybe TYT wouldn't survive without her. There's some people that think that it's a power move by Anna when she's got Cenk on board like that. There's some people that think that, they have conversations and those debates are ones that Anna has been winning and that she's convinced Cenk to go along with what she's doing. There's a lot of different perspectives, and I don't know if we'll ever know fully what's actually going on at TYT or at Novara Media, like right where the rubber meets the road. But
left constantly. And him, like Cenk specifically, he's really sensitive to criticism from the left. So he thinks we all think he's a Nazi and we don't want to have a conversation with him. So he thinks the better option is now just platform loads of right-wing people, go on loads of right-wing podcasts and totally ignore leftists. And Sam Seder said, Sam Seder's not like a radical communist. Sam Seder said Cenk refused to have a conversation with him on either TYT or the Majority Report. So it seems like two people who have chosen who their enemies are, and apparently it's the radical left. Now, let's cross over a bit more to the Novara stuff, because it's actually interesting. After the controversy we're going to talk about, where Michael Walker, one of the hosts, was saying a load of shit about people who fight for trans rights and want to abolish the police, he actually platformed Anna Kasparian after this. And in their interview, he basically let her go unchallenged, saying what she thought lost the Democrats the election. Hilariously, she said that there are radical elements in the Democratic Party that somehow made the whole campaign about like trans rights and stuff, and that's why they lost. Which is just insane because that didn't happen. Like, we all know that the Dems didn't give a shit about trans people in their campaign and didn't make any pledges to defend trans people that were like front and center. Kamala Harris's campaign was basically, for nothing, talking about unity and stopping fascism and Donald Trump and stuff like that, and wasn't really like a principled stance against that or offering like a left-wing alternative. She was just offering the status quo. To say Kamala Harris lost because of identity politics is just completely wrong. And yeah, leftists do want the Democrats to care more about marginalized groups. Let's not pretend cozying up to Liz Cheney and her own history with the LGBT community. Let's not forget her own sister, by the way, acting like that is some sort of signal that Kamala Harris was only prioritizing like LGBT rights and stuff. It's a pure fantasy, but this is what these people like to tell themselves. We are losing elections because the radical left are just crazy and believe in unpopular fringe shit, which brings the rest of us down, where we should only focus on things that are popular. TYT have been saying this for a long, long time, and most like socialist leftists will say, yeah, let's focus on popular things that will make people's lives better, like, I don't know, universal healthcare or funding the NHS or public housing or nationalising certain industries. But we can do that while also talking about like enshrining into law better civil rights for trans people, fighting against the Labour Party's transphobia and all that stuff. You can still do both. Jeremy Corbyn managed to do both. Bernie Sanders managed to do both. And they were both really popular at different times, right? So why aren't they case studies of how you can do both? And why is Kamala Harris a case study of how the left is a failure? Like, I don't understand how that makes any sense. Where two actual leftists did both, and yeah,
I mean, you could literally look, if you want to go there, then you can criticize Kamala Harris for anything and everything, for all sides of every issue, because she's been on all sides. And that's not a testament, to that it was the woke stuff that got Kamala defeated, right? That's a testament to the fact that Democratic politicians don't care.
Points were like some of the most.
They're doing the politics, and they care about that, at least to some degree. Someone who even questioned how much they really care about winning, but they're not doing the policy, which is, like that's the formula for how you get stuff done in the government. Start with politics. Start with a popular cause, get elected, and then make it happen in the policy. And the Democrats are bad at both. They're losers when it comes to politics, and they are even bigger losers when it comes to policy. They are looking for any excuse to slow walk, to water down anything that their voters are asking them to do, because a lot of the times they're balancing their the will of their constituency with the will of their donors.
Popular politicians in their countries where someone didn't do it and you're still going to blame us for them losing. There are plenty of left-wing people who didn't even vote for Kamala Harris. But anyway, that was after the controversy, and maybe they had that interview scheduled for a long time. Doesn't seem like Michael Walker had much criticism of like platforming like an actual TERF who was saying that the Democrats lost the election because of trans rights. But anyway, at the same time, Ash and Michael did a live stream where they talked about like, are the left actually like really, really unpopular? And in that, he said a load of like like just totally wrong shit as well. So he said back.
Oh my gosh, chat. No, I didn't see this one. What he's talking about here, I'm not sure. I saw. We're gonna watch another video from Novara Media that I think came out, I don't know, 2 or 3 days ago. But I think Tabernacle is talking about another discussion, right? This is a discussion between Michael, Ash, and Aaron that we're going to watch. But I believe that Tabernacle is talking about maybe a discussion between, is it Ash and Aaron?
Turf, who was saying that the Democrats lost the election because of trans rights. But anyway, at the same time, Ash and Michael did a live stream where they talked about, like, are the left actually, like, really, really unpopular? And in that...
Oh, Ash and Michael. Sorry, it's Ash and
He
Michael.
said a load of, like just totally wrong shit as well. So he said, back during the Black Lives Matter protest in America, he said, abolish the police is stupid. And he said he was bullied into silence, basically. He used the example of Lee Fang as well. Remember, the Intercept journalist? He said, and this happened to this guy in America, and then got silenced by, like, the mob.
Like you, I'm very much fine.
But now this language of the mob, it's very reminiscent of one in chat. If you've heard of Peter Coffin, friend of the VOD, yeah, because he follows me on Twitter, so obviously he's a friend of the VOD. No, he's not, chat. I mean, he's not. He retweeted a clip from a person, I think it might be a Nazbol, that kind of went around the I don't know, the third position sphere on Twitter, where I was criticizing infrared Haas. And he had a lot of smoke for me about that. Peter Coffin had a lot of smoke for me about that. Right? I came back at him both in terms of making a video responding to what he had said about me, as well as on Twitter, and then he blocked me. He later decided to unblock and then follow me. But if Peter Coffin is, I don't know, you could say like patient zero for this kind of stuff. Some other names that come to mind are Kelly Zahos. I don't know if any of this is ringing a bell for any of you, but it's essentially leftists who get the majority of their rhetoric from not just Mark Fisher, but a particular essay from Mark Fisher called Exiting the Vampire Castle. And when you start to talk about the mob canceled me, the mob came after me, right? The mob silenced me. That you're getting into this kind of aggrieved language that Mark Fisher exemplifies in that essay. Now, I'm somebody who appreciates Mark Fisher and a lot of his contributions. I think he's a valuable author. I think people should read Mark Fisher, but Mark Fisher's was way too in his feels in that particular essay. And I mean, you're hearing this same kind of stuff come out of Michael Walker's mouth. And it's kind of like, in my mind, I feel like we dealt with this already. We fought against Peter Coffin, and Peter Coffin lost to the point where he had to join up with MAGA communism. I don't know where he's at now. I'm assuming he doesn't endorse MAGA anymore, but he buddied up with Infrared Haas and Caleb Maupin. And he literally was, and look, that makes more sense than Peter Coffin representing himself as a leftist, because he's fundamentally reactionary.
And with people holding minority beliefs. I hold a bunch of minority beliefs. I don't want to abolish the police, but I hold a bunch of even weirder minority beliefs that you sometimes hear about, geoengineering and the like. But
also, Michael Walker is kind of inserting himself into, I hate to say this, I'm not being anti-British. I'm not being Anglophobic here, okay? I love British people. But the American institution of the police, I don't know how it works in the UK, but in the US, that institution traces its roots back to slave patrols and to anti-union thugs, and anti-union Pinkertons, as they were called back in the day. That is where our police institution comes from. So when people hear abolish the police, I think somehow they translate that to no public safety, right? And that's not what's being called for. That's not what abolish the police means. It means replace the fucking corrupt institution that is employing your local high school bully in a position where he can do violence up to and including deadly violence to a number of marginalized groups and get the fuck away with it. Abolish that institution.
On this issue, I suppose where I think the left has been dysfunctional and where it might have risen actually right to the top of the Democratic Party, because my position has often been, oh yeah, the left's got all of these dysfunctions, but it's,
When you get your new US news from TYT, lol.
you know, it's these are students, right? Don't get too angry.
You can't listen to students. Students don't know anything. They're just educated.
Get people doing student politics and say this is going to bring down civilization.
Oh, those naive students. They think that you can abolish the police.
Because it's not, right? But one thing that I think is dysfunctional on the left, which I've experienced, and I'm sure you have too, is that there are lots of people who I think have marginal beliefs, which is fine. I mean, when it comes to abolish and defund the police, I think they're wrong, but that's fine. We can have that debate. But I think there are a lot of people who expend their energy trying to raise the cost of.
I just wonder, does he even understand that defund the police as a slogan? You know, it's not. In the United States, police are funded to a military level, to a level that is excessive. They are given military equipment. They are given military training. It's saying, stop spending so much money on police and start spending money on social programs, which will reduce crimes better than tough on crime bullshit, better than cracking heads, better than empowering your local high school bully.
People on the left not sharing their minority belief. You know, I experienced this during sort of like BL. I'm not saying I'm a victim of anything, right? I'm saying this during BL.
You're definitely a victim of the Vampire Castle, Michael. I can see it in your eyes, the traumatized, glassy stare that you have for this man has been canceled by the Vampire Castle, by the.
If I ever tweeted something which was sort of like, are you sure we want to abolish the police? Like, I'd get so many people quote tweeting me and replying and responding that I wasn't like, oh, I'm upset, I'm being attacked. I was like, I'm not going to tweet that again. And I suppose what I think happens on the left is you get this incentive structure.
So what you're saying is you have a belief that these people are full of shit, but when these people are in your Twitter mentions, you're unwilling or unable, and I would guess unable to engage with them, right? Because things like that are inconvenient for your narrative. Your narrative is that these naive, foolish college students think that we can live without any sort of public safety, when in actuality, that's not the argument that they're making. And you're unwilling to engage with that because once the facts are revealed, once the cards are turned, up and we see what's on the table, you see that you're wrong. You can't defend your point of view. And yet, because it is acceptable in the realm of conventional wisdom, just like Cenk's takes on trans women in sports are very acceptable, very, very, very commonly held. You feel like it deserves a degree of dignity that it doesn't. You won't deal with the facts on the table. And that's why you say, well, I was silenced by the mob. No, you weren't. You were silenced by your own ignorance, by a strongly held belief that was powered by ignorance. That's what you were silenced by. You got cooked, right?
If you say something,
just like Mark Fisher probably got cooked on Twitter before he wrote that stupid essay,
sort of that's actually just a lot closer to the median voter, which is common sense to most people in all races, all genders. Most people think that.
Oh, we're literally appealing to conventional wisdom, aren't we? Common sense says that you need the police.
Abolishing the police is a bit wacky. But if you're on the left and you say that, you're going to get a real earache for it. So you don't say it. So it's not the case that everyone has these minorities.
But the question is, are you on the left? That's the real question here, Michael. And it's maybe a question that you need to interrogate further.
Beliefs on the left, but we have
because you're sounding a lot more like a member of the intellectual dark web than you are like a leftist at the moment. I don't know.
Weird system whereby you get kind of punished for expressing common sense.
And look, like on the off chance that anybody from Novara Media sees this and, thinks that I've missed something, thinks that I'm not understanding something, thinks that I'm mischaracterizing something, you're welcome to come on and have a conversation if you're willing to have the conversation. But understand that all the cards are going to be laid on the table, and you're not going to be able to hide behind the ignorant hedge of conventional wisdom, of common sense, right? You're going to be facing the facts. And so far, it seems like you haven't been willing to engage with those facts. It seems like you're only willing to engage with your own narrative, which seems to be fine, seems to be strong, seems to be sound in the context of conventional wisdom. But when we actually, turn these cards over and see, what the defund the police movement, what the abolish the police movement are actually about, your arguments fall apart.
Positions rewarded for expressing kind of wacky positions. And that, of course, means that the left is not very good at putting itself forward. But I think one of the reasons why the left sort of ran with that idea for such a long time is because people were browbeaten into not expressing sort of opposition to it. You saw sort of high-profile figures like Li Fang work for The Intercept, and when he was a bit critical of the sort of riots that followed BLM, he ended up getting pushed out of that organization. So there really was a cost to...
The thing is that riots are not a position, all right? Riots happen through a bunch of so complicated factors. They're a little bit more organic than that. And most of the time, the biggest factor in whether a situation turns into a riot or not is the actions, not of the crowd, not of the activists, but of the police. Because if the police can create a situation in which people react in that way, and we're talking about the mass of people, we're talking about group psychology, we're not talking about the goals of any organization. When the cops can provoke that kind of response, they're able to police with a lot more force, with a lot more violent force, and they're able to shut down popular movements that way. That's what you're missing.
Not falling in line with some of these minoritarian views, which I think was a problem. And I don't think the thing that should be learned from it is just we need to be more persuasive. I think it's maybe we need to be more open to our ideas in case we change our mind.
Just to check, I wasn't misremembering this as well. I went back and just read about this. It seems to be pretty scrubbed. I did find some evidence that Li Fang wasn't cancelled because he said abolish the police was stupid. So just an article I found. In the last weeks, Li Fang has said, Li Fang has suggested on Twitter that his black colleague enjoys watching buildings burn during the Minneapolis protest and then deleted his tweet. Liked the tweet disputing the idea that white privilege is inherent to all white people. Tweeted a video of a Black Lives Matter protester in the Bay Area. Black lives should be focusing on black crime. And then an article by Nathan Robinson also spoke about this, saying...
Nathan J. Robinson, from what I've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong because I don't know that much about him, is a treasure, right? Whenever I hear the name Nathan J. Robinson, it feels like a refreshingly good take is not far behind.
Fang posted a video of a black man named Max talking about how he wished people would pay attention to the murders of black people by other black people. An Intercept colleague of Fang...
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Did I call him a national treasure? And he's actually... Wait, he's like a British American, is that right?
Casey publicly complained about him posting the video, saying it was part of a pattern of Fang pushing narratives about black on black crime, which he definitely has done, after repeatedly being asked not to. Indeed, Li Fang had previously echoed sentiments similar to that of a man in the video, saying that the vast majority of reporters will investigate and demand justice only if the killing fits a trendy narrative or if the police are involved. Previously been criticised for comments about reparations for recommending people watch a documentary by Mike Cernovich.
So editing Cav here just on my phone. Just because I was curious, I went back and looked at these Li Fang tweets, and I actually found the one that caused the controversy. And I found my own reply underneath it, calling him scum. And basically, if you're going to ignore the content...
Oh, wait, what is this? I asked everyone I spoke with today if there's anything that they wanted to get off their chest about the movement. Max from Oakland, a supporter of BLM, had a measured critique he wanted to share.
Text of
video?
What happened here. You're just doing revisionist history in defense of him. So basically, at a time where everyone was, out protesting, against the killing of George Floyd, people were seeing like the true face of the American police who were brutalizing peaceful protesters. And what was very visible was their billion-dollar budgets and their like Iraq war surplus they were using on peaceful protesters, obviously, which escalated into things like riots. And during this time, there was, pretty much a united front between liberals and the left, obviously demonizing the police for their actions. But then Li Fang came in with this video where he got this one guy who wanted to talk about black on black crime. And he was saying, why don't Black Lives Matter? If they care about Black lives, why don't they focus on this one issue? An alleged leftist was pushing this, narrative at this time. So obviously people were mad and upset about it. And it was very in line with stuff he'd been saying previously and stuff he would say afterwards. And obviously he's been saying more weird stuff lately as well. So to act like Li Fang was a very principled...
So yeah, good point, Drew Nielsen. So the reason that the slogan is defund the police is because that gets people's attention. That defies conventional wisdom, just like Hassan saying, maybe America deserved what, Hassan could have codified his comment about 9/11 in a less provocative way, but it wouldn't have started the conversation that it did. The reason that in the context of the uprising, the slogan was defund the police was because that caused a conversation. Now, the way that conversation should go is defund the police, but we need the police to keep us safe. And then you say, oh, actually, the police are getting funded with way too much money, more money than they need. They don't know, they're spending it on like military grade equipment. Perhaps if we took some of that money for military grade equipment and used it instead for social services, we wouldn't have the issue with the crime that necessitates empowering your local high school bully to crack people's heads, preferentially those from marginalized groups. Yeah, be careful. You're right, Narwhal, by nature. I don't want to get too into what Hassan said, but I mean, so do we understand the nature of discourse? That sometimes a slogan or a statement is made purposefully in a provocative way in order to start a conversation, and that conversation works if it flows. But if instead the person shoves their fingers into their ears and says, no, 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 I heard you say defund the police, and I know what you mean is that you want Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, you want Bartertown, you want chaos, you want anarchy, and in the non-political sense, right? Then you're not really having a conversation. You're having somebody retreat into conventional wisdom because they don't want to be exposed to facts that disrupt the narrative that they've internalized. So that's the difference. I don't have a problem with somebody, hearing a slogan and being like, that's meant to be provocative and be like, I don't understand where you're going with that. That sounds pretty crazy. And then going ahead and having the conversation and saying, oh yeah, no, actually, I do think that maybe the police don't need a submarine. Maybe they don't need tanks. Maybe they don't need to be militarized, right? Maybe they don't need to be trained by like the IDF in Israel. Maybe we're going a little too hard in terms of the tough on crime policies that we're doing, and that other policies might be better at addressing the problem that you're mentioning, which is a problem of crime. Maybe defund the police is not saying, yay, crime. I want more crime. I want people to be victimized in the most violent way possible. Maybe that's not actually what they're saying, right? That's a good conversation. And nobody has to be cast out by the vampire castle or whatever kind of, aggrievement complex, persecution complex that Shaky Gurga and company want to throw out there, right? It's all about having a conversation. Ironically, at least people that say, I'm not free to have a conversation are the ones that are shutting down the conversation. You are not listening to the conversation. You are retreating into ignorance. And you're getting away with it because that ignorance is the majority viewpoint.
Leftist who was bullied and silenced by blue-haired woke leftists who only care about social justice is just complete revisionist history and doesn't really help your argument if you're...
I'm sorry, this is too good. This is too good.
and of a narrative at this time. So obviously people were mad and upset about it, and it was very in line with stuff he'd been saying previously and stuff he would say.
Okay, what is this? When the far right seizes on murders committed by illegal immigrants to call for shutting down migration, liberals calmly refer to the data that immigrants are on average less violent than native-born Americans. Why can't liberals have the same approach, rational approach to policing?
Afterwards, and obviously he's been saying more weird stuff lately as well. So to act like
Wait, I don't understand the comparison there.
Stuff he'd been saying previously and stuff he would say afterwards.
All right, seizes on murders committed by illegal immigrants. Calls down for. So what is he asking for? Have the same approach.
And obviously he's been saying more weird stuff lately as well. So to act like
Liberals when armed gunmen exploited chaos to shoot and kill working class people last summer across the U.S. Please don't call the police a National Guard. Liberals when nut jobs stormed Congress threatening wealthy lawyers, lawmakers, and political elites. Bring more oh God, there we go. There's a pro Jan 6 on January 6th too. That's the evening of January 6th.
Li Fang was a very principled leftist who was bullied and silenced by blue-haired, woke left.
Imagine being an 18-year-old young male voter. When you were 11, the Me Too movement launched, and men across the board, like you, were deemed the... Okay, listen. Like you. It only applies if you have R'd somebody, if you've essayed somebody. Then those are men like you. The uncomfortable thing for a lot of men is that the statistics on things like SA imply that there's a lot more, there's, you know, a grotesque amount of men who have committed that, and that the ratio of those who commit SA to those who are receive some kind of a legal conviction and punishment for that is like there's a lot more of these acts being committed than there are people being held responsible. That's the whole reason for the Me Too movement, is because it's very hard to bring forward something like this that's happened, and often the victim gets attacked. But yeah, men across the board like you, I mean, look, if they're men like you got a problem. But yeah, I think that what it is that a lot of men are uncomfortable, like looking to their left and looking to their right and saying, according to statistics, like either the person on the man on your left, yourself, or the man on your right has likely committed SA. That's pretty uncomfortable, and I can understand why that is, but I don't think the answer is to silence victims, which is literally, I don't know if he knows that's what he's arguing for, but it kind of sounds like it. When you were starting high school, liberal politicians closed down your school and forced you to take classes online. The women around you don't seem like victims. They are going to college at way higher rates, earning far more than men. Yeah, at this point, we're just advancing right-wing narratives. And that is a pure narrative. That is pure, as my friend Slavoj Žižek would say, pure ideology is being expressed here. There's not a lot of... There's not a lot that's being expressed here outside of an ideologically driven narrative. Women are going at college at higher rates, earning far more than men in many professional. Yes, that's the problem, is the pay gap between women who earn a higher level of pay on average and men who earn. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Scratch that. Reverse it. That's the exact opposite. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm calling this a narrative. That's why I'm saying there's no substance to this. That's why I'm calling it pure ideology, at the risk of giving myself the chronic, the chronic nasal drippage that Slavoj Žižek experiences every day of his life, and I do not envy that man for that. That's why I don't make fun of his way of speaking and such. They're going to college at way higher rates, earning far more than men in many professional white collar jobs. and are way less likely to be addicted to drugs and as lonely as most guys you know. I'm sorry. Your peer group of other young men play video games and enjoy memes mocking the dominant, suffocating woke culture across the major entertainment and academic institutions. How is voting for the establishment Democrat who avoided any voting process and scrutiny for her nomination in any way appealing? Oh, I see. She's a DEI hire. Yeah, this guy's gone far right.
Leftists who only care about social justice is just complete revisionist history and doesn't really help your argument if you're trying to say, oh, I can't have an opinion on the left because I'll get bullied, when you're using this guy as an example who, you know, I wouldn't really consider an actual leftist. Just remember, I'm probably the only leftist YouTuber left in the UK and probably have been the only one over the last 5 years.
That is just like a small little tangent, but just to use this example that you plucked out from 4 years ago, get it completely wrong, using it to justify your own position about what...
And for anyone who's joining us in chat tonight who was put off by that last statement of Tabernacle that he's probably the only leftist content creator left in the UK, that was sarcasm. He was kidding.
You think the lefties are all fringe and cancel anyone who says police abolition is stupid, using Lee Fang as an example, it's just pretty hilarious. But also, like, I can't even take this seriously.
Almost as hilarious as someone using Russell Brand as their example. But who would do that? Who would use Russell Brand as their Christ-like figure, victim of the mob, victim of the vampire? Oh, I know, it was Mark Fisher. Yeah, that hasn't aged well, has it? That hasn't aged well.
Where he's talking about, like, generally police abolition, because in the American context, 100% police abolition makes all the sense in the world. I tweeted this the other day, and I'm not even joking. I said, if the NYPD disappeared tomorrow, would the world be negatively impacted by that? Like, a fascist police force, grossly overfunded, who basically do nothing but enforce the capitalist status quo, if they went away tomorrow, would the world be a better place? I 100% think New York would be a better place if you didn't have the NYPD, and I also don't think many people would think that's totally a fringe belief. Like, look what they're doing to Luigi right now. That's where your money's going. You think your money's best spent giving it to them doing that, or, I don't know, killing people who dodge fares on the subway, while actually not effectively investigating, like, any crimes. Again, I think in the American context, it makes way more sense to even say it because it's so obvious how much the police do not serve the public. I understand maybe it's a bit more of a contentious issue in the UK because the propaganda is a bit more subtle.
Is he saying women have it too good? It kind of sounds like it, Jerry.
We have that image of, like, Hot Fuzz, like your little village policeman who knows everyone and stuff. But the thing is, in this video, they talk about how, like, you have to have conversations with real people. And Aaron Bastani was also talking about how, yeah, the left aren't relatable to your ordinary people. And these two, you know, firmly in a political bubble, politics nerds, they're telling everyone, like, oh, the left aren't relatable. But also something these people ignore, and it's same with TYT, they keep pulling out polls in the video talking about, oh, well, this is unpopular, this is unpopular. It's for many things, it's because of the framing we often deal with and because of propaganda. Like, how much propaganda do we consume in the UK and US where people can't even imagine a world where the police do not exist in the way they do?
Oh my gosh.
So you have to factor all that stuff in about capitalist realism and just, like, generally people...
Yeah, what would you call this? Like, punitive realism or something?
Being brainwashed to not imagine a better world. That's why left-wing people have to fight for that better world, which then maybe becomes...
See, like I said, I'm not against Mark Fisher, all right? This is not, like, I'm talking about a specific essay that Mark Fisher wrote when he was feeling a certain way. And there's a certain kind of leftist that really resonates with this essay when they're really in their feelings about their own personal aggrievement and they're imagining their own persecution complex, or being called out, or being challenged, or having a take that somebody disagrees with, and then, you know, maybe having a lot of people like the disagreement, you know, like the person that's calling them out on Twitter, right? That it's like, it's an ego thing. And we got to get past this shit, because it's not about your ego.
popular. Like, do you think if Fidel Castro and Che Guevara went around the whole of Cuba doing a little survey about, would you like us to overthrow the government and do communism? Everyone would be like, oh yeah, please.
Also, Benno, thank you for the gifted membership to Lotar's Empire. Lotar's Empire, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Please do that. Even people like Ho Chi Minh, who are very popular with most Vietnamese people, still went around the country educating people about Marxism and communism to get them over to his side, right? Something being unpopular and right doesn't mean we can't have this argument and educate people, and we don't have to just do what's popular all the time, or nothing fucking changes. I'm getting hung up on this point, but that is the constant frustrating thing with dealing with a lot of people on the left who just are so, like, they're just political nerds, I'll call them. Like, they can only think about things in terms of elections and polling. They themselves can't imagine a better world because they just think, oh, I can't do this because this person will think it's unpopular. Yes, sometimes fighting for your rights and fighting for a better world is unpopular. It doesn't mean you should give up. And I always use the example of like Fidel Castro and Che Guevara in Cuba because they had like no one to start with and then they won. And then what they started is still around today. If they just went based on polling and vibes, they wouldn't have done anything. And that's just not the way to do left-wing politics, is base it on what a general public who are largely brainwashed by a capitalist system feel about issues of crime or police when it's framed in a very right-wing way and propaganda is fed to them in just every facet of their daily lives. He's also been talking about trans rights and he deleted this tweet, but I'm going to read you it. Because this is what set people off.
So this is the tweet that people were telling me earlier had gotten deleted. I wasn't aware of this, but yeah, I mean,
getting pushback by people online. Want to say clearly that Michael Walker lumping left-wing fringe ideas on gender into his arguments is revolting and also telling. It is the radical TERF transphobes that are consistently shown to be the fringe, while polling repeatedly bears out that the public are largely unfussed.
What's funny is I made fun of the UK a lot. I made fun of Britain a lot for being TERF Island. And when things were going better for trans people on in the UK than they were in the US, and now it feels like maybe things have flipped. It's not great. The Starmer government is particularly hospitable to TERFs and TERF ideology and hostile to trans people, but somehow I have a feeling the Trump administration is going to be worse.
Michael deleted this, but he quote tweeted this saying, "The reason the fairness in sports thing is a successful tactical wedge is because it's where TERFs have a point.
You do not, in fact, have to hand it to them. You do not have to hand it to J.K. Rowling unless you are Brianna Wu. And you are constantly thinking, oh no, J.K. Rowling's not going to like this. We better not support this. J.K. Rowling won't understand this. Oh no. Oh my God. Yo. I didn't realize how toxic this was. TERFs also have a bunch of fringe and unpleasant ideas, which should see them isolated, but they get a free pass because anyone sympathetic to trans rights but not fully signed up for the entire menu of TRA doctrine. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar with TRA, it stands for Trans Rights Activist, and it's an attempt to for TERFs to come up with an acronym for people who support trans rights. And Michael's like, yeah, the TERFs are fringe and they should be isolated, but also the TRAs. Also, I'm sorry, dude, you sound like a fucking TERF saying that shit.
Also have a bunch of fringe and unpleasant ideas which should see them isolated. But they get a free pass because anyone sympathetic to trans rights but not fully signed up to the entire menu of trans rights activist doctrine gets labeled a revolt.
I feel like Cavernacle's been being nice to him by saying it instead of just saying the acronym, saying the words in it, right? This acronym is a fucking dog. It's a TERF dog whistle, right? This is not. This is a red flag that somebody. If you hear somebody talk about TRAs, especially in like a negative sense, that's.
And never wants to speak on the issue again. So again, Michael before said he was bullied by BLM.
Do you know why they say TRAs, chat? I always forget that stuff that I've known about for a long time may not be common knowledge, right? So there's something called an MRA. That's a men's rights activist. That's somebody like Li Fang talking about how good women have it and how it's they're succeeding in education and employment. They're getting paid more than men, even though that's objectively not true. right? That would be somebody that you would call a men's rights advocate. He is expressing MRA points of view. So for the TERFs, they construct this phrase as trans rights advocates, meaning that trans women are men. That is the not so subtle dog whistle. That's what it means. That's why they use that phrase. And that's why Michael Walker using this phrase, he's not beating the charges. I'm sorry, bro is a TERF. You don't have to be.
Into not talking about how he doesn't want to abolish the police. And here he's saying trans rights activists, another dog whistle. You know, there's basically a lot of TERFs call all trans people trans rights activists. For a left-wing person to use this language is just such a red flag. It's what Cenk and Anna both use as well, like this really TERFy language. And also, I'd love to know what the point is about the fairness in sports thing. And ceding this ground to TERFs and saying, oh, you have a point there. Again, it just means you probably agree.
And now it makes me wonder if the way that Michael Walker distinguishes himself from TERFs is that, like, he's like, well, I'm not a radical feminist myself. Like, it's the radical feminism that's really gone too far. I mean, what about our men? What about the loneliness of our men?
Of them to some degree. It's not that you're like, oh my God, like.
See, I don't know. I don't want to put words in his mouth again. I don't know if Michael Walker believes this, but as the constellation starts to come together, it's hard not to connect the dots. Again, anybody from Novara Media, anybody that's a fan of, friend of, whatever, Novara Media, if you think I've gotten something wrong, let me know. I will be happy to have that conversation. I suspect, though, that the Novara Media crew is not going to be as willing as I am to have that conversation.
It's hard to argue this point. If you actually know about sports, it's not that hard to argue against it. It's that you probably believe it yourself, right? So anyway, he rewrote this and he changed it to they get.
Oh, so he rewrote it. Okay.
A free pass because anyone sympathetic to trans rights, but who thinks there could
he took out the TRA thing.
Be some conflict between trans rights and women's rights in certain domains, is labelled a revolting TERF and never wants to speak on the issue again. I mean, I'm not sure this like really makes it better.
I mean, if only that had that effect. I believe that there are a number of revolting TERFs that are not disincentivized from speaking on the issue again and again and again and again.
But anyway, Michael Walker is like the Anna Kasparian of Novara Media, right? But here's the point I want to make. So he's saying all this stuff. I'm sure plenty of people in Novara, there's like 30 people who work there. I'm sure they don't all agree with this, right? But John Duncan, another left-wing YouTuber, writes, transphobes do not have a point in sport. And he just tweets randomly to his own timeline, Bastani on the Spike journey, Walker on the Guardian columnist journey. And then Aaron retweets it saying, the radical right...
Oh, I haven't checked out Spiked. Wait, anybody want to help me out with this, Spiked? I feel like I've heard of this media outlet before. I'm just not remembering.
Are deadly serious about transforming politics this side of the Atlantic. They are highly organised. I've seen it firsthand. This year has really driven it home. So when I see comments like this about me, I just shrug. We need to get serious too. If you want to pontificate...
The only way we're going to beat the right wing is by going right wing ourselves. We got to beat them to it, right? We got to show the general public, which is definitely transphobic, that we're more transphobic than the right wing. We will out-TERF the right wing, and that is how we will succeed and save trans rights. Don't you see? It's simple.
About me being spiked or whatever...
Oh my God, they both got mad. Crack
on. It doesn't bother me in the slightest, but it's really important that people understand this stuff is a complete waste of time. You get one life. John saying, well, a major talking head in your company is spreading right-wing transphobic talking points and is rubbishing left-wing movements around abolition. So yeah, I guess let's get serious. Aaron saying, Michael disagrees with police abolition. Yes, that's allowed. You attacked me, but haven't backed it up here.
I feel like there's a lot of things that Michael disagrees. It's just pretty consistent. Like with one thing, if you're like, well, okay, like I don't get the trans people in sports thing. Again, like I said, we can have a conversation about that, especially if the reason that you don't agree is because you're not privy to some facts on the matter, right? Definitely, I want to have a conversation on that. But if you got like, hostility to trans people, combined with a hostility to immigrants, combined with a tough on crime mentality, at some point, when are you going to just say, I am coming out as a conservative? I thought that I was on the left, but it turns out I disagree with all that shit. Because it's like how many issues can you be right wing on and still maintain, no, but I am on the left. I believe I'm a principled lefty.
So presumably that was a rhetorical flourish, but like I said, crack on. John saying, damn, there seems to be some sort of convenient omission from his reply. Can anyone spot what it is? Aaron again, quote tweeting him saying, you want to abolish the police, but also want me to discipline a colleague for his opinion. This is the ultimate endpoint of a lot of anarchism or left libertarianism. Abolish the state in order to integrate it into everyday social relations. I've got to be honest, I'll keep the state, thanks. That is so, like, insane and missing the point. So, leftists, you think we should get rid of the police, but you want me to have a word with my colleague that works in my company for writing transphobic tweets in an allegedly left-wing company. That means you want the police. How does that make any sense? And this is what I want to get at with these organizations, right? When you have two people leading a company like astray on certain issues, there's no accountability. So I was checking out Novara Media. This is pretty good, which it does, which is not what TYT does. So basically, TYT is like a corporation that Cenk makes the most money from. Obviously, it's sponsored by like a crypto thing, like that Polymarket thing. But I went on its website. It's funded by like donations, memberships, YouTube ad revenue. And if you go to their pay, and this is pretty cool.
So now this is where it gets sad. This is where it gets really sad, right? Novara Media is a not-for-profit organization. We don't have any shareholders, right? So the funds we raise are from are all income streams that go directly into supporting our journalism and creating new content. Awesome. We're not funded by corporate partners, venture capitalists, paywalls, and advertorials. Here is a breakdown of exactly where our funding comes from. Donations from our supporters, including those people that we saw in the comments. So in other words, you have taken the money from supporters, and what have you done with it? Mainstream turf talking points into lefty spaces? That's what you've done with. I don't think that that's what the vast majority of your supporters want. Remember what Keffels got in trouble for? You know, she did the fundraiser, she collected the donations, and then the donations didn't end up going to what she, allegedly what she said that they were going to be going to, right? They went to very vastly different stuff, right? Here we go. Because the vast majority of our income is raised directly from supporters, we can be editorially independent without ever having to toe someone else's editorial line, like our supporters. It's a key. So here's the answer. The answer is that your supporters are going to make it wildly known that these viewpoints that a lot of people are genuinely surprised to find out that you have are what they're supporting when they support Novara Media. And then that stream of income is going to have a few people opt out of it. And you got to be okay with that. Like, not wanting to toe the line or be audience captured, I suppose that the Jink and Anna would call it. It means that you are going to be okay with the audience that supported you before these viewpoints, pulling out. And go find some, get Jesse's. Go embrace Jesse Singal's fans, and maybe they'll support you instead, right? The key principle that always underpinned our funding model: our supporters are individuals who donate to us on a month or one-off basis. We ask that our 1 hour's wage a month, you can be a supporter at whatever level you can afford. Supporter donations made via our website make up the vast majority of our annual income. These donations are what we use to plan our future and grow our organizations, whether it's taking on something.
Market thing. But I went on its website.
On more staff or expanding our range of content. There we go.
It's funded by like donations, memberships, YouTube ad revenue. And if you go to their pay, and this is pretty cool, we have a 1-for-1 flat pay ratio, which means everyone on our payroll, team members, leaders, on screen and off, is paid the same hourly rate, and wage increases happen simultaneously across the entire organization. We are also a 4-day week employer, meaning our full-time staff are contracted for 32 hours per week. Being a round-the-clock organization, some staff work their hours over 5 shorter days, but the principle is we aim to uphold good rest is important for good work. Our current wage is £20 per hour, which works out to £34,000 a year for employees on a 4-day week full-time contract, and encourages staff to join the Novara Media chapter of the National Union of Journalists. So I read all that because I don't want to be unfair when I say this. I don't want to be unfair and act like Novara Media is the exact same thing as TYT in terms of it's got like one person.
That's something I wanted to touch on too. Like, you know, as much as the comparison is apt, I want to make sure that I'm not giving you the idea that it's like a one-to-one relation. That what's going on at Novara Media is exactly like what's going on at TYT. We're going to watch a conversation that they had about this very matter, and we're going to decide ourselves if we think that, you know, is this more egregious than TYT? Is this less egregious? Is it kind of mixed? Like, you know, what exactly is going on here? Also remembering that the three people that we're going to see on the panel, although they may be the most prominent, most powerful content creators within Novara Media, may not be representative of everyone working with Novara Media, and that, you know, any kind of gig like this with an organization is inherently more stable. And so just like John Adirola and Francesca Fiorentini are still working with TYT, and I'm not giving them shit about that. I am understanding that some other people may not be able to just, you know, cut ties with Novara Media. Some other people may think that they can stay and make an argument and do some good there. And again, you know, it's rough out there. It's really fucking rough out there. So I don't want to paint with too broad a brush, in other words.
Who owns the company, who's probably paying himself a lot more than the others, and probably pays his favourite hosts a lot more than other people who work at the company. And if you're left wing, you probably think that's, you know, not very fair. So Novara Media pays everyone the same, it seems like, from that, and it does a 4-day work week. So that's good, right? That is good. But at the same time, you have the two main hosts, and this is primarily a video news channel. So yeah, they do write articles, they have people who write stuff for them, but no one really knows them for that. People know them for Aaron Bastani, Ash, Michael Walker, and a couple other hosts as well. And if you have a culture in your company where you say to valid criticism of one of your colleagues writing transphobia is that, oh, I'm not going to discipline him, and you're a hypocrite for saying I should because that means you're pro the police. It doesn't feel like behind the scenes this company has equality. Yeah, it has equality of pay, which is better than other organizations, but there are still people who hold ultimate sway. And if you don't like it, what are you going to do?
Benu in his space, I would caution you not to feed the trolls. It's generally not a good idea to give them what they want. But to address the issue of a purity test, the absurdist point of view, if it needs to be addressed for some people, if they don't understand, let's give you two scenarios, all right? Scenario one, you build a coalition of a bunch of marginalized identities, right? Now, when you talk about trans people, that's a vast minority of the public. When you talk about gay people, that's also a minority of the public. When you talk about women, that's about half of the public. When you talk about, you know, you could go down the list of different vectors of marginalization, different ways that somebody can be marginalized. And if you put a coalition together where everybody's in solidarity and everybody's got everyone else's back, guess what you have? That's called a majority. Does this blow your mind? That minorities are a majority? Because they are. Most people are not the default person. Most people are not at the crossroads of privilege. Most people have at least one aspect in which they are victims of discrimination. So if you put this coalition together, you win. Now let's go on. Let's give a counterexample, right? How about if you say, you know what? We've got this vast coalition here, but trans people, there's not that many of them, and they seem unpopular, right? This Matt Walsh video, this Matt Walsh movie, a lot of people are watching that movie, right? You know, people don't like Dylan Mulvaney. People don't like, you know, any list of trans people. Why don't we just ditch them? Okay, so we ditch trans people. And you know what else? Immigrants. Yeah, most people in our coalition are not immigrants. Let's ditch them too. How long does it take you to go from a majority that can win to a minority that can't win, to to a group that no one trusts. That's Kamala Harris's Democratic Party. It is a group that has thrown so many different parts of its coalition under the bus that nobody trusts them anymore. There's no solidarity. You lose that solidarity. So yeah, the answer, if you want me to put it simply in one word, that word is solidarity. All right? And I hope that's understood.
You're just going to have to resign, aren't you? And I'm not even calling for a uniformity of opinion. Like, if there was someone at Novara Media who was more like an American style progressive or whatever, it doesn't have to be like, you know, a British socialist, I wouldn't really care. But it's when you're like significantly divulging from just stuff left-wing people should believe, like fighting for the rights of marginalized people, not giving in to right-wing framing of like electoral issues and civil rights.
Cloud Red, you just got weaseled thanks to Bennu in space.
Like they're doing with
that's
trans
a good
rights,
thing.
and then responding to criticism of this, like Cenk and Aaron have, by criticizing the people criticizing you, by saying you're the fringe ones, you're the radicals, and I'm not going to say anything to my colleague. Like, he works for me, does good work. You know, I'm not going to ever fire them. I'm not ever going to discipline them. I'm not ever going to have maybe a meeting where we can talk about what he said between the whole crew. You're just not serious. And you're not serious for having a problem with what he said. And I really struggle to believe that.
So from what I've seen with Novara Media, I don't think that Michael's point of view is that out of line with, you know, other point people in the organization. And you know, we can talk about this. We can see what we think, but yeah, the Novara has they have a Novara Live where they talk about this, and we will get to that. And that's where I became convinced that this isn't just about Michael Walker. Now, at the time that Cavernacle made this video, that may have been all that was available, right? Was the conversation between Michael and Anna, and then I think he says there's another conversation between Michael and Ash, but since then, three of their primary creators have weighed in, and it really does seem like Michael's viewpoint is not an outlier at all, any more than Anna's viewpoint was an outlier from Cenk.
Aaron Bastani, in that moment and in multiple other instances, is actually speaking for the organization as a whole, because primarily he's the founder, he's the co-founder. You can't really argue that, even if you do have that equality based on pay. Because with news organizations and media organizations, you're always going to have that ego. And I guess even entitlement of the founder. Like we saw it with Nathan Robinson. He's going to make his organization a worker co-op, and then at the last second started firing everyone, and he didn't do it. Because often
Wait, I'm sorry, what was this thing about Nathan J. Robinson?
Putting your politics into complete practice is Nathan Robinson.
See, like so Nathan J. Robinson is the editor and founder, I think, of Current Affairs magazine, which sounds like it would be a very different organization. It sounds like it sounds like a pop culture, you know, kind of magazine, but no, it's political. And from what I've seen, it's pretty good. I'm not sure what, but I don't know the deep lore. I don't know the backstory. I don't know that much about Nathan J. Robinson other than what I've seen, and what I've seen is primarily positive.
Based on pay. Because with news organizations and media organizations, you're always going to have that ego. And I guess even entitlement of the founder. Like we saw it with Nathan Robinson. He's going to make his organization a worker co-op, and then at the last second started firing everyone, and he didn't do it.
Oh, seriously? Yeah, see, I didn't know this. I didn't know that. I was, that's why I was saying, chat, like, let me know if there's stuff I don't know about, you know, Nathan J. Robinson and Current Affairs magazine.
Because often putting your politics into complete practice is harder than it seems. So they've done the good things with pay, but again, for the media.
So what, he was going to make he was going to make Current Affairs magazine into a worker co-op, and then at the last minute fired the staff?
Organization, if you are a host and a founder, you're going to have disproportionate power and influence on the rest of the company, because also, you know, and I guess the rest of them know, a lot of the success of that company relies on you being around still, and relies on you and Michael and Ash and all these other people hosting still, because that's what people have grown to like on your channel. So if there is a risk to these people leaving, if there's a risk to, you know, maybe you firing someone, at a certain point you pretty much know you're secure, because they can't really fire you without causing both a shitstorm and maybe hurting themselves in the process. And just generally, I don't get the vibe that a lot of British leftists actually care about LGBT rights. And a lot of people feel the same way as Michael Walker, and a lot of people will give into the right-wing framing. Let's remember, in the UK, a lot of the transphobia is driven by people who think they're feminists, right? Where in the US, a lot of it is driven by Christian fascists, and Democrats have kind of been all right verbally on trans rights until recently. Because in this country, it seems like the whole political spectrum disagrees. They don't like trans people. And it's only a minority on the left who want to stick up for trans people. And that's why these people justify their transphobia of like, oh, well, politically, you know, it doesn't make sense to, I don't know, be principled on really important things because, I don't know, some bigoted people might not actually like that. The main thing I'm saying here is it doesn't seem like there's accountability in these organizations to the people who work for them mainly. Of course, there's no accountability to the people who fund them, all the people who pay Novara, all the people who...
Yeah, and Hank brought this up as well in terms of talking about TYT's donors, the people that make TYT work financially, like the people that support TYT. You know, do they deserve to know what their organization has done when faced with a very needed effort to organize and to unionize the shop?
Who pay TYT, subscribe, gave them so much money over the years. Obviously, we already know that. It does seem weird in left-wing organizations, there isn't democracy within the organizations, even if they are being paid the same. And I think that's something that should be addressed going forward. If you are starting like left-wing news channels and you're truly trying to live like these left-wing principles, I think there's got to be like a better democratic system inside them where you can have maybe discussions behind the scenes where it doesn't feel like people are basically just immune and people have to bite their tongue and not criticize the golden boy or the main host. Like,
yeah, it's a difficult thing because invariably there's going to be a differential in power in terms of the amount of reach that each content creator has, and that, you know, that difference in power is going to invariably manifest as a difference within organizational power. So, yeah, it's definitely an ideal to be striven for. This is why putting together like large leftist projects is so difficult, but it's worth considering. It's worth trying to make it work, right? I mean, look, organizing is what we're talking about here. Organizing's not easy. You know, a lot of times you have to go back to the drawing board when something doesn't work out, but it's definitely worth it. Right? We've got a world to win. Remember that, chat. All right? We got nothing to lose but our chains.
Like Aaron or Cenk or Anna or Michael, because that might threaten their own future at this company. That's not to say like Novara Media has to be like written off or anything like that, but at the same time, saying this stuff about trans rights activists and then immediately platforming Anna Kasparian where you agree with pretty much everything she says, I don't think it fills me with much hope. And that's not me being fringe. I think it's just like a pretty like low bar to be like, yeah, you shouldn't give in to right-wing framing around trans rights.
Look, I mean, I could understand if it was just Michael, you know, I don't know, saying I don't agree with Anna Kasparian, but you know, there's good things that she does. There's good things that I don't know. Like, it's not that. He straight up platformed her, brought her on, and then when she said, you know, the shit that she says, he didn't push back because he agrees, right? That's the issue, is he looks at Anna Kasparian and he sees a fellow traveler in this, you know, kind of intellectual dark web version of the left.
Ignore the struggles of some of the most marginalized people just so you don't piss off, like, what? I don't know, centrist, right-wing people. It's frustrating that these four people I've been talking about, they all think we are insane radicals for wanting to get rid of the police and sticking up for trans people, but they're literally allowing their obsession with us to drive them in a direction where loads of left-wing people want absolutely nothing to do with them because they're pivoting more to the right and they're giving up a lot of their left-wing principles, effectively like derailing the original mission of these organizations in the first place. Because in my mind, there's no accountability and there isn't proper democracy in these organizations. So two people within them who lead the coverage can just steer them in a certain way, and everyone else either is along for the ride or they have to leave. Despite the fact they might have put so much time and so much energy into making this organization what it is, like so many people have at TYT and Novara, you just have to forsake all that because the person who has the most power decides what goes at the end of the day. So that is it for the video. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments. And if you made it this far,
right, so yeah,
thank you for watching.
The most
Cavernacle.
recent video, Hassan
Oh my
Piker
gosh.
is a Weasley little liar.
We are
It's a
not-
reference to a Hassan Piker.
We are not ready for the Gokunaru. That is content for another day. But yeah, that's this was you were watching Cavernacle. Go give Cavernacle a follow if you're interested in more videos like this. And thank you, Cavernacle, for making this content. So yeah, we're gonna take a look next at. Oh my god!
And I think
Hey,
that
oh, it's Anna Kasparian.
Remember a couple of
Oh my god. I'm not gonna complain about tech. All right, that's not interesting for anyone. What I'm gonna do instead is do that thing that I'm supposed to do, which is go back to this screen. Hi everyone. All right, so yeah, we went ahead and watched the Cavernacle video. The next up we got is the Jesse. Is his name pronounced Dolomore? Dolomore, right? On Cenk Uygur's conversation with Charlie Kirk at the Turning Points USA conference. So we're going to take in a little bit more on that. Remember, coming up, we've got the actual discussion from Novara Media themselves. So stick around for that. I'm going to have to get to some of the stuff that I wanted to watch with you tomorrow, I think. It is it's 8. It's how many? I don't know. I just had a lot to say about that Cavernacle video. Oh my gosh, we're almost 3 hours in. I got my shots today for flu and COVID, and I'm aching so much, but got your shots? Yeah. I know someone who got COVID recently, and she would probably tell you to get your shots as well, because she's not feeling great right now. And she'd probably be feeling a lot worse if she hadn't gotten her shots. The way they throw trans people under the bus, says Benu, that's the way that Vosh is towards indigenous people. Oh god, yeah. Yeah. No, I remember the conversations that you're talking about, Benu. You need yours too? Yeah. God, I'm gonna have to get a lot of vaccinations if I'm gonna be for leaving the country. You couldn't take the image of Gorka. Oh, I'm sorry that Gorka drove you away. But he has that effect on people, Safira. Some people in chat are saying, I will write off Novara Media. Hey, I understand. But yeah, it's a scary time right now to be a member of a marginalized identity. And so, this reaction that you're getting from radlibs like Anna Kasparian and I don't even know what to call Michael, it's really disconcerting. It's really scary, right? Like at the same time as you're seeing the far right take over the government, you're seeing Gokanaru Lebanese? I actually don't know. I don't know that much about Gokunaru, like about his background. Not a Christian, so forgiveness is not in my vocabulary. Well, I mean, you don't owe them that. You definitely do not owe them that. Oh, getting both of the shots together? Is that a thing? Is it better to get them? I mean, I would assume that it's because like people only have a limited amount of time to go to the doctors, but yeah, I guess having both the shots at the same time maybe can getting my next COVID shot tomorrow, my 8th. Yes, Lady Badash. Yes. I don't know. Chat, do I need to? Is there anything Vosh-wise I need to address? We just kind of haven't talked about him since the short stack goblin thing. The Chris James pranks Gorka on NEAS. I haven't seen that. I'll have to check that out. Can I tax write off Novara Media? I saw someone in his chat just now say that, and I was curious. I mean, maybe so. Maybe so. when are we gonna watch that? There is more Ethan stuff, but I feel like I threw too much Ethan stuff at you at once, and so I'm kind of saving that for a day where we start where we talk about more about the Ethan stuff. There's been a few videos about him that I think are worth taking a look at. So Hakeem's video shitting on Vosh last night, but that was from like 3 years ago. All right, so yeah, I don't know this much about I don't know that much about isn't Vosh like irrelevant nowadays? Okay, so here's how I'll explain it. His views have not gone down, right? He lost a bunch of subs. There's a bunch of people that support him in the past that do not want to fuck with him. But then the election happened, and a lot of people came along and were like, hey, he's saying stuff that makes sense about the election. Let me give him that follow. But yeah, in absence of Vosh having reactionary takes, I usually don't talk about him. Because I'm definitely not trying to, normalize him as a content creator, as some other people unfortunately have done. George Jackson says Spiked TV. Wait, isn't it Spike TV? Yeah, does anybody know what Spiked is? That was what they were mentioning about, they were saying that Michael was on track to, I don't know, maybe write for The Guardian, and that Aaron, Bastini was on track to, the idea that they're presenting themselves in a way that's gonna make it easier for them to get, hired by, like, mainstream outlets. Spike was a men's TV. Yeah, Spike TV is a men's. But they said Spiked. I don't know if Spiked is different. I'm guessing it's some British thing because they're Spiked magazine. Okay, yeah. That makes sense, Narwhal. All right, so There's Jesse Dolomer. I don't know that much about this content creator, but from what I've seen so far, he's pretty good. We are now at 41% of the dono goal. We are definitely within striking distance of getting some extra content. Which what is it that you are voting for, chat? What are you voting for at the moment? A lot of people want to see that J.K. Rowling versus Brianna Wu content. Second place is now Peter Thiel's favorite podcast. So right, some interest in the Red Scare girls. We're gonna get more into. We're gonna talk more about them, I guess, tomorrow when I cover the blow up between the MAGA bros and the tech bros. Yeah, they're fighting on Twitter. They're fighting over racism. They're fighting over how to do racism. There's a disagreement about whether to prioritize capitalism or racism or whatever. But yeah, that's where we're at right now with J.K. Rowling in first place, Peter Thiel and Tyler Oliveira tied for second place. What if Alt Hiss is now in fourth place, but it's got 20 points on in terms of like a buff, right? It's got a 20-point buff, so that puts it into second place. Look at that. It's at second place. Okay, so it's in second place. Remember, if you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content. If we hit that 100%, which we're definitely on track to do, I'll stick around a little bit later tonight. I'll do another topic. And what topic? Well, the topic that you vote for. So if you haven't voted yet, feel free to vote for it. If you're watching me on Twitch, you can come over to YouTube just to vote. I'm not telling you to change platforms. You stay where you're comfortable. If you like watching me on Twitch, watch me on Twitch. And as long as there's support there on Twitch, I will keep streaming to Twitch because I wanna meet you where you're at. But yeah, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics appeals to you, which of these topics you want to put your donation towards, and I will turn your donation into a buff for your topic, just like I did with What If Alt Hissed and you can kind of boost it. And maybe, you know, maybe you change the poll results. Maybe you don't change the poll results. Well, maybe you reinforce the poll results, or maybe you say Vox Populi, in which case you're kind of you're gonna debuff all the buffs, right? So if you're more about, like, I think the vote should determine what we watch, then you can donate and you can say Vox Populi. And again, this works for super chats, super stickers. If you're getting yourself a membership on YouTube, if you're gifting a membership to somebody else on YouTube, if you're supporting me on Throne, if you're signing up for my Patreon, or if you are supporting me, which I greatly appreciate. I super appreciate everybody that supports me on Twitch, because again, Twitch itself as a platform has cut me off of some of the source of my income, and it has actually impacted me pretty negatively. So massive appreciation to everybody who supports me on Twitch, even though it's not about the top of the hour ad break anymore. My phone defaults to all messages every time I open chat. Me too, Phoebe. I don't know if there's a way to fix that. I'm not sure. Also, like the stream if you haven't already, because that helps me out greatly. Anyway, we got to get into Jesse Dolamere. I feel like I'm mispronouncing his name. Chad, am I mispronouncing? Dolamore. Jesse Dolamore talking about Cenk Uygur on Charlie Kirk. Let's get into it. Let's make it happen. And again, chat, like I said, I'll cover the fight between MAGA and Tech Bros that's happening right now on Twitch. It's a fight between racist versus racist. Let them fight, right? We'll cover that tomorrow, because otherwise I'm not gonna. There's so much TYT tent to go over, and we still have more Novara Media. Oh, wait a minute. Natalie just sent me something. Novara Media had Francesca Fiorentini on 2 days after Anna, saying about the opposite of what Anna said. So that's interesting. We'll probably watch that. And also tomorrow I anticipate watching Francesca's gonna, I'm not sure if this is still happening, right? Because Cenk could easily back out on this, but Cenk signed on to debate Francesca on her platform tomorrow, right? So if that happens, we'll be watching that. Somebody else said that. Oh my gosh, who else talked to Cenk? There's one more person. Schmegley says, when my mercury blood pressure is rising with this story. Yo. Wait, what's Nightbot doing? Wait, is Nightbot still there? Wait, do we still have Nightbot? Intimidated by my father, a tale of personal triumph over mercury poisoning. Oh my god. WB, you are on tonight. Give a fuck about these Oybrovs and their weird ass fixation on 0.00003% of the population. It's evolved from that, says Eidetic X. Speaking about the Twitter. Now it's on to classism. Yeah, classism. That's what I was getting at with the capitalism versus racism. But yeah, Elon has triggered the MAGA bros. Spike TV carried post Nickelodeon Ren and Stimpy. It was so creepy, unfunny. Does everybody know about the creator behind Ren and Stimpy? Like, this is a guy that hired like underage interns and then like exploited them and kind of forced himself on them. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people are a fan of the art style and the weirdness of. I want to know about Sailor Socialism, Dasha. We're going to have to get into Dasha tomorrow. I was listening to it as I was falling asleep last night, so that wasn't a dream. Yeah, the mercury blood pressure thing. His blood mercury pressure. Fixated on genitals, not us trans people as people. Nightbot is. Oh geez. Okay. Well, look, anything that gets you out of extreme elements, which I'm trying to ditch. It's hard to ditch. You know, when you find a setup that works, it's hard to ditch it because every attempt to move to something else is more complicated than you realize. So Francesca coming out with the blood on her sword. Yeah, well, so I don't know for sure that who's the other person that's gonna. I think tonight, right? Somebody's debating Cenk supposedly. Again, I wouldn't be surprised to see the same as stream elements in here. Look, they both have their drawbacks. If that's what you mean, Jerry, you're right about that. Jerry's usually right, and Jerry is especially right about the fact that top chat is for losers, and my thing defaulted back to top chat. I'm finding myself having to change it again just to make sure that I'm seeing all of your lovely chats. Dasha is gross. Her and Sam Hyde. Oh God, yeah, Sam Hyde came in on this too on the MAGA Bro side. God damn. I so want to watch this chat, but I don't think that are gonna have time. Don't know how bad John Chris Belushi was until well after the time, but he was bad. Yeah, it's hard to. Who else, chat? Does anybody remember? Mark Lamont Hill, thank you. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, we'll take a look at that tomorrow. God. We also got Ethan content to go over, as you've seen. Gokunaru talking about Ethan once again. And Gokunaru is one of the best critics, I think, ever of Ethan Klein. Ethan himself had to give Gokunaru a certain measure of respect. Can we watch this Cenk thing? Okay, so here's the one thing I won't do is take that away. Like, I'm not going to simulcast somebody else's content. I'm not going to compete with somebody else's content on my stream. So when I watch other people's content, I always do it after their stream, right? Just to make sure that like I'm, respecting them as content creators. Yeah. I just don't. I wouldn't want people that would have been watching it there to watch it here because that's Mark's content. But yeah, we will watch that tomorrow along with Francesca. Let's see what Jesse Dolomer has got for Dolomore. I keep on wanting to make his name Dolomer. I keep on wanting to make it more French than it actually is, although it might be partially French.
A couple of weeks ago, when I read from On Tyranny by Professor Timothy Snyder, I believe he's a Yale professor, and he wrote this when Donald Trump first came to power. In the very first chapter, page 17, is do not obey in advance. I'm going to read it one more time because it bears repeating, because we're seeing all across the political spectrum, all across from elected officials to people who do my job in independent media, people like Cenk Uygur, they are obeying in advance. It is anticipatory obedience to Donald Trump. At the very least, it's going before these crowds of fascists, sharing a stage with absolute vile racist and white supremacist Charlie Kirk, glad-handing and shaking hands and acting like, oh, we can go have a beer, Nazi pal.
I love this dude.
And you're seeing, it's not just Cenk. I mean, it's a problem. He is a turncoat. Absolutely. What he's doing has no efficacy. There is no outcome that he will provide that will be good for the American people or point the Republican Party toward making the lives of people better. This isn't just about disagreements. Anyway, I will get to all of that. Most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do. And that, my friends, is exactly what Cenk Uygur did this weekend. Appearing on a stage in Phoenix, Arizona at the Nazification of America Festival with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, Benu dude is spitting.
Appearing on...
Wait, the audio is so leftist? Is it too quiet?
Again, glad-handing. I'm going to show you two clips. One is the very opening when they first come on stage where Cenk has a mighty congratulations to offer.
Or is it too loud?
Congratulations on a revolution well done.
Oh, God, music.
So,
Who is this? This is Jesse Dolomore. And let me give you the the link to Jesse's channel, because I do appreciate the people that we react to, and I want to make sure that I am promoting them as I am reacting to their content. So,
Cenk, welcome.
good stuff, Jesse.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
So Cenk, the spirit of inviting you is that there's some confusion of these divides of right versus left, populist.
The other thing about Charlie Kirk that I hate is the way that he pronounces Cenk's name. Every single time he says it, it sounds like he's saying a slur.
Versus corporatist. I guess a good opening would be, as a man in the progressive movement, as one of the leaders of the progressive movement, what do you make of this last year, the state of the Democrat Party, and kind of American politics from the more progressive left perspective?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm proud to represent the left flank of the populist movement.
The flank. You definitely are the flank in terms of being the butt. The flank of every joke. You're a bitter man. Bitter man.
And I think we need both flanks, so I'm happy to have this conversation. In terms of what has gone wrong...
What is this countdown that he's doing?
...in the Democratic Party, it's the same thing that went wrong in the Republican Party, but I do have to give you guys credit for a revolution well done.
No, you don't.
Oh, yeah, you do. You absolutely do not have to hand it to them, right? As Drill once said, you do not, in fact, have to hand it to the fascists.
Cenk. No, you don't, Cenk. No, you don't. You don't need to give them credit for a revolution well done. You don't need to give them credit for anything. All you're doing is making their...
Elon Musk spending millions of dollars to get Donald Trump elected, and all Cenk can say, congratulations on a revolution well done? Fuck you, Cenk, you worthless ass.
Job easier, their agenda easier to accomplish by giving them cover, by legitimizing them, by sitting before.
Oh, chat, like I was told that I need to switch from the vape to the Zen, right? Turkey Tom has told me that if I puff on this is like a pacifier, and I'm not alpha, and I'm like Xander Hall. If I do, I'm just like, I might as well be Xander Hall.
This crowd of conspiracy theorists and white supremacists who deny...
Do I have to get on Zen's chat?
...that the insurrection was an insurrection. You're giving them cover and concealment from their crimes against humanity. And if you think it's too much, it's at the very least, crimes against democracy, crimes against normalcy, crimes against good order and discipline within a democracy. I mean, come on. Second clip, this takes place about 17 minutes in, where they're literally handshaking with one another. Charlie Kirk, a white supremacist, someone who is an anti-Semite, someone who hired someone outed as a virulent anti-black white supremacist by Tucker Carlson. Fox News fired him when his secret blog was exposed. Blake Neff is his name. And Charlie Kirk snatched him up to be a producer and a frequent appearer on his show. And Cenk Uygur has nothing but good things here. Handshakes, and let's go get a beer with Charlie Kirk. Watch this.
So you got to know what to convince the American people of and what to hold your ground on. And the number one thing to hold your ground on is constitutional rights. So I'm going to do some...
Like the Second Amendment.
Yeah, not protecting the most vulnerable in their time of need. No, Constitution. The Constitution. This guy sounds like Rand Paul. Do you remember? Did anybody remember? Michael Brooks did a lot of impressions of a lot of people, but one of my favorite was Michael Brooks' Rand Paul. It was always like the Constitution. It was one of my favorite impressions that he did.
No, I know. So guys, look at that. We totally disagree on that issue, but we just...
You were asking for that one.
He just dominated you, Cenk. He just fucking mogged you. You just got mogged with a man with a very little face in proportion to the size of his head. How do you feel about that?
No problem. No, but look, but that was an important moment, because
because you got fucking mogged.
Totally disagree on that issue, but we just shook hands anyway. And you know what we'll do afterwards?
Because he fucking owned you.
We'll have a big...
He owns your ass.
So, you know what it is when you disagree on something and then you fight about it and then you have a beer afterwards? That's called America. That's right.
Look, this isn't about finding common ground. If Adolf Hitler said, look, I like oxygen, it's good, it helps me live, you wouldn't say, well, look, there are some things that I agree with Hitler about. You don't need to do that. You don't need to find common ground with people who want to destroy democracy, with a party that endeavored to end democracy in America, literally attacked, had a failed coup attempt with their insurrection at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. Why shake hands and say, we can go get a beer, because now, yeah, we can disagree.
Listen, Jesse, I'm sorry, but those are the rules of the internet. Cenk Cenk has spoken. All right, these are the rules of the internet.
Your disagreements are about people's right to exist.
Do you think that anybody... Well, did he say the rules of the internet or did he say the rules of engagement? I don't remember what he said.
Human rights. About...
look, one of the rules of the internet, okay, I'm not sure if that's what Cenk was talking about, but right, one of the rules for the internet is Rule 34. And now I'm just going to have to say that Rule 34 is going to do something with this meeting of the minds between Cenk Uygur and Charlie Kirk. And I, for one, do not want to see it. I do not want to see the Rule 34 of Cenk and Charlie Kirk. It's going to be brutal.
Participation in the democratic process, that's a bridge too... Maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't glad hand with white supremacists.
That's what he was doing. That's the act that was the glad hand, right? It was Charlie Kirk reassuring him that it's okay to be dominated on stage by a man with a very small face. That's okay. That's okay, Cenk. I'm gonna get you through this. We're gonna like, right? I don't know. This is horrible. This is so bad. Because really what it is like, you got two guys with empires, right? Cenk's is a media empire. Charlie Kirk's, I don't even know, what is Turning Point USA? It was supposed to be attract young people to the Republican Party. Now it seems like it's mostly middle-aged and older people. It doesn't seem like it's really accomplished much on college campus, but it's still in there, pretending it is. But yeah, they're two. And what Cenk has done is he's like agreed to sign over his kingdom to Charlie Kirk. He's been like, yeah, no, it's like, it's all under we're now, what do you call it? Like, when you're the sub company of somebody, you're a subsidiary of Turning Point USA. That's what you are. You're a subsidiary of the freaking poly market, Cenk. And you're also a better man. A better man.
With racists. I don't break bread with racists. I don't have beers with racists. Apparently, the people Cenk chooses to sup with, to cavort with, are just different than me. He has a different tolerance level for vile white supremacy and white Christian nationalism, which...
Look, when I was, studying journalism, I had a professor that always said, he had this weird phrase where he'd say, like, don't sell out until you really have to. And it's like, whenever any of us were offered, like, a shitty gig writing, advertising copy or something like that, he'd be like, no, save that. Like, someday you might need that. someday you might be washed up, and that's what you're gonna do, right? And then you're gonna sell out, but hold out before you sell out. But I feel like Cenk, it's still look. I guess he's held out. He did his thing. He tried his luck. He called himself the home of the progressives, and ultimately he felt that the conservative movement was too strong for him not to bend the knee to. And so he's selling out. This is it right here. Everything at TYT is for sale, just like everything in the United States of America is currently for sale. There's a fire sale, chat. And the corporate vultures are going to come in and they're going to pull out the guts and pull out the eyeballs and just scavenge the fuck out of the corpse of what was the United States of America. Just like the right wing is going to do to TYT, Cenk, and Anna. It's going to get sick. You're going to want to look away. All right? And maybe we will look away.
Charlie Kirk represents. I used to, decades ago, when I was a young Republican, I used to say things like what Cenk just said. Like, well, we could disagree. I don't get angry about politics. I just have a different opinion than you. And I came to kind of realize that was because I had no skin in the game. Cenk is a wildly wealthy man. The Donald Trump administration isn't going to come for him. In fact, he'll benefit from the Trump administration tax policies because he's a rich man. And when I was a young Republican, I was a white Marine, middle class. I held privilege in my existence. I carried with me privilege. So I could be a Republican and support Republican policies because they weren't going to hurt me. I had no skin in the game. I'm not.
I gotta say that suit and the like, what is it called? Like a something square. Yeah, the thing that they wear in their pocket. Like, that shit is fire. This guy is real.
Black. I'm not being.
He's like the realest motherfucker I've seen on YouTube in a really long time.
Pressed. I'm not being boxed out of the franchise of democracy. I'm not gay. I'm not being oppressed. I'm not being told you're not fully equal. You're not fully American. You can't fully actualize and realize the bounty that is America.
Okay, I gotta put down the Xander Hall stick.
But apparently, Cenk is so simplistic in his thought, he doesn't work through that. He's okay with sharing a stage, hyperbole or not.
Chat, now I almost have to show you the video I'm talking about. God damn it. I made the mistake of watching a Turkey Tom video about Xander Hall, okay? And, like, Turkey Tom got a lot wrong. But it was still really funny.
He's a Nazi. He is most certainly a white supremacist. He is most certainly an anti-Semite. We could put together a collection of some vile things that Charlie Kirk has said, many of which would get the videos demonetized. That's the kind of character we're dealing with here, that Cenk Uygur made a decision to go and bolster the roster of guests at this Nazification of America festival.
I don't know, chat. I don't know. The Democrats got Liz Cheney and the Republicans got Cenk Uygur. I think it's a pretty fair trade. It's like no clout for no clout.
Choose to be there. It's one thing if you go on Piers Morgan with a bunch of these dipshits. It's another thing entirely to appear as a guest on stage to legitimize their movement. To offer.
And also, come on, dude. Turning Point, Charlie Kirk, really? Of all the people to sell out to, you couldn't get a guest appearance on Daily Wire or something. I feel like anything. I feel like going on Tucker would be a step above this. This is just dirty. This man Cenk Uygur is being degraded. And like, I mean, I don't know if Jesse noticed this part or is going to put this up, right? But we watched this, and at some point in the conversation, Cenk was talking about the importance of free speech and what should flash up, but an ad for My Pillow. And the big deal that they were advertising in that little pop-up advertisement was a pillow that cost, and I kid you not, $14.88. No, Cenk is sitting here talking about freedom of speech, and they're like, here's the dog. I'm glad you like freedom of speech, Cenk. Here's a Nazi dog whistle from a pillow salesman who supported a beer hall style putsch against the government to put their guy into place.
Congratulations on a revolution well done, Charlie Kirk.
Would he have said that to Hitler? Would he have? He would 100%. Oh my God, I hate that this is true, but it is. I somehow know that if he was in that situation and that government comes into power and it's all consolidated behind the Fuhrer, he would, kiss the ring. He would kiss the ass. He would kiss the everything.
We have a traitor issue in our politics today. Anticipatory obedience. What is the end goal for Cenk Uygur here? This veering to the right, him and his co-host Anna Kasparian, their bigotry about homelessness, their fear-mongering about crime that doesn't materialize, their bigotry about trans rights not being human rights in their eyes. It's gross. And they're giving aid and comfort to the enemy. And I don't use the word enemy lightly. These people are our enemies. It's not just a difference of opinion. If it was just tax policy, fine. If it's just gun policy, okay. It's not. It is about people's right to exist. It's about women's access to health care. They want to fundamentally, structurally change our culture and our society. And Cenk Uygur, apparently,
he would unironically have a beer. But the thing is, Hitler wouldn't drink a beer with him because I'm pretty sure that Hitler doesn't drink. Isn't that one of the things about him? He doesn't drink.
Is here for it. He's here to legitimize it as just a difference of opinion. I'm not here for it. Are you?
Chat, who else doesn't drink? Do you think of any other political leader that also famously doesn't drink?
I invite.
Actually, what? The last two Republican presidents, right? George W. Bush is, I guess, a recovering alcoholic, and Donald Trump had a brother who suffered with addiction and alcoholism issues. And famously, neither of them drink, although there's rumors that they do other things. All right? I'll just leave it at that.
Invite you to this conversation. You can comment below.
Okay, so yeah, Jesse Dolomore, highly recommended. Good stuff. Share this link with you. You can go and follow Jesse on YouTube if you want. All right, so what else do we have? We have, oh God, this looks good. Yeah, we got to watch this next. God, I swear to God, I had other things besides like TYT and Novara for you, but then people started sending me links, and it's good stuff. It's related to what I'm covering today. So here we go. Oh wait, good time to okay, so this is another host. Actually, I don't know this another Novara host that's talking to Francesca. But yeah, I just realized that it's time to thank my Patreons. Because without my Patreons, there are some months which I legit would not have be able to keep the lights on or the internet for that matter. So I greatly appreciate those of you who support me on Patreon. Everybody on my Patreon gets my videos before they are released to the general public. So they'll come out on YouTube, but they'll come out first on Patreon. And sometimes they'll come out in like an earlier version with no censorship, right? Like stuff that I would take out, because I don't want the YouTube monetization to dislike my video. I leave them in, right? So and you get it early, so that's a benefit to supporting me on Patreon. Everybody at the $5 or greater level, I give you a fancy shout out every stream. So shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Tracy Eva, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Shakespeare, shouts out to Nadia, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Just Julie, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to JR, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star Patreons. You rock. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. New shirt? No, actually not. I should get it's a very old shirt. But I love it. Yeah, that's right, Narwhal. I'll have to cover well, I mean, like does the lighting make it look like a different color? Oh. I don't know. Yeah, I'm like so tempted, chat, to like watch the Mark Lamont Hill interaction with Cenk after the stream is over, because that does sound really interesting. So but for now I've got potentially something even better for you. No, probably not. Actually, I don't know. I shouldn't predict the quality of content before I've watched it. That's just silly. But this is Novara Media talking to Francesca. And I'm not sure if they're going to ask her about Anna, right? But she's definitely it's clear that she's got very different opinions. The heart is extra blue? I'm trying to think of what might have changed recently. Maybe so. I think I've got more lighting now, slightly. Thanks to people that support me on Throne. I have this key light that shines extra light on me and that makes me appear extra crisp. Am I crisp? Am I crisp? Oh my gosh, chat. I don't know. Why do I need that much validation? Like, right? I need people to tell me that I'm crisp when clearly. Speaking of crisp, let's see if the results of the poll is crisp and clear or muddled and confused. Yeah, it looks like 45% of you are choosing J.K. Rowling. So 121 of you have voted so far. If you haven't voted yet, it's on YouTube. If you want to go over there and give a vote and leave a like while you're there, because that helps me out a lot. 45% of you who have voted, you voted for J.K. Rowling versus Brianna Wu. 19% have voted for Peter Thiel's favorite podcast, that being Red Scare, and Tyler Oliveira caught lying, and tied at 19%. What if Alt Hist is down at 17%? But it does have a buff from those that have donated. Remember, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat, or you can even let me know after the fact which of these items that you endorse, and I will be happy to put your donation as a percentage in the column of your choosing, or down here in, what's it called? Vox Populi, in which case you're debuffing. See, that's a minus. Everything else is a plus. You either add percentage to the poll numbers, or you take away percentage of the buff numbers, right? And make it more about the poll and less about the donos. Because you're Vox Populi. And of course you would. And that works whether you're doing a super chat, a chat, a super chat, a chat, a super chat, a super sticker. If you are getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting a membership, that counts if you're supporting me on Throne or signing up for Patreon or over on Twitch, of course. So feel free to let me know in the comments which of these items you want to see. We are 41% of the way there, well within striking distance of doing a little bit of bonus content tonight. Natalie Marie says, the Cenk versus Mark Lamont Hill debate is over. Holy shit. Cenk is being a bootlicking cuck for MAGA. Shaky Gurga. Snow time. Do I know snow time? What is snow time? Chad, I gotta admit, I'm not the expert on Twitch emotes, right? I know some of them. I'm familiar with the Monka S, for instance, and the Pog. Because I'm a pretty Pog person myself, actually. Thanks for asking. Less enthused about what if alt hissed. It was probably going nowhere. I mean, we're finding out a lot about this dude. The question is, like, some people hearing his story are disbelieving it. That it just doesn't, it's a little too much. It's a little hard to believe, right? And it kind of sounds like at times that it might have been written by ChatGPT, which we know that there's a lot of AI used in a what if alt hiss video normally. So it wouldn't be entirely out of character for him to write all or part of the script. Can you imagine, though, if you wrote part of the script about your family and your, life, and then ChatGPT just got a bunch of stuff wrong, gave you the equivalent, gave your life the equivalent of 6 fingers. You know what I'm talking about? Gave you a little hand coming out of your inner thigh for some reason. Gave you it's not even an uncanny valley. Gave you Will Smith eating pasta. You could imagine how your life story would be warped by AI attempting a retelling of it. But I wouldn't put it past, wait a minute, it kind of feels like that. It kind of does feel like that. I don't know, chat. Well, look, the only way we'll find out is if that gets chosen again. I'm going to leave it up there for now. We don't have to choose it twice in a row. We don't have to, if people aren't feeling Rudyard, if they're not ruddy for Rudyard, then we could always choose something else. Again, the dono goal is at 41%. If it gets to 100% by the end of the night, we're going to see some bonus content. And right now, it looks like that might just be J.K. Rowling versus Brianna Wu, but anything could change. So make sure to vote and let me know when you donate which of these topics, if you want to add a little buff to the topic of your choice. No one will think less of you, except for those voting in Vox Populi, who definitely think less of you, and they want to do everything they can to make your buff disappear and throw it back to the voters as far as what we watch as bonus content. But for now, we're going to take a little look at this video. I don't know how much of this I'll watch, if it seems unrelated. Oh, geez. Okay, I see the video that Cavernacle was talking about. We might go over and watch. So people are telling me that Mark Lamont Hill is done streaming. So, I mean, I guess we could try to watch it with tonight's stuff. Again, stick around because we're going to watch Novara Media's 3-person panel. Ash Sarkar, Michael, oh my god, what the fuck is his name? Michael, and now I'm forgetting everybody's name. But yeah, they clarify some of the questions brought up in the Cavernacle video, especially about whether, how much of this is like just Michael's feeling and how much of this is shared by other people in the organization. So we're going to get the sad results of our inquiry into Novara Media and what the fuck is going on with them a little later on. We'll take a look at this. This is Francesca Fiorini appearing on Novara Media? Yes, Novara Media about a month ago. I guess a little bit after Anna did, from what I'm hearing. And she got Stephen Methvin to interview her. Let's see what this is all about. Let's press that magic button and make this happen for real. Yo, chat, what do you think about the background? I sometimes wonder if I should change it, right? You know, I mean, like, I like the jellyfish. They're very ambient. They're very relaxing to watch, but at the same time, I can imagine like a frog pond or something. I don't know, just a thought. Frogs are cool.
Hello, make sure you're subscribed. You can call the voicemail line, and I'm sure there's going to be people.
Okay, what? What was playing? Oh, that was okay. Sorry, that was it. Started playing Jesse again.
Some on the left seem to have taken a distinctly pessimistic turn when it comes to left-wing organizing and left-wing projects. The argument sometimes goes that the issues are fringe and that they don't connect with ordinary people. And the suggestion can sometimes seem to be that the left should give up on those issues.
Okay, so Novara Media, let the record hold that I am, if this is some kind of counterbalance to what you did with Anna, we're watching it. We're taking a look. We're not ignoring it. I'm not trying to show my audience like just one side, just one view of Novara Media. I want to get to the bottom of this. I want to really understand that, what exactly is happening with Novara Media and not make the assumption, even though the thumbnail says TYT 2.0, right? I'm not going into this with the assumption that it's just like TYT because usually things aren't just like other things, right? Let's look for some nuance. Let's try to understand this. Let's give them a chance to show another side, another face of Novara Media, maybe.
And the people they concern in favor of a wider electoral acceptability. But just this week, one of those so-called fringe issues has hit right at the heart of American politics. Cenk McBride is the first out transgender woman to be elected to the US House of Representatives. She represents the state of Delaware. But instead of being able to get on with the job of improving the lives of her constituents, she's been dragged into a battle over which bathroom she'll be allowed to use. Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace is pushing to block McBride from using women's bathrooms in her place of work, and she has the backing of the Republican Speaker of the House. US network ABC caught up with Mace on Capitol Hill, and I should warn you that some may find Mace's comments pretty upsetting.
With your
Yeah.
piece of legislation about banning women from using...
100% yes.
My question to you is...
And it doesn't go far enough. I'll be filing more bills.
You have said that it was created in response to Congresswoman-elect McBride.
She's wearing a Cruella de Vil outfit. What the fuck? What the fuck?
100%. And
Should legislation be created targeted at one specific person?
It doesn't mention anyone in the legislation, but
you've said it was aimed at her.
No, I have said it's a result of this. I'm not going to allow biological men into women's private spaces. I will stand in the brink and stand in the way of anyone on the radical left who thinks that it's okay for a penis to be in a women's locker room.
Unattended?
Or a bathroom or a changing room? Hell no. I'm not going to stand for it. And the speaker said it would be in the House rules package. If it's not, I'll be ready with a motion, a privilege motion to force a vote on this. This is not okay. I'm a survivor of rape. I'm a survivor of sexual abuse. And I'm not going to allow any man in any female private spaces.
Now, Speaker.
End of story. And by the way, I'm getting death threats from men pretending to be women. Why?
Sounds like a skill issue. I don't know. It sounds like a personal problem. Like that she does not sound well. She does not sound well.
Why is it that these crazy people, the insanity, the radical left,
crazy people? You're in caucus with Lauren Boebert. What are you talking about, crazy people?
Are willing to kill women.
MTG.
over
You're pointing your little finger crazy people over there. Let me tell you. Thinking that a trans woman should use the women's bathroom. That's crazy.
Speaker Johnson has said he wants to treat every new member with the words dignity and respect. Forcing this congressperson to go into a male restroom, is that dignity and respect?
Forcing women to share private spaces with men
The penis.
is not dignity.
She's got the penis on the brain. She can't stop talking about it. She's just God.
And not respect. And I'm absolutely going to stand in the way of anyone who thinks it's okay for a man to be in our locker room, in our changing rooms, in our dressing rooms, in women's bathrooms. And in fact, if you agree with that, you're crazy.
Now, that was some intensely transphobic nonsense, but I think it was worth showing and is an example of what trans people face, especially in a climate where the right controls so much of the media narrative over their existence. And is that really how most people want trans women to be treated, just for trying to do their jobs? Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had, I think, a pretty good response to Mace.
What Nancy Mace and what Speaker Johnson are doing are endangering all women and girls. Because if you ask them, what is your plan on how to enforce this? They won't come up with an answer. And what it inevitably results in are women and girls who are primed for assault because people are going to want to check their private parts in suspecting who is trans and who is cis and who's doing what. And so the idea that Nancy Mace wants little girls and women to drop trow in front of who? An investigator? Who would that be?
The transvestigator.
In order, because she wants to suspect and point fingers at who she thinks is trans, is disgusting. It is disgusting. And frankly, all it does is allow these Republicans to go around and bully any woman who isn't wearing a skirt because they think she might not look woman enough.
Now, for her part, Sarah McBride has responded with remarkable grace, saying this: "I'm not here to fight about bathrooms. I'm here to fight for Delawareans and to bring down costs facing families. Like all members, I'll follow the rules as outlined by Speaker Johnson, even if I disagree with them. This effort to distract from the real issues facing this country hasn't distracted me over the last several days." Now, there's no doubt that being confronted with the right in power is a dispiriting moment, but does the mood of pessimism mean
Also, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the $10 super sticker.
that we should abandon what are considered minority positions because they'll never translate into victories that change the course of history? Well, history itself says no. The weekend, as we know it, was hard won by the efforts of trade unions and workers. In the 19th century, workers would only have Sunday as a rest day to recover from the week, although many observed the unofficial and secular custom of Saint Monday, where workers would take Monday off to claw back a little bit of leisure time. By the early 20th century, trade unions were campaigning for a full 2-day weekend and a 40-hour working week, making up 5 8-hour days. No longer would workers have to take whatever long hours bosses and factory owners decreed. It took mass strike action met by bloody police violence in the form of the Battle of George Square, an intervention by Boots the chemist, and an increase in trade union membership following the Second World War for the weekend to become standard practice in the 1930s, not even 100 years ago. But this victory was not handed down benevolently from above. It was fought for by working class people and won. Civil rights for Black Americans were similarly hard won by nonviolent direct action and civil disobedience for decades. Segregation and discrimination was enshrined in law, and white people could murder their Black counterparts with impunity. Civil rights activists were met by racist mob violence and police brutality.
Oh, how do I feel about the Congresswoman's attitude? Look, it pains me to see anyone having to be put in a situation where they have to, like, give up their dignity like that in a display of, I don't know what. But yeah, I don't really feel like directing my ire at her for it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's she's in a really fucked up situation.
But they were not deterred and eventually
I say let her pee, okay? I will advocate for her right to pee, which should be a very simple thing and we shouldn't have to ask for it. But no, she deserves to pee. Okay, she's like, again, this is a congresswoman that's not somebody I agree with on a lot of things. But she should pee.
Actually won landmark victories striking down racist laws and banning discrimination. LGBTQ plus rights were seen as unpopular fringe issues relating to sexual deviance well into the 1990s in the UK. Let's not forget that Margaret Thatcher's Section 28, preventing the discussion of queer identities in school, was only repealed in England and Wales in 2003, 21 years ago. And across the Atlantic, same-sex sexual activity was only federally decriminalized in the same year. In the 1950s, homosexuality was listed as a mental disorder by the American Psych.
Okay, well, this is an interesting introduction to the conversation with Francesca. Let's here she is. Okay.
Francesca, it's really great to have you here. How are you?
Good. Yes, Stephen, nice to be with you. And I thought that was a brilliant rundown of what's been going on just in the few weeks since Donald Trump was reelected. So I'm okay. I'm disturbed. Actually, every day I get more disturbed. Although I guess we have Matt Gaetz withdrawing his nomination for Attorney General. Obviously, Matt Gaetz.
Oh God, chat, and we still haven't covered the
child sex
report.
Trafficker likely slept with 17-year-olds at sex parties fueled by drugs and whatnot. And but I think that was a brilliant intro to this issue. And I find it really disturbing the way that specifically some people on the left and progressives think that perhaps we should be cutting out our trans brothers and sisters, the trans, people.
I can see why people are pairing this as bookends with the Anna Kasparian video.
In our lives, in American life specifically, in this case, in order to win over Trump voters. And that's just not just sort of morally wrong and bankrupt, just sort of reactionary as a strategy. But it's
also really weak, isn't it?
Doesn't respond and speak to, I think, the trends that we're seeing in the United States. I don't think that bore out in the data. We're now getting more and more as, again, votes continue to be counted actually from the US presidential election, especially in my state of California, where you can mail in ballots the day of. We're seeing that Harris actually was the one who didn't perform. Donald Trump did worse than he did in 2020. It's Harris and the Democrats that didn't actually perform well. They didn't get their voters out. They didn't get their base out. And that was for a myriad of reasons.
He didn't inspire people.
And I would even argue.
And again, Kamala having been on like opposite ends of several issues doesn't help.
It might be because they didn't stand with trans people and have a plan to protect LGBTQ plus people, just as they didn't have a plan to protect abortion rights, right? Or they tried to outline it, but it wasn't really clear. Joe Biden not willing to do very much in that scenario, given that Dobbs
and the major elephant in the room
came down during his presidency. But you saw these attacks on groups like trans people. You saw the attacks on Haitian immigrants legally here. And where was the counter? Where was the defense?
I'm sorry, but I will never stop believing that a big part of what caused Kamala Harris to do worse in 2024 than Biden had in 2020 was her inability to take a position of moral leadership on the United States' role in the genocide currently ongoing. I think that had a knock-on effect that is being underestimated by almost everyone.
Where was the narrative that said, no, trans people, Haitian migrants, these are part of the fabric of American society, and we stand with them as we build an economic agenda, a plan that works for everyone. As we talk about housing and healthcare and climate justice, as we talk about reproductive rights, as we talk about all of these things, and they were nowhere to be found. I mean, let alone the media. On Novara, I don't need to explain to you how the media abdicates its duty to actually humanize these groups as well.
Now, she's saying the media in general, right? But one could almost take what she's saying as implicating Novara as well, although I'm sure that's not what she intends.
But I really think that Sarah McBride's election, I'm sorry I'm running on, but I think that her election is so pivotal. I'm glad that we're having this discussion because Sarah McBride is proof that actually something that so many of us are so easy to discount, like, oh, representation doesn't matter. That's all identity politics. No, it matters. There you had a Democratic congresswoman saying on national television very clearly, this is a distraction. I'm focused on helping everyday people, all people. And I would have liked to hear maybe a little bit more about how she plans to protect all trans people. But we wouldn't have been able to hear that had this entire mountain out of a molehill not been made by Nancy Mace, who literally is in a Cruella de Vil outfit.
Yo, great minds, Francesca. Great minds. Yes.
Remember that. But
yes,
Stephen, I'm talking too much. Did I? I'm so fired up about it.
No, not talking too much at all. That was great. I guess I want to ask you another kind of criticism that's made of the left, which is that what this election shows and previous right-wing election shows, but perhaps for some reason this one is really coming into focus, I think, because there's an understanding that Donald Trump is offering an attractive economic solution to what you in America call middle-class people. We wouldn't use that term here, but to working-class people, as we would say here. Economically attractive packages, like populist packages, maybe involving direct economic interventions or that kind of thing. And so one kind of criticism that can be made of the left is that it's lost track of the economic argument and it's really just concerned with issues of social justice. What do you and that needs to be reoriented? Do you think that these things are separable or should be separated, or do you think they come as a package?
I think number one, we just have to distinguish with who we're talking about. When we talk about the Democrats and the Democratic leadership, that's very different than when we're talking about the left, which truly doesn't exist in this country. But social movements, those who came out against the genocide in Gaza on the streets and then were summarily, brutalized. Same thing in 2020. The children of the Great Recession, the children of Occupy Wall Street. So I just want to distinguish between the two of them. When it comes to the Democrats, I absolutely think
people didn't vote for Rudyard. Yeah, the vote. Look, Rudyard always does better with the donos, right, than he does with the voting. And it's close, right? Because when you donate, you can let me know in chat which one of these you want to support, and people have let me know. And somebody wanted to support Rudyard, so Rudyard's getting an extra 20%. So that puts Rudyard in the running. Yeah, it's pretty close. Like if I actually calculate, yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, Rudyard is running 10 points behind the J.K. Rowling's versus Brianna Wu, if anybody wants to know. We're at 51% of the dono goal. If we get to 100% by the end of this, covering what's going on with Novara Media, then we'll get some bonus content. And it could be What If All His biography, and it could be J.K. Rowling's versus Brianna Wu. It's up to you voters, and it's up to you donors. So,
that they use empty identity politics and sort of just rhetorically, inclusive language in order to paper over the fact that they have been hook, line, and sinker in with neoliberal economics, as well as war and militarism that have done nothing but backfire on, yes, the working class, but to say nothing of the world. And they're wildly out of step with their base, right? It's not even their base. 77% of Americans do not believe that we should be sending more weapons to Israel. And yet $20 billion later, here we are. So I just want to name that, yes, Democratic leadership absolutely uses, just surface identity politics in order to paper over their own missteps. when it comes to the left, who they like to blame, no, it was the extreme.
Wait, what is this? Nancy Mace literally trying to be Marjorie Taylor Greene?
We were catering to the extremists. They were not catering to the extremists. Kamala Harris is there saying she owns a Glock. Kamala Harris is campaigning with Liz Cheney, someone who is so toxic, the Cheney family, that not even Republicans will campaign with her because they understand that 8 years of the war on terror under Bush did nothing but, maim and murder Iraqis and Afghans and Pakistanis and, gave.
You're right. Look at this. Look at this. Wait, let's compare them. Let's get back to Cruella. I used to like a band called Cruella, but it was spelled differently. And chat, feel free to judge me for that. Feel free to judge me for that. Here, let's compare Cruella. What are we on right now? 1453. Who wore it better? I ask you, chat. Who wore it better? MTG? Or who is this again? Nancy Mace. Do we know Nancy Mace's middle initial? I feel like she needs to go by 3 initials. We need to know her middle initial so we can call her something to correspond with MTG because she really deserves that. And she also deserves tickets to Beetlejuice, the musical. And a vape. So chat, we're just watching this to get a sense of, does Novara Media equally represent different viewpoints? What is the other side? What is the other face? What are the other content creators on Novara Media? What are, is this, are they at least giving the Francesca Fiorentinis of the world the same chance, the same treatment, the same platform that they are the Anna Kasparians of the world? That's
dollars worth of debt when you talk about the working class here. But I really want us to remember, because as we talk about this, that I think that some on the left can be seduced into the idea that, yes, all identity politics are wrong without truly understanding.
And that's where you turn into Peter Coffin. I swear it, chat. I've seen it happen. And I've gotten the quote retweet to prove it. Okay? Motherfucking Peter Coffin came after me.
Be class reductionist about it without understanding that the working class in the United States, your average working class person, is what? Is a woman of color, just straight up. She's Latina, she's Asian, she might be working, as a domestic worker. She is an immigrant. That is who makes up the working class in this country. And so it was a massive misstep for someone like Kamala Harris to not only never say working class, she said middle class, which is funny that you mentioned that because you're right. We don't really have a middle class in this country.
We say it to say that we're not saying the poors. Fuck those poors, right? We're not uplifting the poors, all right? We're talking about the middle class, right? We're talking about the people that are doing all right. We're never going to uplift. We're only going to ever appeal to the middle class because to say working class, you're including some people that unfortunately, certainly the American political establishment doesn't have a lot of respect for, and culturally, there may not be enough respect for in the zeitgeist.
The idea of being upwardly mobile really doesn't exist anymore. It's about getting by. Most Americans I think it is $400 of an unforeseen expense away from being homeless. Or being, going into debt. That is massive. So the fact that Kamala Harris wasn't even able to say working class, and the fact that she is a woman of color and yet wasn't able to speak to the majority of women of color in this country who overwhelmingly voted for her, but who also need an economic plan that again brings everyone along, but of course disproportionately would affect and impact people of color, women in this country. So we need to parse out who we're talking about, but I do think it is a misstep. And I understand it. When you see someone weaponize like, oh, first Black woman, first Indian American woman. Wow, isn't that? When you see someone simply use that as a stand-in for real ideas and real politics, I understand it makes us sour on the notion altogether, but we cannot let go of true intersectionality, of true revolutionary politics. I mean, even just the ways that Bernie Sanders was able to say, in every single one of his speeches, Black, white, Asian, Latino, gay, straight, like he just, it's like everybody get on the bus. We're transforming American society.
It's like so refreshing to hear someone say the words revolutionary politics. Like, I love to hear that. But how do you take, I mean, in terms of reflecting on this moment, and I think reflection is probably a pretty good thing. So, and I know I'm talking about the left, not the Democrats or liberals. What do you think the solution is to the question of how we make those ideas convincing to a broader electorate? I mean, yeah, what kind of reflection should we be taking at the moment on our strategies for communicating, our strategies for organizing? Yeah, what do you think? What do you think the answers are there? Or maybe you think that gap doesn't really exist at all?
No, I think it exists, but I do think that Democratic leadership has a huge responsibility, and I think the media has a huge responsibility. And I also think that the fact that, Novara, my channel, a lot of the channels that I work with, our media outlets are struggling, right? And
notice she said my chat. Well, does she mean like, is her channel owned by TYT? I guess I never thought of that. Like the Bituation Room. Is that her thing? And then she also does content for TYT, or is it like? I guess I don't entirely know everybody's situation.
I know that this is
or bituation, as it were.
User supported, and I think that's really, really important. But it's like we are living in the death knell of media, not just mainstream media, but all media, and it's really frightening when you have billionaires, truly like fracking billionaires, who just funnel money into the far right media sphere in this country and get their message out there, whatever that might be, whether it's, usually it's attacking trans people as inroads to their like BS culture war distractions. It's all kinds of reactionary takes around how we cozy up to Israel.
Akla says it's Nancy Ruth May, so it'd be like NRM. Huh. She does give Ruth energy. Yeah, I just don't know if does NRM have the resonance of MTG? When you hear MTG, I just want to run away. I get scared. Like, I expect to hear gunfire when I hear MTG. She's a contributor to the Damage Report and TYT, but like her channel is hers, right? Oh, you think she's getting suppressed for calling it Bituation Room? She said recently that she's worried about criticizing Cenk and Anna too because she's scared they'll fire her. Yeah. So supposedly Cenk is going to come on her Bituation Room tomorrow, or maybe on the Damage Report. They're gonna have a debate, I guess. And from what I've heard, the Mark Lamont Hill, I feel like we should watch that. I feel like we really should watch that. Do we want to watch that next, chat? It is part of the TYT network. Edwin Rollins confirms. That's her own channel, says Catergator. Ophelia says, I'm owned by TYT. Emma on Damage Report was the last time TYT was worth a damn. Oh, God. I always forget that she was there. I hear MTG and I think about the Smiling Titan. Something aggressive, someone aggressive wanting to play Magic the Gathering. Oh my God. Wait, aggressively wanting to play? Wait, is it No, it's not the one where it's time to duel. That's Yu-Gi-Oh. That's Yu-Gi-Oh. Brandon's pretty good for the record. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so I mean, hopefully we'll watch that. Please. It was Unhinged. Okay. Well, let's do it. Let's make it happen. We've got so much content, but I think we got a good sense of, they're platforming Francesca. I don't know. I mean, it does feel clear. I mean, we're going to see more and more of what the, point people on the network
Hit like and subscribe.
think. But yeah, let's take a look at Mark Lamont Hill here. Cruella, our dubstep duo. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, the train. I don't know. I just my first EDM concert was Cruella when Zed's dead. Oh my god. I thought you were gonna say Zed for a second. But yeah, Zed's dead. I remember them. Yo, Binu N Space, thank you for the gifted membership to Cater Gator. Cater Gator, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. It's the 3 Duck Day Christmas. My true duck gave to me. I can't do the quacking thing. Wait, I used to be able to do it if you push air through behind your molars or whatever, you can do a Donald Duck sound. That's how the Donald Duck sound goes, but I just realized I can't do the Donald Duck sound. Oh my god. I'll have to work on that. Anyway, Chad, that's a personal problem. That's a skill issue. That's a skill issue for me to work out. I gotta get good. But yeah, that does bring us to 54%. We're at 54% of the dono goal. Again, well within striking distance of being able to get some extra content tonight. Francesca is great. Her husband is hilarious. Matt Lieb is awesome. Yes, I love Matt Lieb is great. Matt Lieb is amazing. So yeah, are you ready for this debate? Supposedly it's unhinged and wild and all kinds of other descriptive words. But yeah, let's take a look and see what we got. Mark Lamont Hill versus Cenk versus Shaky Gurga.
You're watching the Mark
You're watching
Lamont Hill official YouTube channel.
Peace, family. It's your brother, Mark Lamont Hill. Welcome to Night School. Every night here on the Mark Lamont Hill official YouTube channel, we hold Night School, where we break down the most controversial subjects, the most interesting topics, the most contested debates going on in the world today. And tonight is no different. We have what I hope is a really spirited conversation. I see it, Mark, as a debate. It's not really a debate as much as it is a spirited conversation. I hope.
Ethan recently tried to get Bad Hasbro and Matt Lieb canceled. Yeah, well, he tried to get Matt Lieb fired. Right, I covered this a little while ago. He was basically Karening. He was like, oh, I wonder, does Matt Lieb's employer know that he's doing this? Oh, I don't know. What would your employer say? All this, these allegations against the left of silencing dissent. And here you have Ethan Klein trying to go after somebody's job for them expressing a different opinion, for them disagreeing with him. Brent's husband better than Anna's husband? Wait, do we know? I don't think I've ever seen Anna's husband. But yeah, go follow Mark.
With Cenk Uygur. Y'all know him. He's been on the show before. He's a friend of the show. He's also all over the internets for a very long time. He's a YouTube legend. He's the founder and CEO of TYT.com.
So a very positive introduction of Cenk as a guest.
And he's been getting a lot of backlash for his appearance at Turning Point USA's America Fest, where he joined Charlie Kirk on stage.
Yeah.
Talked about this 2 nights ago. I didn't understand it. I didn't like it. I was confused by it. I was frustrated by it.
I was grossed out. I threw up a little bit.
And I said, let me reach out.
To Shaky Gurga,
my guy, and see what he thinks about it. See if he can come on and have a conversation about it.
Yeah, we got some Shaky Gurgas in chat. I need those Shaky Gurgas.
And he did. He's here. Before I bring him on really fast,
do I have to post him myself?
Again, and we showed this the other night. I'm going to show you all the clip. They got a lot of people just a bit confused.
There was a few clips.
What I mean by
Shaky
that
Gurga.
is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country.
Shaky Gurga.
The establishment. So I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
All right. Yes, I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing, okay? And
I'll stop. I'm sorry, chat.
What do you guys think about Dick Cheney? My left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives. Take the win. Take the win. Now, what we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do likewise. We need to have a revolt against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's.
I wanted to keep that piece in because I know a lot of people have been quoting Cenk out of context and making it seem as if he was just leaning toward the right. And it's very important to note that he also said, for you leftists out there, that he said we need to also have that same energy toward Joe Biden.
Yeah, I agree, Andrea. This is embarrassing.
And toward Kamala Harris, so that we can have a true progressive movement, a true left-wing movement. I want to bring him in now so we can talk about what this all means. My friend Cenk, good to see you.
There he is, Shaky Gurga.
Appreciate that you had me on so we could talk it through rather than just yelling at each other or talking at each other, etc. So appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's my pleasure. After you appeared there, and I want to get to the why of that, you said something else. Actually, before we go there.
Wait, you have cake, Lucky?
What made you go to this thing? Why would you appear there?
Yeah. So I've got to rewind all the way back to about a year ago to explain that. Because if you had asked me a year ago, would you go to AmFest and talk to Charlie Kirk? I'd say, is he ready for what I'm about to do? Right. And so.
Wait, I'm sorry. What? Is he ready for what I'm about to do?
16 months ago about Joe Biden. And I was like, this guy's falling apart at the seams. And we got to beat Trump. And there's no way in the world this guy's going to beat Trump. And so both because of his mental decline, but also because of the numbers. The numbers were overwhelming. Anyone who knew politics understood he had no chance of winning. That's why I had, I had strange bedfellows before the right wing with David Axelrod and James Carville and other people who could read numbers and realize that Biden was going to lose. So
thank you. Thank you, Cenk, for making me imagine you in bed with James Carville and wait, who else? Who else was in that bed? Who else was joining that lemon party?
Strange bedfellows before the right wing with David Axelrod and James.
David Axelrod?
And other
really
people who could read numbers and realize that Biden was going to lose. So as you might remember, I ran against Biden in the primary just because I got so desperate. I was trying to bring progressives into the race and I tried to bring governors into the race. I'm like, somebody's got to beat Trump. And so then when I ran in that act of breaking glass in case of emergency, just to try to push out Biden in any way, shape, or form, I started going on a lot of shows, and some of them wound up being right-wing shows. And in the beginning, I was just as skeptical as a lot of folks on the left are now. But slowly I started seeing something. And so, guys, I don't want to get it twisted. It's not like I started saying, "Oh my God, the right wing is they're all angels, and none of them have any bad intent." So no, of course not. That's any
So far it's been very polite, very
description of 77 million people that boils it down to any extreme is comical, right? But what I did start seeing is things that surprised me, like they really
No Jink, says Edwin Rollins. You were just trying to sell your book.
do hate not just Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, but they hate the concept of war because they think it wastes our money.
Wait,
they think they
Jink does unspeakable things to garlic sauce?
hate the concept of corruption, and I think that they actually do hate corruption. But
is that true?
But they're blinded to Trump's corruption, right? And so the more I saw and the more I started to feel like, wait a minute, there's actual populists in those hills in a way that was really encouraging. And Mark, the reason why it's encouraging is at the end of the day, in order to do something that is grand, something that actually regains our democracy, something incredibly difficult like getting money out of politics, at some point I've always known, and I've said this for over a decade, that the right and the left, you have to unite against the establishment. So for the first time in my life, there's a shred of hope that actually could happen. So that's what opened me up to having further conversations, including going to AmFest.
And open up he did, like an oyster, before Charlie Kirk pouring in the lemon juice.
Okay, I mean, the other night here on the show on Night School, I
is that too much, chat?
Sort of laid out what I thought was the best possible explanation. Because there are people who are saying you were a grifter, that you bought in, you've sold out, you got money to appear there, and you're drifting to the right. And I said that I respect you enough and care enough about your importance to this movement.
Benu says Mark is just being patient. He's got a killer stare. Yeah, I have a feeling he's not going to let Jink get off easy here.
To give you the benefit of the doubt. And the benefit of the doubt means I can just say he's wrong, right? He's made a bad choice without assuming bad character, without assuming bad faith. I just think you might be making a bad choice, and I do. And so that's part of what I wanted to sort of get at, because that argument you laid out to me is the best case scenario, right? Is that you believe that there's a shred of possibility that the right, or at least the people assembled in that event, are so fed up with the establishment that they're willing to align with those of us on the left who are fed up with the establishment, and that we can tear this thing down and produce something new. I'm baffled as to why you think that's the case. But let's start with the booing, because I think that's a good example of what I'm talking about. You sort of pointed to the Mitch McConnell boos, which I'm always a fan of, and the Dick Cheney boos as evidence that, look, they're done. But that crowd there, I would argue, that crowd wasn't booing Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell because they represented any particular political vision or because they were part of the establishment. They booed them because they're Trump cult members, and Trump has issues with them. If those people, if Dick Cheney stands up and says, "I'm endorsing Donald Trump," that whole crowd erupts in his favor. So to me, that's not even about a political move against the establishment. It's just good old-fashioned cult behavior.
Yeah, no, I disagree. So let me break it down. First of all, I appreciate you not assuming bad intent. Apparently, that's a rarity online.
Very rare.
Yeah, and so number two is, just to be clear with everybody, I did not get paid for that. So I know that there's all these conspiracy theories out there. But no, I don't get paid for any of this. And if it's, and then you
sold out for free. You sold out for exposure. That's what you did.
By the way, there's two conspiracy.
He paid you with exposure.
Theories. Let's put it that way. One is that I'm doing it for the money, and the other is that, oh, that's it. The Young Turks is going down. Well, you can't have both, right? Either we're going down and we're going to make less money, or we're grifting for the money. So pick one. But no, it has nothing to do with money. So now to the substance of that question, Mark.
Duck Cheney.
So, look, I think you guys are wrong. So on the one hand, I get it, Mark. So the fact that Trump is against McConnell and Cheney, is that relevant? Of course it's relevant, right? It didn't come out of nowhere. But are they? So look, there's three layers within the right-wing movement.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Chat's talking about cake. Jink just said 3 layers. I am now imagining a 3-layer angel food cake.
This is true on the left side too.
And it tastes delicious in my imagination. Not gonna lie, Ducky wait. Ask him about his thoughts on Gramsci's concept of the subaltern. Yeah, that's right. They're not a cult. Trust me. They only collectively believe in one person and follow their leader. They're populists.
It's really a hierarchy, right? There's the voters at the bottom, right? And then there's the media figures and politicians in the middle. And then there's the very top leadership, right? So
wait, Greece. Oh, yeah. It's like the one where they're like 50s.
And that hierarchy of also has a hierarchy of trust, in my opinion, which is that you trust the voters the most and the leaders the least, right? And for a lot of people, mainstream media would say the opposite: trust the voters the least and the leaders the most.
Is that the one with like, tell me more, tell me more?
I totally disagree. I'm a populist. I think that's nonsense. I think the leadership on both sides are deeply corrupt and have, personal incentive for that corruption, whereas the voters are just real people, right? So, and
I don't know if I've ever had angel food cake in layers.
MAGA voters are honest to a fault. I mean, they're not hiding their opinion at all, right? And they will say things to you that'll rock your world, right? And so,
wait, am I not a fan of musicals? I mean, I know a lot of them.
Trump is dishonest. Well, of course, right? I mean, he has an enormous track.
I just haven't listened to that particular. Like, I think I've listened to some of the soundtrack. I just don't think I've ever seen like the movie.
Right? If you say the politicians are dishonest, of course, overall, of course, right? And right-wing media is where it gets actually a little bit interesting. So, but when I go to go on these right-wing shows, one, there's right-wing media, which we'll come back to in a second. But two, just on their voters first, right? How can I tell? Well, number one, you get the comments in social media, you see it on those posts, etc. Number two, having gone to AmFest and other places, I've now seen and interacted with hundreds of MAGA guys, and they don't all speak for each other, and they don't all speak for the movement, etc. But on top of that, sometimes, the first time I was on Patrick Bet-David's show, or the second time, they did a poll.
Or the second time, I can't remember because I've been on twice.
I push for paid family leave, and I try to can we start something on this show, left wing, right wing, get agreement, etc. And I explained to them what paid family leave is and how moms get 12 weeks off after they have a baby, and they kind of love it, right? Because that you can see how that could match conservative ideology. So the only one that was a little bit hesitant.
Now you want the cake that I invented in my imagination? I know, right? What would it have in between the layers, though? Would it have it would have some kind of... Wait, what does angel food cake normally have? Isn't it like a kind of like a hard glaze or something?
It was the main host, Patrick, right? But all the other hosts were like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. And then they polled their audience, and 75% of them said, yes, we want paid family leave. Okay, so they're not lying. They genuinely mean it. And Mark, you have to remember, those guys have been lied to their whole life, first with mainstream media and then to a large degree with right-wing media. So they've never heard a positive take on paid family leave.
Right? Bad lefty, hard glaze. Hard glaze.
When paid family leave is explained, they're like, wait a minute, why is that not a conservative idea? We love that idea. And the polling bears that out. 84% of the country wants paid family leave. 74% of Republicans want paid family leave. Okay, so then I started to realize,
we got to hit them with that shaky Gurga.
Misdirected populists. They got pushed out by the Democratic Party that's so authoritarian, so pro-establishment, etc. And then they went in the wrong direction, but some of them have good intent. Now that we can argue over the percentages and
but that was going to be my question. What percentage of MAGA people do you think has good intent?
Yeah, it's impossible for me to know. I'll make it up. In terms of like the lost tribe of populists, it might be, you're going to be surprised at the number, but I think that might be as high as 15% in the right wing. Okay. I
can accept that. That doesn't shock me. I don't agree. I think it's lower, but let's say it's 15%. Let's say that that still means that 85%.
No, hold on, Mark. Sorry. Let me be clear. When you say, so I was going to clarify further. Right. There's, 50, whatever the number is, 50% or so, are the old school MAGA that right, and you're familiar with. Like, so Trump says it, yes.
White
so,
nationalists, racist, evangelical, Trump cult supporters.
Yeah, I wouldn't use all those adjectives for the whole 50% at all, right? But I understand, do some of those folks exist on that end of the spectrum? Of course.
Not some. I mean, some is, it's not some. That is the organizing logics around MAGA were white nationalism, were anti-blackness, were xenophobia. I mean, Make America Great Again, even as a title, even as a label, even as a framework, is about a certain kind of appeal to a certain kind of American narrative. Whether you think it's Make America Great Again like 1800s, or whether you mean it as Trump says he means it in the Reagan era. Either way, you're talking about shrinking government. You're talking about, at least the government we care about, expanding, except for, military and police and stuff like that. You're talking about taking away the social safety net. You're talking about stripping away some of the most important institutions like the Department of Education, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, this is the core organizing logic around it. And for Trump, it begins really with birtherism, and then it emerges into build a wall. I mean, this is the organizing logic. People who put on those hats believe this stuff. I mean, these aren't just Tea Party members.
And we're going to find out about the breakdown of that belief, because there are contradictory beliefs within MAGA, and they are now fighting on Twitter. We're going to have to cover that tomorrow, though.
Who are just lean conservative.
That's a very interesting story. The tech bros versus the MAGA chuds.
Conservative.
Yeah, Mark, I think it's more complicated than that. So just to finish the earlier thought, and then I'll get to that point. So there's a good 35% or 35, 40%. These are such made up numbers, but that to me are like, they think they mean well, for sure. I mean, look, of course, everybody thinks they mean well, but I mean, like, right, they don't have any kind of white supremacist agenda. They're not necessarily misogynist or something. They might have old stereotypes in their head.
Why do you believe that's true? Again, we're both conjecturing here, but why do you believe that's true?
Yeah, because I've interacted with them. And I think that what we've done is that we've gone into our bubbles, and we both think that each side is so evil that you can't talk to them. And they feel the same way about us, right? But to the point that you were making about, the origin of MAGA. So the reason why I say it's a little bit more complicated than that and nuanced is because what's the origin of the Republican Party, the modern Republican Party, not the old one, not the party of Lincoln, et cetera. I actually wrote about this in my book, Justice is Coming. I have a chapter called Why Republicans Suck. So I was not unclear about it, right? And so I explained that when I was a kid, I grew up a Republican because my dad was a small businessman, et cetera, and we believed the story that mainstream media told us about a shining city on a hill and Reagan's speeches about that, right? And then when I realized that the Republican Party the modern Republican Party was built on the Southern strategy, I felt lied to in a big way, a giant way. Like, if I thought the Republican Party was based on racism and hatred and I'm Muslim, why would I support them? That doesn't make any sense, right? And the Southern strategy was so explicit, so clear. We are going to get the racist voters in the South that the Democratic Party left behind when they passed the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act under Johnson, right? So that's the basis for the modern Republican Party, along with greed. And so I'm super clear on that. So MAGA is not, the origin you're talking about, 2016, is not that different than what that party was anyway, right? So, yeah, so I get that. But these days, like, that still remains. But if you talk to those people, they don't think that they're racist or sexist at all, right? And so I know that
most racists don't, though.
Yeah. So look, I've seen guys who say, "No, I'm not racist. I had a black person in the house the other day, and I even let him use the bathroom."
Exactly.
Like, that's so, like, that way of thinking is so racist, and you don't know it, brother, right? So, like, I got it, right? But now there's a whole heap of people that were just pushed out by the Democratic Party. They hate the establishment. Democrat became more established. But they hate us on the culture wars. And on the culture wars, it gets super messy, because part of the reaction to what happened with the MAGA and making America great again, to your point, Mark, is that there was this feeling of, oh no, we're going to lose power. Now, that doesn't consciously come out as that guy saying, I'm afraid black people are going and brown people are going to take over. That's why I'm supporting white supremacy and et cetera. They don't say that, right? But there's cultural movements. So the cultural movement of white America was like, uh-oh, we're getting over the edge here. We're about to lose the majority. And then we're in a world of hurt, right? And you have this instinctual cultural reaction. And that's kind of what you sense with the beginning of MAGA, right? And so, and then by the way, but let's be fair, our side, I think, and we can debate this too, I think we went too far. And so we went so maximalist that we lost the majority of Americans. And so Republicans, when they started saying identity politics, that was
You got to ask yourself, what do you mean by maximalist, right? What is maximized? And if the answer is justice, how is that a bad thing? I mean, right? If we can't. See, he's going with this liberal brain rot where we see the extremes as inherently bad and the center is inherently good, losing track of the fact that the center was established by cutting off the left, right? The United States idea of the center, of that which is not too far to the left or too far to the right, is actually, we start off with like any sort of serious confrontation of capitalism as being beyond the pale. That's too far. And what are you doing with your like, oh my God, defund the police? Oh, you're putting more stuff beyond the pale. You don't agree with it, that's one thing. But Jink, you're establishing and you're reinforcing a culture of not looking at that as even an option. And that inherently drags you to the right. So you've got a right skewed center that you're seeing as virtuous by its mere existence in the center. That is madness, dude. That is madness.
The trick in the beginning, because what's the Southern strategy? Identity politics, right?
Just so my audience understands, when you say we went too far, what would be an example of going too far?
Yeah. Let's take a couple of things, right? So I'm 100% in favor of trans rights at every show I go on, and at that event, I knew it was
but
a little risky. But I asked them to say, look, trans people are American citizens, and they should get 100% of the same constitutional rights as we do.
Except for sports. Except for sports. No sports. But other rights. And maybe locker rooms. We're going to have to say something about locker rooms. And
agree, so that's great, right? That crowd was a little bit more mixed. It was about.
And also, you can't play sports because you experienced a puberty as as one gender, but you also can't get puberty blockers so that you don't experience that puberty. We're going to force you to go through a puberty that you do not want, because that's supporting trans people somehow.
2/3, 1/3, 2/3 agreeing, 1/3, right? And so, but on our end, when we say trans people must play in professional sports, right?
All trans people must play, whether you want to or not.
They shouldn't have a choice. But wait a minute, that's not where the American people are. And I don't even agree with that. And then people look at that and go, okay, wait, now you're.
Do you feel like that's a dominant issue of our side, of the left?
No, there's two things that happen there, Mark.
The criteria for inclusion in different categories of sports, you think should be a political issue that is discussed in bills in Congress and referendum, etc., rather than something that maybe should be left up to a sporting body? Ban all sports. That's right, McGoggles. That's the solution.
So the right attacks first. Let's be clear about that, right? They trans people are minding their business. Now, maybe culturally they're becoming more and more dominant. Our side is becoming more and more dominant, and it's starting to grate on the right wing, et cetera. But then the right wing passes laws, right, saying, "Hey, this against trans people, that against trans people."
Right. Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
That's my point. It's like that's a right wing issue. That's a solution in search of a problem. The right started making up all these laws and rules and saying, "Oh my God," as if the left were as if that were a priority issue for the left. And then the left speaks a little bit about it, but I don't. And then it becomes the left has gone too far. They're out of control. It's like, well, no, the right is doing that. It seems like you're almost echoing that right wing talking point.
So look, here's the example I use. So as I said at the Amfest event, I'm what they would consider extreme left on gun control, right? So I don't think
wait.
guns should even
Was that like Cenk just like turning away from the argument?
be allowed in a house.
Is he changing the subject? Because he just like, this is the thing about TYT. They hold these beliefs supposedly so strongly, and yet they're unwilling to really engage on any of this stuff.
If you have a gun in the house, you are much more likely to die from the gun. Okay, but I know that my position cannot pass. Right? I'm going to have to convince people a lot more before I could begin to defend that position in a way that's logical. Like I can defend it all day long, but I defend it in terms of running on that or engaging in that fight. Right? Yeah. So on the trans issues, the right wing is the one that baited us, right? They tried it, banning trans people in the military. That wasn't that popular. They tried the bathrooms. That wasn't that popular. Going after their core constitutional rights wasn't popular at all. And then, so they went all the way to the outer.
So the answer was that we should give in to them banning trans people from sports, right? Tell the sporting bodies, the exercise physiologists that made these decisions already, that they don't know what they're talking about. And actually, conventional wisdom says that the Y chromosome is, let me check my notes here, magical. It's magical and mystical, and it defies hormone levels or any other physiological measures like the ones that the sporting bodies had prescribed for participation of trans women in sports, right? That just throw all that by the wayside because Cenk's ignorant ass conventional wisdom doesn't understand it. Go fuck yourself.
Trying to find a place where we'll fall into their trap. So that's where we ran into professional sports. Some of the
so wait, fall into their trap. So standing up for trans people being able to use the bathroom, that that's okay. Standing up for trans people's fundamental rights, that's okay. But standing up for trans people's ability to participate in sports, and we can start there. We can just like, the trick is to give that up and to be like, oh, you're so right. These silly International Olympic Committee and their silly decision by their silly exercise physiologists. What the fuck do they know? No, Cenk Uygur, I know better. I know about the magical mystery chromosomes with which that function essentially as a JoJo-like stand and give trans women an unfair advantage, as if they had been shot with stand arrows, and we're now stand users, able to see other people's stands and able to activate their stand powers as well through the magic of the Y chromosome, which is apparently a scarlet letter. Will remain a scarlet letter on all trans women for the rest of their lives. Thank you, Cenk. That sounds wonderful. You are such a great ally.
Terminology we were using, birthing people, etc. And then gender reassignment.
He's been eating RFK's roadkill jerky. I don't think you're wrong.
Pre-18 years old. These are
okay. I'm sorry. The surgeries that are going on pre-18 years old are things like breast augmentation and breast reduction. These are surgeries that cis 18-year-olds are getting as well. You want to talk about puberty blockers? Let's talk about precocious puberty, for which cis people are being prescribed puberty blockers. They're safe and effective. But no, he wants there to be no puberty blockers so that he can make his argument that having gone through puberty with certain hormones in your bloodstream makes you ineligible for ever competing on the same level with other women.
They're very unpopular.
Although he probably wouldn't say other women. He probably thinks of that very differently Because he's a fucking transphobe.
I don't happen to agree with any of those positions, as it turns out. But even if I did,
but they're also not dominant. I just want to be clear; they're also not our dominant positions. Most people aren't. So even as we say it right now, it sounds as if the left has gone too far and the right is just being more reasonable. When the left isn't saying this stuff in general.
No, but Mark, that's the key. So when the right wing came in and attacked on those issues,
No, bad lefty. I get what you're saying.
Further out, there's a line where I would have drawn the line, even if I held those positions and said, look, guys, we're not going to win on those. I would say to the right wing or to anyone to make it super clear, we're not going to win on those issues. We got more work to do in convincing the American people to be on our side. But there's no point in debating.
Yeah, it's a absolutely incoherent argument. You're right, Cater Gator.
Because we're not arguing it, right? But we didn't do that. And you have to, and then when you get to the left, again, the left is not a monolith. The left is gigantic and has a lot of different parts of it. But in this case, a lot of left-wing activists online were like, no, this is, we fight and we die on this hill. Because if you give 1 inch, that means you're surrendering. And no, we always go maximalist. And so
you did. And it did have that effect. And trans people have been hurt by it. Like, your bullshit, your implicit bias against trans people has enabled Matt Walsh's explicit bias against trans people. How about that, Cenk?
You could tell in the reaction, Mark, because when Anna and I said, yeah, we don't agree with those, for example, those 3 things, right? People said, no, you're a right winger, you're a traitor. Some said Nazi, etc. And
nobody called him a Nazi, though. Nobody fucking called him a Nazi.
Well, that's not productive or helpful at all. And so then it became, oh my God, the left is digging in even more on this position. And I'm like, get out of the room. That this is not helpful. Not only to forget the Democratic Party, it's not helpful to trans people because you're now walking backwards.
Cenk, I'll be the judge of that, asshole.
And you're endangering them more. And here we are. We're back to now debating bathrooms because we lost so badly on that issue when we didn't need to be in that fight at all. Stop falling into their traps. And I give you the gun example because I want to show you guys, me too, right? Like, it's not like I wouldn't do it with my own positions. Here, I give you another example about my own identity, like Muslims, right? And this one's absurd because nobody asked for this law or anything, but I use it as an extreme example of like if I had done this, right? So I want to protect Muslims, Americans, and our rights 100%. There's no negotiation over this whole deporting, denaturalizing nonsense. We'll fight it 200%. Fight the Muslim ban 200%. There was a brother up in Minnesota a while back, and he sued the grocery store that he was working at because he said, I shouldn't have to handle bacon and pork at the checkout. And I was like, no, brother, that's your job, okay? If you got those concerns, go take another job, right? And if we had, let's say, dug in on that position, again, I grant we didn't.
Yo, Cenk, I love him making up things that are not political issues. Oh, geez, like the idea of a fucking vegetarian not wanting to handle meats at a... What the fuck? What the fuck, Cenk? Where did you get this? Where did this come from?
That was not
Shaky Gurga?
But if we had dug in and said, no, maximalist, that's it. Muslims should be allowed to work in the grocery store.
Oh, okay. So Muslims, yeah, that don't want to handle. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I kind of think that. Like, there's a lot of religions that, like, exceptions are made for.
We would have lost, and I would have said, no, don't do that.
Yeah, but you're
my rights backwards, and I don't want you to walk my rights backwards. Do you see?
I got you, but Jack, you're taking things that didn't happen and using them as examples to justify.
Also, like, he's not. I mean, right? Cenk is not like a. Am I right? Cenk is an atheist. He's not like a Muslim, and certainly not, against. Like, he's not really the person to speak to this question. It's just not. It's not even involving him.
Something that did happen. You're taking counterfactual, these hypothetical counterfactuals, and saying, "Well, yeah, if we had done this, this would be exactly why. This would exactly prove the right's point." But things didn't happen. But let me just take a step back because
No, I'm just saying that even if it affects me, I still have the right. Like I still have the same
I
strategy.
feel like that's not a good example of.
For sure. So I guess part of there are a few things you said that I think are really interesting. One is both sides are against the establishment, right? That these two extremes. I think that the challenge is that argument presumes that the establishment is something other than right wing. We have two right wing parties that are fighting each other. Now, I'm not pretending that Democrats and Republicans are exactly the same. I'm not pretending that the Green Party and the Libertarians are exactly the same. But these are two right wing parties. And so when you say, well, they both want to fight against the establishment, I think you might be right that they both in their minds want to do that. That's true. Similarly, they both hate mainstream media, right? But if and they clapped when you said that. But the difference is when they say mainstream media, they're thinking CNN and MSNBC. They don't see OANN as establishment media or mainstream media. They don't see News Nation as establishment media or mainstream media.
Wait,
so you two aren't
he means Newsmax, right?
About the same thing. So even if you're using the same language, you two have very different ideas about what the establishment is. That crowd in that room, if you told them to get rid of establishment media, they'd be okay with Fox News living. While you and I both know that Fox News is establishment media. It's just it's just the ultra right part of it. I'm saying that to say that just because those people in that room say we want to get rid of the establishment, we want to tear down the establishment, they don't want to tear down right wing anything. They want to tear down the parts of the establishment that allow you and I to exist and allow the most vulnerable people in this country to be safe. So to me, it doesn't feel like a fair or good faith argument to say, well, it's okay for us to come together. It's okay for me to be on stage with them. It's okay for me to be in this space because we both want to get rid of the establishment. No, y'all don't. Not the same way.
Yeah, Mark, I understand what you're saying, and I agree in part, but I largely disagree. So let me break it down. So do they mean mainstream media and establishment politicians, including their own side? Yes, they definitely do. Do they mean Fox News? No, they don't. You're right about that, right? So, but that doesn't. But what I say, first of all, we're not going to get everything we want right out of the gate, right? We're not going to come in and go, hey, we'd like to tear down Fox News, and they're going to go, yay, of course not, right? So, but what I do say is, hey, we hate mainstream media. Yes, agreement. And I say, look, and this establishment. So Democrats and Republicans play good cop, bad cop, but they're actually the uniparty. Republicans go, yay, totally agree, right? So by the way, that's a giant agreement. I mean, we're just brushing past an enormous agreement. And then we get to mainstream media, and I go, MSNBC and Fox News play good cop, bad cop. Now, that's the first time they've ever heard that, right? Because they think they've been told their whole lives, Fox News, right-wing media in general, good guys.
Wow. Yeah, you're not joking. The chat is absolutely roasting him.
Bad guys, right?
Absolutely.
But remember, our own voters, Democratic voters, think the same way, right? So you find a 74-year-old person watching MSNBC Morning Joe every morning. She thinks MSNBC is the good guys and Fox News is the bad guys. No, it's good cop, bad cop. They're both the bad guys. Okay. And so that's something we have to introduce to our voters and to their voters. So by having those conversations, I am in a lot of ways introducing that thought to them for the first time. And that's part of why mainstream media banned me in the first place. I'm banned on CNN and MSNBC because I think and Fox News. I think they got the sense, oh, this guy's going to convince our audience that we're not here to help them. And that's true. They're not here to help them, right? But since the right wing already did a revolt against their establishment, they're actually more open to that idea. And sometimes they'll even criticize Fox News probably for all the wrong reasons. So there's a lot of work to be done there, but it's not, no, they're totally disingenuous and they don't mean it at all. Look, again, they tell you exactly what they mean, the voters, the MAGA voters. They're not hiding the ball at all. So they really do hate the establishment. Here's another example. Today, a giant fight between the online right-wingers and Dan Crenshaw. And so who's right about that? The online right, which we're like more worried about in some ways, like more hardcore MAGA. But wait a minute, they're right. Dan Crenshaw is wrong. Dan Crenshaw is defending.
You want to explain, chat? I didn't keep up with the Dan Crenshaw thing because I was haven't watched. I'm more concerned with the Elon versus and the tech bros versus Cat Turd and the MAGA chuds.
all of his donors, etc. I was on with Dan Crenshaw on Piers Morgan, and there was Vincent from Vinny from.
I mean, Dan Crenshaw is the guy that the brave Mujahideen was the reason for his eye being missing.
Patrick Bet-David's show, very populist right-wing guy, and we ganged up on Dan Crenshaw because he agreed with me more than he agreed with Crenshaw. So these old lines are beginning to break down. And so at a moment like that, that's when we really need to be talking to each other rather than just saying, okay, everybody there is a white supremacist, and for them, everybody on our side is a weirdo, fringe, whatever they think of us.
Would I be hyperbolic to say half the people in that room at that event believe that white people are superior?
Yeah, it's not a great way of framing it, Mark.
How about 25%?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but since they don't consciously think that, they're going to be repelled by you saying that. And I don't care about them. I don't care.
I don't care about them being repelled. I guess what I struggle with is if you're a white supremacist if you are a white supremacist in this country, that's your tribe. That's where you go. You don't go anywhere else. Everybody in that room is not a white supremacist, but every white supremacist is probably in that part, is in that room, if you get metaphorically speaking. That is home for them. That is a safe space for them. Charlie Kirk, who's someone you shared the stage with, would you agree that Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist?
I would certainly agree that he has said very harmful things about.
Answer the question.
Mainstream media thing. Do you believe he's a white supremacist?
No.
Tell me why.
Because when you say white supremacist, you mean someone who has ingrained thoughts that lead to maintaining structural racism in this country, and from time to time literally says things that are racist that maintain that structure. When you say white supremacists, they think you mean that they go home and put on a hood and look.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you if Charlie Kirk meets his own definition of white supremacy. You just very articulately laid out what a white supremacist actually is, and based on what a white supremacist actually is, do you think he's a white supremacist?
I don't think it's helpful to use that word. I'm not going to use it, that phrase. I think we need to get past that.
I'm going to unilaterally disarm as a sign of good faith, and I'm sure that the right wing will meet me in the middle. We're not going to call you white supremacists, even when you are. And in return, what? You're going to drink a beer with us. But the Fascist Populist Alliance, right? Oh, no. Thank you for the super chat, Thomas Strom.
Kind of phrasing, because that just puts up a giant wall between us.
Between us and the white supremacists.
Yeah, but Mark, here, let me give you an example. Again, using my own identity, and this time very real, right? So I can go into a room and they can mispronounce my name. I'd say racist, okay? But wait a minute, my name is C pronounced like a J. How the hell is anybody supposed to know that? Okay, I can go to a room.
Yeah, but these are strong.
He is talking down to someone who is infinitely smarter than he. He's talking down in such an obnoxious way. Listen, I know you think that it's racist, but when somebody mispronounces a name, but actually it could just be an honest mistake. And you caring about actual racism that has real effects in terms of promoting oppression is something that you can call out. It's just like, oh my God, no, you're the one that's gone too far. Not Charlie Kirk. He's got open arms for Charlie Kirk. But if you're gonna call Charlie Kirk a white supremacist, that's just not being helpful.
But Jay, that's a straw man, Jay. No one is saying that. What they say is when they say Muslims are rapists, when they say Muslims are evil, that's the racist thing that we get outraged by, not them not pronouncing Cenk Uygur right.
No.
If someone says Muslims are rapists, would you then say that?
What is the actual pronunciation? I think it's Uygur is actually how it's pronounced, but yeah, people usually call him Uygur or Uyghur. Yeah, is another
that they're racist.
So, Mark,
I think when Hassan says it's Uygur,
how am I dealing with that situation is the question. Okay. So I started out with the really mild one of my name, right?
Yeah.
But when you go down the gradations of different ways that you could discriminate and be hateful towards Muslims, yeah, you're going to get to violent, savages, terrorists, et cetera, et cetera. And what's the best way to deal with that? Now, what I have done in the past, and what a lot of folks are still doing today is call them racist, etc. And from time to time, if somebody calls me an anti-Semite on TV, I do call them a racist back. Okay, so because I've never seen anyone.
He who smelt it dealt it.
Yeah.
Okay, the he who smelt it dealt it principle. I can get behind that.
Because I've never seen.
I mean, I don't want to get behind that. You know what I'm saying, chat? Not like literally behind that.
One who engages in it is on the Israel side that just automatically, reflexively, without even checking any facts, called the other person an anti-Semite, and they didn't think that Muslim lives were worthless, right? So I can't understand that any better than I do.
Wait, I think Mark Lamont Hill was making fun of him there.
Having been the group that is
I think he was making fun of Cenk, and Cenk didn't get it.
Most smeared in this country. I mean, yes, black people have had it much worse in this country.
I don't know about the most smeared, but let me ask you, just to pause you for a second, because again, I'm not sure I understand. Is there anybody in this country that you're willing to call a white supremacist, or do you just completely rule that word out?
No, of course. If they declare themselves a white supremacist, everything they say is about white supremacy. So, for example, Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite and a white supremacist. That's not hard to suss out. That's just defining feature. So,
not according to Destiny, at least not for a while. Thomas Jerome Newton says this can be easy. It can be easily stripped away. Cenk, despite Tiny Face, Charlie Kirk, I'm guessing. Thank you for the super chat.
To finish my point about Muslims, but instead now, Mark, when I go into a room, I start talking to them, and then halfway through the conversation, when they begin to like me a little bit, then I tell them that I'm Muslim, and I say, look, I know, Trump said we should ban all Muslims from the country in 2016 when he was running, right? So how am I supposed to react to that? And now we're at least have had some common ground and some bonding.
We've had some bonding. You've bonded with Charlie Kirk. And you're flexing that. We've done some bonding. We did some trust fall exercises. We can only call self-ID'd white supremacists. Yeah, that's according to Cenk. You gotta be what? You gotta be Nick Fuentes. You gotta be Nick Fuentes to be called a white supremacist. In fact, Richard Spencer, am I right that Richard Spencer is trying to claim now that he's no longer racist? So you can't call him one. He's a reform. You got to take him at his word. You got to believe Richard Spencer. Wait, Tiny Face is a busted Tom Cruise clone? Really? I've never noticed the resemblance. Charlie Kirk and Tom Cruise, who knew? I never thought of it.
Not all Muslims are terrorists, right?
You're one of the good ones.
Yeah. No, I get it. And they might think one of the good ones, but then when they see 12, 18, etc., how are we going to break it down, Mark? Because if we just call them names, it's not going to work. It hasn't worked. I've tried it a million times.
No. But Jake, that's disingenuous. Calling
them a name, right? Like, in his mind, saying somebody's a racist is equivalent to calling him a poo-poo head.
White supremacist or Islamophobic, that thing, to reduce that to name calling is unfair to the person who's being harmed.
No, I'm not saying it's name calling and I hate you and blah blah. And you're
no, but you just said to call them names. We're not calling them names. We're identifying them by what they are.
Yeah, but Mark, tons of folks on the right wing are Islamophobic, but me going and calling them Islamophobic is not helpful. So
and thank you for the super chat.
That's why I'm saying.
Your argument point that I'm not making. That's a straw man. I've never suggested in this conversation that we should be going into rooms and calling these people what they are. That has nothing to do with what I was talking about. That's a straw man. What I was talking about was the fact that you're in the room with people who look at the world that way and what it means to be in the room with the people who look at the world that way. But if you're stipulating from the beginning that you don't necessarily agree that they're that thing, that's different. I'm not talking about how they self-identify. I'm not even talking about whether we point in the room and say, hey, white supremacist over there. Hey, sexist over there. Hey, transphobe over here. I'm not saying we got to do any of that. What I'm saying is that if we're walking into a room with people whose ideologies and beliefs are consistent with white supremacy, with Islamophobia, with anti-Semitism, etc., we have to at least question
calling out those straw mans. Yes,
is of reaching a political alliance if at the core they don't think we're humans. If at the core they don't think we deserve the same thing, regardless of what we call them. And so if we only focus on the tactic of how to engage a white supremacist, we lose sight of the fact that they're still white supremacists and that they don't want the same things we want, regardless of what they say.
Now, Mark, this is a core disagreement. So if there's a room full of Islamophobes, I'm not going to A, not go in there, and B,
you're going to sit down at that table with the other Islamophobes.
I'm going to go in there and I'm going to start to change minds very gradually. Okay. And so I think that's a way better strategy. And yes, it endangers me maybe to go into a room filled with Islamophobes, but I'm going to do it again and again and again. Okay. And so it, like, even you saying, okay, half the room is white supremacist, but Mark, so you're saying they believe in systemic, like they are part of a system that executes racism in the country. Yes, but we all kind of are. But so calling all Americans white supremacists is not helpful.
But again, Jake, you're holding on to a point that I'm not making. You keep debating the argument about whether or not we should call them white supremacists. Let me stipulate again. I'm not making the case about whether or not we should call them white supremacists. We don't have to engage that part.
You're calling them internally white supremacists and saying, why are you going into a room with white supremacists?
That's the second straw man. My debate isn't whether or not we go in the room. It's how we go in the room, what rooms we go in, and what we do and what we say about the people in that room when we're in the room.
Okay, great. Let's have that conversation. Right.
So you went on stage with Charlie Kirk, for example, who, just to use your description of him, says, not white. We're not going to use the white supremacist language, because for the purpose of this conversation, it's not that helpful. But certainly he consistently advocates positions that certainly strengthen white supremacy. He certainly advocates positions that strengthen anti-Black racism. He certainly advocates positions that advance.
Oh my God, chat! I just realized
that push against women's reproductive rights. Just based on the things that he has said and done. Would you agree with everything I just said?
Largely.
Okay. So you're on a stage with someone like that.
Yeah.
Can you see at least how you being on a stage like that could make someone who trusts you because of all the great work you've done believe that he's not so bad? And maybe the positions he's taking are legitimate ones. Could you at least see how being in the room with him without offering any substantive critique of him in that space could be problematic?
But wait a minute, I defended left-wing positions, so I don't accept your premise.
I said a substantive critique of his behavior, what he's doing. I didn't say you didn't have a critique of it, right.
I disagreed with him on trans housing. So again, I don't accept the premise. But
okay, so let me restate it because I don't want to operate disingenuously. Can you see how it could be problematic to someone? Or let me say it differently. Could you see the problem? Can you see any potential problems in standing on a stage with someone who has such positions that are so antithetical, not just to yours, but to the interests of the most vulnerable people in this country? Could you see how you might actually legitimize him in a way that's dangerous to our side, not to the country, but to the people who are confused, to the people in the middle, to the people who are still trying to figure it out, or to the people on the left who are vulnerable, who are susceptible to a switch?
Yeah. So there's two parts to that question. So on the one part, can I see it? Yes. I can see why people think that. And I'll end on top of it, Mark, that not only are they worried, hey, is this legitimizing him? You're in the room with a person like this, etc. But we've also seen a pattern, right? We've seen Dave Rubin and we've seen Tulsi Gabbard and we've seen others. And first they go in the room, then they agree with a little bit, and then they agree with everything. And then all of a sudden they're all right-wingers. And then while still pretending to be left-wing and saying, oh, well, me as a liberal or a progressive or a left-winger is telling you you're right about all the issues, right? And so I get that's why people are concerned. So that's not crazy. I get it, right? But then the second half of what you're saying, I don't agree with at all, right? So does that legitimize them? Well, first of all, they won the election. So they won the popular vote. They won all the swing states. Like, we have it in our mind that
I specifically said not to the entire country, but to the people on our side, specifically in anticipation of you saying they're already legitimate and won the popular election. Again, I'm not saying that you're.
Am I legitimizing them to our side?
What I'm saying is there are people who are going to vote for them, right? There are people, majority of whom are in this country are going to vote for, say, Donald Trump, right? But if you stand on stage with Donald Trump, that strengthens Donald Trump's position. It doesn't undermine it.
No, it totally depends. So, for example, I interviewed David.
Do you think you strengthen Charlie Kirk's position? Let's not be hypothetical. Do you think you strengthened Charlie Kirk's position by standing next to him? Do you think you had no effect, or do you think you hurt his position?
Well, first of all, I didn't go there to hurt or help his position.
That's not your intention is irrelevant. I'm asking about the consequence of your choice, not the intention of your choice.
I don't think it had any.
I missed something, didn't I? I must have missed something. Did it get good? Chat, did it get good? Did I miss it getting good? I just had to get my potatoes. I made potatoes earlier and then I forgot about them. I have to eat the potatoes. We can't win them all. Rudyard still says his father inseminated him. So we're winning this week. He's still, inseminated by his father. Did I miss anything? I feel like I must have. I feel like I probably stepped away at the wrong time, didn't I? Just a lying debate pervert, like a defense lawyer for the KKK. I think they won, by like 1.5% was the last I saw, but maybe it got closer. The head tilt. What did I miss? Oh my god, I'm progressive like Charlie Kirk. I like Charlie Kirk because Cenk does. Cenk is on live supported. Oh my god, did I step away at the wrong moment, chat? They're turning the house trans? I feel like, did I miss something? Rewind it a bit? Okay, if that's a consensus, I will. Go back 3 minutes. I gotcha.
So does that legitimize?
That's about right.
First of all, they won the election. So they won the popular vote. They won all the swing states. Like, we have it in our mind that
I specifically said not to the entire country, but to the people on our side, specifically in anticipation of you saying they're already legitimate and won the popular election. Again, I'm not saying that you're.
Am I legitimizing them to our side?
What I'm saying is there are people who are going to vote for them, right? There are people, majority of whom are in this country are going to vote for, say, Donald Trump, right? But if you, what I'm specifically,
a little bit before this
issues, right? And all of a sudden, they're also seeing a pattern on top. So
people who are, but to the interest differently. Could you see the problem? Can you see any potential problems in standing on a stage with someone who has such positions that are so antithetical, not just to yours, but to the interests of the most vulnerable people in this country? Could you see how you might actually legitimize him in a way that's dangerous to our side, not to the country, but to the people who are confused, to the people in the middle, to the people who are still trying to figure it out, or to the people on the left who are vulnerable, who are susceptible to a switch?
Yeah. So there's two parts to that question. So on the one part, can I see it? Yes. I can see why people think that. And I'll end on top of it, Mark, that not only are they worried, hey, is this legitimizing him? You're in the room with a person like this, etc. But we've also seen a pattern, right? We've seen Dave Rubin and we've seen Tulsi Gabbard and we've seen others. And first they go in the room, then they agree with a little bit, and then they agree with everything. And then all of a sudden they're all right-wingers. And then while still pretending to be left-wing and saying, oh, well, me as a liberal or a progressive or a left-winger is telling you you're right about all the issues, right? And so I get that's why people are concerned. So that's not crazy. I get it, right? But then the second half of what you're saying, I don't agree with at all, right? So does that legitimize them? Well, first of all, they won the election. So they won the popular vote. They won all the swing states. Like, we have it in our mind that
I specifically said not to the entire country, but to the people on our side, specifically in anticipation of you saying they're already legitimate and won the popular election. Again, I'm not saying that you're.
Am I legitimizing them to our side?
What I'm saying is there are people who are going to vote for them, right? There are people, majority of whom are in this country are going to vote for, say, Donald Trump, right? But if you stand on stage with Donald Trump, that strengthens Donald Trump's position. It doesn't undermine it.
No, it totally depends. So, for example, I interviewed David.
Do you think you strengthen Charlie Kirk's position? Let's not be hypothetical. Do you think you strengthened Charlie Kirk's position by standing next to him? Do you think you had no effect, or do you think you hurt his position?
Well, first of all, I didn't go there to hurt or help his position.
That's not your intention is irrelevant. I'm asking about the consequence of your choice, not the intention of your choice.
No, I don't think it had anything. I don't think it helped him 1%. Not at all.
Okay, now listen. I think Mark Lamont Hill is probably too kind to mention this, all right? But Charlie Kirk dunked on Cenk Uygur. It definitely helped him. When you go on to debate somebody from the other side, and Cenk was trying to disagree on certain issues. And you show your belly to them. You show subservience, and they're allowed to perform dominance to you. Yes, you make his side stronger. Yes, you're like a freaking captured soldier over there.
Do you think I think this idea that if you stand next to them, that helps them is absurd.
Thomas Jer, super chatted $5.62. Dat you Cenk, dressed in Hugo Boss with your right arm up.
Oh no. Oh no. Has it gotten in there? Is that you, Cenk? Is that you? Thank you for the super chat.
Absurd, because on that logic, that's it. We never stand next to them. We never talk to them, and we're so superior. We never talk to them. Oh, we didn't legitimize them. We didn't help them. That's nonsense.
Let me ask a broader question. Do you think you advanced right-wing interests by going there? Do you think you undermine right-wing interests by going there?
Well, first of all, it's not binary, but I helped left-wing interests definitely. Okay?
How so? Tell me how.
So every time they say yes to cutting the Pentagon, every time they say yes to paid family leave,
look, every time if you were able to go there and like hold your own, which you weren't, and you weren't going to, because like I said, you were performing subservience, then you could maybe say that some right-wingers are going to see me and they're going to be like, maybe the left wing's not so crazy after all. Maybe I'll go check out, TYT. They're going to hear a multiplicity of views on them, some of them reinforcing their pre-existing right-wing beliefs, and some of them, maybe being like Medicare for all. So in his mind, like, he's got a path to, doing something good for the left. If he's good enough, the problem is he's not good enough. He's just oblivious to the function of that performance, which was essentially a surrender.
They say yes to conflict of interest rules, et cetera, that I could go on, that are all left-wing positions. Does that mean it's going to happen overnight? Of course not. Does that mean that it's immediately going to go to their leader and they're going to introduce it next week? Of course not. But is it helping for them to think, well, paid family leave, that does sound pretty good. Hey, cutting the Pentagon, that makes sense. I bet there is a lot of waste and abuse. That helps left-wing positions. The good news is they're no longer left-wing positions. The right wing agrees Their voters agree with those positions. Take the win. Take yes for an answer. Instead, the other ideology is white supremacists. I'm never talking to them. That'll show them. That won't help them at all. If I talk to them, it'll help them. Really? Because they won the election without any of our help. None of us talked to them, and they won anyway. So how's that strategy working? It's working terribly, terribly. And then we look extreme because we won't talk to anyone. And we just keep pushing everyone out of our party, everyone out of our side, and saying, oh, I am morally superior. And guess what happens? America doesn't like that. They think it's arrogant and obnoxious. And instead of having a conversation with people, we're putting them in buckets of white supremacists, Islam.
Buckets of freaking deplorables. Yes.
Islamophobe. God, America
Can I order the deplorable bucket?
hates that. We got to cut that crap out.
I disagree. I disagree. I mean, the idea of a moral agenda or moral issues was coined by the right. They absolutely think they have moral superiority over the left on issues of around babies, on issues around prayer in school. To suggest that the left thinks they have moral superiority and that somehow stands in contrast to the right's position,
It's
which
not
somehow
a contrast. They both think they have moral superiority.
So America loves it when the right says they're superior, but they hate it when the left says.
Everybody thinks that. How is America upset with the left for it?
Because the right goes, oh, you agree with me 5%? Come on in. I'm willing to have that conversation. I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to do that. The left goes, you disagree.
Do they? Cenk, let me introduce you to Laura Loomer and show you what she said about your co-host, Anna Kasparian. No, Cenk, you are not being accepted. Didn't the quartering just, like, roast Cenk Uygur? Didn't the quartering just clown on this guy, too? No, they're not accepting you. What are you fucking talking about? You're not being accepted into the right. You're being paraded around like a war trophy amongst people like Charlie Kirk. And you take that as acceptance. Neither of these things are acceptance. You're not winning, son.
Agree with me 5%? Nazi. And then, okay.
That's right. He's obsessed with people calling him a Nazi. And I don't know who has.
America goes, all right, then I know which side to go on. Because this guy says, the slightest disagreement, I'm a racist, I'm an Islamophobe, I'm a Nazi, etc. I don't like that guy. The other guy says, you have some opinion, you have tons of opinions I don't agree with, but you're welcome here. It's not rocket science. It's just politics. Of course, the side that
thanks for reminding me, Natalie. Yeah, Matt Walsh did too.
welcoming is going to get more voters. And that's exactly what happened. That's why they won the popular vote when we thought it wasn't possible. So stop blaming everyone and start listening to people. So when I listen to the right wing, yeah, they still had tons of opinions I don't agree with and I think are problematic. But then I did hear opinions. Here, I'll give you another one. Why did I go to Charlie Kirk in particular? Because when I interviewed him at the RNC, I thought we were going to have a brawl, right? And he comes in and sits down and then agrees that BlackRock buying all of the residential homes in the country is a terrible idea and that the government should stop private equity. Wall Street.
Look, all this talk about buckets is making me hungry, chat. Like, I want some vegan hot wings. You know what I'm talking about? In a bucket.
That's amazing. I've never heard a right winger say that. Every time I talk to the right
You think
wing,
it's a mainstream right wing position?
I guess they're not really chicken wings. It's more like you get like tofu and then you air fry it and then you soak it in hot sauce and it's really good. I don't know what the fuck you call it, but
Do you think
it's kind of like the same idea as chicken wings.
even a close to
Is that soy of me, chat, to really like, I don't think I've ever expressed a hunger for tofu on stream. Hunger for soy.
right wing position?
But soy is great.
yes, among their voters, that is totally mainstream. Among their politicians, no, they're just as corrupt as the Democrats and the Republicans in Congress are the most corrupt people in the whole country. So they both love BlackRock. I mean, you Democrat and Republican politicians would have an exercise in who could, pleasure them quicker. But the right-wing voters don't want their houses bought up either. And nobody outside of me and Anna know that because nobody else is willing to talk to them. And that's, in fact, when we say, they go, oh, no way, they're lying, you're lying, everybody's grifting. No, they're not lying and they're not grifting. They don't want their home.
Yeah, when you air fry tofu, it puffs up, but it also gets crunchy.
Bought up by private equity, and we don't want our homes bought up by private equity. For God's sake, let's talk to each other enough to find out where the agreement is.
You identify as pro-Palestine, correct?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Would you go to a conference similar like to this for Zionists?
Yeah, I definitely 100%.
And
And
you'd
I've
sit
done
on-
very similar things already. Yes.
And you sit on stage with Yoav Galant and Bibi Netanyahu and talk about the points of agreement.
Oh my God, I would love to.
You got to talk about how you think that Yoav Gallant's a good guy, right? Because he wanted to stop the war in Gaza so he could so that Israel could go hard on Lebanon, right? They had a difference of opinion of whether they were gonna which one they were gonna try to sign a ceasefire on, and which one they were gonna go hard on, and Yoav Gallant had the opposite opinion of the rest of the Netanyahu administration. So
Yes.
I guess he's a good guy, right?
Okay. Because then I could get to challenge Netanyahu and Gallant to their face. That would be amazing.
Do you think that you challenge these people to their faces to the extent that you would Gallant and Netanyahu?
We've seen what happens when you challenge, like, even Pierce Morgan to his face. You get dunked on, Cenk.
Because I didn't see a lot of challenging.
Yeah, but
I saw a lot of glazing is what I saw. I saw more glazing than I see at Krispy Kreme.
Seeing one snippet there. First of all,
that's what I'm asking.
I saw a hard glaze is what I saw.
I'm asking because I don't want to presume.
So Mark, two things about that. Number one, this was a venue where we were talking about a shocking new development where sometimes the left and the right agree. But I clearly said, and everybody in that room knows, and you go ask the right winger, they all know, no, Cenk's left wing. He's not MAGA, right?
Natalie says Cenk's wants to be MAGA's lol cow. He's gonna get his wish.
And so why do they know that? Because I've been on dozens of shows.
No, but
he might as well just put on that Sanachu medallion as we speak.
Why don't you avoid the question? Did you challenge him with the intensity that you ostensibly would with in the Zionist example? Did you challenge them to their faces?
On many of the right wing shows, on many topics, I do.
No,
yes.
at this event, at this event.
That's not what we were doing.
So no, you didn't.
No, we did challenge. You heard me challenge.
He dunked on you. He fucking dunked on you. And you sat there and you took it.
We didn't have a fight, so I'm sorry if you thought we should have had a fight, but we didn't.
No.
Because he fucking dominated you. He mocked you.
No. What happened here is when I asked you if you challenged me to your faces, you said, well, people only saw a snippet, which would imply to the viewer that had we seen more, we would have seen more.
No. I said you only saw a snippet of my right wing, my appearances on right wing shows, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh no, I've seen a bunch of your appearances on right wing shows. So there was no challenge.
We've all seen a bunch of your appearances on right wing shows.
This was more of a
no challenge. We clearly laid out places where we disagree. We just didn't fight over the things that we disagree on.
No.
Okay. There's a difference between disagreeing.
He didn't need to fight because he won. Yeah, he got mocked. The chat's saying it. The chat is saying it.
And challenging people on their position. For example, I could say, Netanyahu, I disagree with your position on Greater Israel. That's different than saying you've killed hundreds of thousands of people, right? I suspect if you're on stage with Netanyahu, you say, hey, you've killed hundreds of thousands of people. You prosecuted a genocide. What you're doing is against international law. You would dig in his ass. Is that fair to say?
First of all, it depends on the context, but very likely, yes.
But you're saying there's context where you wouldn't do that. Fine, fair enough. That troubles me, but I'm saying comparably, did you do something comparable in this space?
So in this case, we didn't go to set out to do a debate. If we went to do a debate,
I'm not talking about a debate. No, hold on. That's not what I asked you. I'm saying, did you confront them on the? You might not be debating Netanyahu, but if I see Netanyahu and I'm on a stage with him, I'm digging in his ass whether we're here for a debate or not, because it's the principled thing to do. Did you tear down the right for all of the problems, all of the harm, all of the damage they've done? Did you do anything that was
No, Mark, that's a totally unreasonable standard.
No, I'll answer for him since he's not going to give you a straight answer, obviously. He preserved his access. He prioritized being able to talk to Charlie Kirk in the future over all of that shit. Over any of that shit. And if you what was rule number 1? We fight. When we disagree, we fight. Okay, you disagree. And you didn't fight. You did the part where you agreed and you had a beer. And you skipped the part about disagreeing, about fighting when you disagree. You didn't do that because you wanted to preserve your access. You didn't do that because he had leverage over you. And you showed a subservient disposition to him and preserved your freaking access. You let him run his fucking, rhetorical game on you in order to make sure that you can talk to him in the future. That's what you did. It's absolutely craven. There is no excuse.
Saying in every
I'm
single
just
single appearance that I need to tear them down. Well, that defeats the point of beginning to have a conversation on the things that we agree on. If in the midst of that conversation we get to a disagreement, then yes, sometimes we wind up yelling at each other. I was on Tim Pool's show and I got into a huge fight with one of his hosts. And I don't care. I defend our position.
I don't know who it was. Was it Moonlord? I don't recognize the difference between his hosts.
Every time. There is no Ruben-esque, oh, sir, you are right, sir. Gay people are the problem, sir. There's none of that. None of that. But if you're asking me to pick a fight every single time, and do it vociferously every single time, that is an unrealistic and ridiculous.
I agree that it's unrealistic to pick a fight. But again, I never made that claim. That's another straw man. What I'm more asking about, I guess what I'm saying is, if you go there and you say, hey, look, here's the stuff we agree on. Let's move this stuff forward. Yeah, you didn't say, hey, you're awful on gay people, but what you did say is, hey, we agree on trans people. So
no, we don't agree on trans people. Because I said, do you guys agree with constitutional rights for trans people? Every time I've done that on a right-wing show, all the hosts said yes. In this case, 2/3 of the audience said yes. About a third didn't, but just my read of it. And then Charlie said that no, he doesn't think housing is a constitutional right. So I said I disagree with that.
So you agree with trans people having housing? Fine. That wasn't really what I meant, but I don't want to get distracted by that. My bigger point is,
look at that. He's got giving up more trans people's rights on his head, right? That's where his head. It's not on defending trans rights. It's about, well, I guess Charlie didn't like the idea of trans people shouldn't be discriminated against in housing.
Pointing to the right and saying, hey, here's where we agree.
I'm afraid that everyone is underestimating how bad things can get under the Trump administration. And he's setting himself up to concede more and more points. Because again, you could justify it by, well, there's just not that many trans people. Well, he can just keep justifying it.
Right doesn't.
He set himself up with a permission structure to just let the right wing do what it wants, and it will. They have the power. For at least the next 2 years, they have the power. There's nothing that's going to change that.
Seem to have a problem getting the stuff they want accomplished. They don't seem to have a problem advancing policies. So to me, to go in that space and
I think right-wing voters are just as screwed as us. What did Trump deliver for them in the first term? Nothing. He just gave corporate tax cuts. So they're not getting what they want either. And I'm super curious how they're going to react if Trump screws them again this time. Is it the old MAGA and I'm totally wrong and they all bow their heads? If he invades Panama, all of a sudden they love war, then I'm wrong. And then I'll be happy to say I'm wrong. But if it turns out that he continues to screw them and they rebel a little bit, well, that'll be an interesting phenomenon, right? But I don't know what's going to happen yet. We made up the percentages in the beginning. We'll see what the reality is when the rubber hits the road, but it hasn't yet.
Have you received any money for this?
None.
No one's paid you to appear?
None. Zero. None.
You appeared at this conference completely for free?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been offered any kind of positions, any kind of consultancies, anything from right-wing organizations?
Any sort of money to buy your studio, for instance?
None. Zero.
Okay. I'm not asking because I think you have. I actually don't think you have. I just want to put that on. I want that on the record so that there's no confusion. What do you say?
His chat is bringing up Polymarket Studio.
The person who says, and I'm not doing the hypothetical journalist thing. People in the comments have said it. I just don't know, specifically their names, but you can scroll through and see. You're not getting.
He's reading the chat. Never read the chat, Cenk. That's the first rule of streaming.
Money from this directly, but you know what side of the bread is buttered. You know that taking the positions you're taking will have you on talk shows. Your views will go up on the channel. You'll get more, you'll get a wider audience. If the right wingers who love to click on stuff and love to watch media, that this is still a strategic career move. What do you say to that?
Totally and utterly absurd. So number one, if you want to be real, of the two things, the theories that I talked about earlier about us, we're right-wing grifters and getting money for it. Oh, your audience is dying off, etc. We can't be both, right? Well, the reality is this has cost us a good number of paid subscribers. We're not unaware of that. And it
Because they don't want to support what you're doing. They don't like what you're doing. They don't agree with what you're doing. And they have every right to withdraw their support. In fact, like I could see them, being upset for the support they've already provided to, feeling lied to, feeling tricked.
has cost us in terms of the live show, etc. The number is there. We're not unaware of that. We're actually doing something really bold and courageous, which is that we're willing to risk our...
We're fucking over our supporters. We're fucking over our audience.
Not only money, but the loyalty of our audience to do what we perceive to be the right thing. And Mark, it's the same exact thing I did when I challenged Obama from the left. Tons of paid subscribers left, audience left. No, Obama's a saint. You can't do that. And that was early on in his administration after we helped him so much to get elected against McCain. We do not do audience capture, and we challenge our own audience, open minds, open hearts. So the challenge, this idea of
open wallets, is really what he's looking for.
I know where it comes from. Again, I'm not saying, oh my God, nobody's ever going to do that or nobody's ever done that. No, people have done that. I get it. I get
do it every day.
Yeah, but in order to make that charge, and if somebody in the audience is concerned, that's totally fine, right? But when other left-wing hosts say they already have done that, that's just a lie. And so that is deeply problematic that we have a bunch of hosts out there saying things that aren't even close to true. They never checked. They never asked. At least you asked, Mark. And that's, and I
actually super courageous.
Appreciate you asking. So people have to be concerned about where they're getting their news. And unfortunately, some folks on our side also have bad intent.
I think that's that's important for you to state. Charlie Kirk is somebody, obviously you're okay sharing stage with. We contrasted him to Nick Fuentes. Would you share a stage with Nick Fuentes?
No. In fact, I was on this Spaces on X, and he joined and I left. And so, yeah, there's a line, right? And I
what's the line?
I often grapple with that line myself, right?
What about Tucker Carlson?
What is the line for you, right? And I know it's provisional. We all fluctuate, but what is the line in general for you?
Yeah, line is when your main thesis is white supremacy, racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia.
So what? I mean, like by that virtue, by that like measure, even somebody like Dan Blitzerian, you could argue like, well, it's not his main thing. I mean, he is anti-Semitic as fuck, but it's not like he's other things too. That's not his main feature,
etc. Like that's what Nick's known for. That's what he.
Sorry, Dan Balzerian.
Right.
He's a Nazi. He's like a literal Nazi.
I mean, I think he says he's a neo-Nazi, and I'll take him at his word, right? So, or defends Nazis, right? That's good enough. No, I have no interest, right?
So I guess that's where I get confused. I saw this from 1023 where you called Trump a Nazi. But you share a stage with Trump and share a stage at an event that supports the movement of a Nazi. And what's the difference?
Yeah.
Pulling up the Pisco tweet. Pisco Liddy.
I don't know if that's the title or if I actually said that, but it's in quotes, so maybe I did.
I mean, I have the video. I can play it.
Yeah. Okay. No. If you say it, I know that some people are sending around videos. I believe it. So what I tried to do was I tried not to call him a Nazi or Hitler, but I did.
Did you think he was a Nazi, or were you being hyperbolic?
No. I must have been hyperbolic then because I never.
You never thought Trump was a Nazi?
No.
So then I'm even more confused because this conversation you're talking about how we shouldn't flamethrow and call people names and call everybody who's a racist or a racist. You don't even want us to call actual white supremacists. Why would you call them a Nazi?
No. I'm saying that I must have that must have been hyperbolic because I tried hard not to call him a Nazi. So that must have been a mistake. So
is that his gamer word? So what he says when he.
And here's my distinction. And I've explained this many, many times. I'm worried about Trump's fascism because he showed it to us. So on January 6th, but before January 6th as well, he did a fake elector plot. He then agitated people to go bum rush the Capitol.
What is his excuse though, Chad? What do you think his excuse is? That that Trump isn't like he's just a LARPer? He's not really he is into the fascism, but he's not into the Nazism? That's just a aesthetic?
To keep the Capitol.
There is no National Socialist Party for Trump to be a part of anymore. It's a historical phenomenon that no longer exists? What is this excuse?
Delay the proceedings so he could have his fake electors steal the election. So I've been super clear about that. That's why I hated Trump. That's why I fought tooth and nail against Trump. So those are fascist tendencies, and I have no problem calling it fascism. But it is not Nazi. Nazi is a completely different thing where they killed 13 million people and had death camps. Trump.
That's what you got to do to be a Nazi. That's the requirement.
Have death camps. He didn't kill those people, but
he is talking about camps though. And I don't know how he accomplishes his deportation agenda without concentrating people into camps.
But for the right,
neither Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
I was like, neither did Nick Fuentes, but you're still comfortable calling him a Nazi.
No, but Nick Fuentes though that he defends the Nazis, so that's a giant difference.
So that's the line for you. You have to explain, and I agree.
Actually, Nick Fuentes kind of rides a line on that, where he's always trying to hint at what he means without explicitly saying it.
Wait, that Nick Fuentes is an evil person. He's a Nazi. It's
yeah, anybody with eyes can see the guy's a Nazi.
You're saying the person, anything short of self-identifying as a Nazi and openly supporting Hitler, you're okay sharing the stage with, it sounds like.
Again, Mark, you're framing it in a way that sounds.
He's just asking you what your fucking line is. If that's not your line, then you tell him what your line is. Where do you draw the line?
So
what's too far, Cenk? What's too far?
I want you to consider that maybe what you're saying is extreme, though. I mean, I might be describing exactly what you're saying. It just doesn't sound as good coming back to you.
So no, not at all, Mark. So a couple of things. Benjamin Netanyahu is a terrorist. He's a war criminal. He committed genocide. But I would share a stage with him because of all the things that we discussed before. The ability to have.
So he's done some of the things that the Nazis did that make them beyond the pale for you, but you'd still share the stage with him because he's not explicitly a member of the German National Socialist Party? What?
The other side have a voice. Whether you challenge, don't challenge, you challenge screaming, you challenge whispering. At least I give the Palestinians a voice by being on that stage. When I go on the right-wing shows, at least I give the left-wing a voice by being there.
Not a voice that we want.
And so if you frame it as, oh, look at Cenk Uygur.
Yeah, and it's a voice that most of the time is attacking us.
Happily going on stage with a terrorist Netanyahu, then I seem like a bad guy. If you say Cenk Uygur giving voice to the Palestinians by being on the same stage as Netanyahu, I seem like a good guy. It's all in the framing. It's in the framing. So when you get to the
I disagree. It's not just in that suggests that your behavior is neutral and the framing is what makes it right or wrong. I'm saying that you can actually make different choices on that stage.
So Mark, then let me ask you back. So
Sure.
Do you think that as we were talking about populism on both sides and rebelling against
Jessica Bell says, does this mean that Oswald Mosley was not a Nazi? Good question.
the establishment, and that was the theme of it. It was supposed to last about 20 minutes. That I should have done a sidewinder and derailed the whole thing by attacking him on his previous quotes about black people.
Not necessarily, no. But again, that's not necessarily the only way to be courageous in that space. That's not the only way to be principled in that space. That's not the only way to do important resistance work in that space. You could pull up an old quote, or you could speak to the bigger system. You could speak to the bigger establishment. It's one thing to give you a concrete example. You sat on that stage and said, we all, the left and the right, we all hate establishment media. Right? We can agree that establishment media needs to go. Everybody claps. That's a great feel-good moment. But again, those people who leave that room, who are the dominant consumers of mainstream media, who are the dominant viewers of mainstream media, and who are controlled by people who are right-wing, they're going to walk away saying, yeah, we got to tear down mainstream media. And they're talking about CNN, and they're talking about MSNBC. Courageous is going on that stage and saying, look, I know y'all don't want to hear this, but Fox News is mainstream media too.
But I have said that on right-wing shows. So you're taking a 20-minute event here.
I'm not saying you've never said it. I'm saying in that we're talking about how to behave in this space, right? Yeah, I'm sure you've said it a million times, but we're talking about right now how to behave in that space. And when I keep pointing out what you didn't do in that space, you kind of do the sleight of hand thing where then you talk about what you did somewhere else. I'm saying in this space, to answer your specific question you asked me, which is, should you have torn them down and brought up specific acts of racism or this other thing? I'm saying You don't necessarily have to do that or even make it so personal, right? Because I get how that could be a distraction. What you can do is say, hey, we all want to tear down mainstream media, establishment media. I'm with y'all. But let's be clear. Establishment media isn't just MSNBC and CNN. It's also Fox, which has been the voice of the right for decades now. It's OANN. It's all these things. All of this needs to be torn down. Yes, you could say that.
So, Mark, when I'm on a show like Patrick Bet David in the last 2 hours or 3 hours, we get to get into that stuff, and that's exactly what I say. Exactly what I say. Okay, so you're taking a 20-minute speech and go, not good enough. You didn't say it there. You didn't say it that one time. Okay. No, that's not what I'm doing. You're misrepresenting my position. My position isn't that in this single instance you didn't do this one thing in a 20-minute space. My critique is that when you're deploying now a strategy of entering these kinds of rooms and doing these kinds of things, and particularly these very public spectacles, right? Which is what conventions are: Democrat, Republican, left, right, whatever. They're all these public spectacles. And I'm saying that there's a significant danger in entering those spaces and not being significantly courageous. This isn't about nitpicking a particular thing you didn't do. This isn't about saying, well, you did 99, but there's the 100 when you missed. You're framing this as if we're nitpicking. And I'm saying, no, the actual logic of the strategy that you're articulating right now about how to move in these rooms, I'm saying is deeply problematic for left wing. I don't even understand what you're saying, Mark.
Oh my God, that's the quote of the night so far, or else ellipsis. Actually, there's been some good bangers this evening. Forget MAGA communism. Cenk is a MAGA liberal. True, here it is.
Is it problematic? You keep calling it problematic. Everybody keeps calling it problematic.
I'll tell you why.
Why? Like, they don't need us. Because why do we have this in our head that if we're in the room, okay, then everybody loves Nazis or some weirdo thing like that?
I'm not saying anything. Yeah, I don't know what you're
talking about. Like,
so let me answer you directly.
And you kiss their ass, then I see what you're saying. But if you clearly say these are left-wing positions, and you fight for them in the different shows, etc., and you try to get to common grounds where they agree with us, how could that possibly be a bad thing?
Because they're agreeing with you on terms that don't disrupt their actual worldview and won't change their politics. You're asking me,
how do you know that, Mark?
Because you're asking.
You're assuming it. And now
I'm not.
Stopped assuming it. It turns out a lot of their voters agree with us on like 40% of things.
So
we can actually get 40% of things done. Really, really important things. But we were too busy calling them white supremacists to ever get there.
Again, I don't know why we're still talking about calling them white supremacists.
Chicken Uygur?
That's a straw man you created a long time ago. I'm not,
because he's scared to.
Mark, you said it many times in the beginning.
He's too scared to debate Sam Cedar.
Anyway, go ahead.
No, hold on. To be clear, I said to you that I believe they're white supremacists. At no point in this conversation did I say you need to go in the room and call them such. In fact, I said I stipulate that I'm not asking you to do that. That I don't think you should do this. I keep saying that over and over again. This is not about calling them white supremacists. You also said I'm making an assumption. You're making a huge assumption by saying that you know that they're leaving there more open to left-wing positions. There's absolutely no evidence of that. So we're both speculating at that level. I agree that I don't know for sure. You don't know for sure. And unless you have some metric, there's no way to know that when that your appearance there had this impact that you're suggesting it does. Just like I can't prove that it didn't. So I'm saying I'll call that even. My point here, since you don't understand what I'm saying, is to use what you just said. To be clear, if someone walks into that room and they're sitting in the stands listening to you talk, and they already believe that just to use the mainstream media example, they believe that establishment media needs to go, but they also don't think Fox News is establishment media, right? They walk in thinking, get rid of CNN and MSNBC, keep Fox News, right? That's what they're thinking in the stands in this example, right? Because they don't think that's establishment media. Just like to your point, the person on the left is saying, get rid of Fox, keep MSNBC, fine, right? So that person doesn't realize Fox is that. When you sit on that stage and say, yeah, we can all agree to get rid of mainstream media. And Joe Sixpack in the stands claps and says, that's right. Even the lefty guy agrees with me.
So let me
let me just tie a bow on it. He now has even more reinforcement for his position that establishment media needs to go, but he's still never been told that the thing he thinks isn't establishment media, Fox News, isn't. So that's what I'm saying. But now he has more legitimacy to his.
All he's really done is go on and give aid and comfort to that
wrong point because you didn't actually tell him that's wrong.
No,
like they already feel like they're on top of the world. They already feel like they've won. They can do whatever the fuck they want. You're just reinforcing that. Look at this. We won here's our war trophy, Cenk Uygur.
Totally
not a very good war trophy, but
disagree. So Mark, I can go in the room and have that same exact conversation with Joy Reid, right? And then everybody in the filled with left-wingers in that case, right? And people walk out thinking, oh yeah, we got to get rid of Fox News and maybe CNN, but definitely not MSNBC. But that's not my responsibility to go to convince them that no, you also have to hate MSNBC. Now,
but if you got on Joanne Reid's program, you would think that you'd at least try to make that argument or make a critique of MSNBC, if nothing else.
If they ask me, I will tell them.
And also, do you really want to get rid of? Is that what you're actually saying? Like what? Like abolish? Make illegal? CNN and MSNBC and Fox News, or I mean,
that in the span of a larger and longer conversation, I will tell the left the same exact thing.
Like, on one hand, nothing of value would be lost, but on the other hand,
that I'm telling the right, and I would tell the right the same thing I'm telling the left. So just because we didn't clarify Fox News or OAN in that conversation doesn't mean we shouldn't have that conversation, or that it somehow helped Charlie Kirk's nefarious plans. So if his plans are to get rid of establishment media, that's my plans. I hate establishment media. So if you say to me, oh my God, but then if you say, Cenk, then what if they use it to get rid of everything but Fox News? But they didn't do that. That's a wild hypothetical. And if they did, I'd fight them tooth and nail, right? So like, if they do things that we don't agree with, we fight. And so that's not that complicated.
Maybe we're talking about
super clear about that, right? But you're assuming what's in their head and what they assumed about what I said,
not assuming what's
and
in
how
their
that
head.
gave strength to Charlie Kirk. But none of those things actually happened. So like,
we don't know what happened. No,
Mark,
no. That's misrepresented. We don't know what happened anymore in the sense of what I'm saying and what you're saying. One would hear that and think that somehow I'm painting a hypothetical that's unprovable and yours has been demonstrably proven. What I'm saying is you made an argument in that room that didn't challenge Joe in the stands argument. I just painted a picture of Joe in the stands and his belief of mainstream media, and you didn't really respond to that. I'm saying Joe has no reason to believe that Fox News is establishment media based on what you said on that stage. Do you have a duty to tell him that? I think you do if your goal is to challenge establishment media, to not only challenge establishment media, but to challenge what he thinks is establishment media. If that's not your goal, then that's fine. But then that doesn't advance our interests.
Do you get that since I've done that on other shows, but it wasn't part of that 25-minute conversation, that's not a fair standard to hold me to, that I didn't debunk every thought that every right-winger in the stands had within that 25 minutes, that's a wildly unfair.
You didn't challenge anything. You reinforced their pre-existing point of view. That's his point.
Standard.
So I get what you just said, but what you just attributed to me is not what I said. I keep making point A, and then you keep
you keep saying I don't like, or like I love pancakes, and Cenk keeps on saying, oh, so why do you hate waffles?
Caricaturing my point.
But the Fox News thing is like, why would I didn't even assume that they would think that it's not Fox News.
But you should.
That's Fox News, because that wasn't what the conversation was about, Mark. So
then what the fuck were you talking about?
You went really deep into that rabbit hole to come up with
No, I used your example. I literally read the transcript and went by the points you made. And again, I didn't say let's go in there and debunk every potential misconception people in the audience has. Again, I make a point, and then you then attribute to me this absurd caricature, and then say I didn't do that, Mark. I didn't give everybody $5,000.
Oh shit!
What I'm saying is, if you make a point,
so let me understand it right. Do you think I should have specifically made that one point that you're making about Fox News? And then
no, again, you're minimizing what I'm saying. I'm not saying, my issue isn't that you didn't address the single point that Mark Lamont Hill was saying at this moment, that of all the points in the world to be made, I'm mad that you didn't make mine. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you said three things, right? For example, hypothetically. And I'm saying, if you're going to talk about those three things and make the audience believe that we're aligned on these three things, left and right, but it turns out if we actually critically analyze it, we're not, then you have to point that out. Otherwise, the powerful will walk away thinking that they're even more powerful. I'll give you an example. Let's just Hear what I'm
But
saying.
I do that on almost every opportunity.
And that's what we're going. What I'm saying though is every opportunity isn't the same. For example, if this were 300 years ago, just hypothetical, 200 years ago, and then I'll leave it alone. And we were in a place where Black people weren't considered human beings, right? And Black people legally were not citizens, right? And you were an abolitionist, and you walked in the room to a room of slaveholders, and said, every citizen should get a house. Every citizen should have the right to vote. Every person should be safe in this country. We should all agree on that. And y'all clap and walk out and hug it out and leave, right? You could say, look at this. I just brought together the abolitionist and the slaveholder. The problem is they're agreeing that all people should be safe and all citizens should vote.
And they don't agree on who is people.
But they don't believe that Black people are citizens or humans. So they think they're agreeing with you because they don't accept that stipulation. Right.
Well, Mark,
and what I'm saying, and just let me finish the thought. And so what I'm saying is, when you have that exchange,
It's a very superficial agreement that he's achieved. It's one would ask, possibly worthless.
with them, you have a duty to confront them on that misconception. And you can't say, well, I've said it in Bible study, I've said it on the streets, I've said it in the Underground Railroad. No, when we're having that conversation, we have to say that thing. And then if I confront you on that, you can't say, well, Mark, I can't confront all their philosophical and epistemological. No, I'm not asking you to do that. I'm saying on this that you brought up, you have a duty to show them how they're wrong, because that's what's high stakes. That's what decides who lives or dies. That's what makes the political conversion. Otherwise, and this is the last piece of it, 5 seconds. Otherwise, the slaveholder walks away saying, look, me and the abolitionists agree. Let's go back to business as usual. They actually feel strengthened in their position. Now, please don't say, Mark, why are you comparing this to slavery? Please don't get on.
No.
Actually hear the heart and the substance of my argument and be intellectually honest and address. Don't talk around it. Address the specific example I gave you, and please answer it.
Yeah. No, I get the analogy completely. I totally get it. So look, there's two parts to this. Number one, you just built a straw man. You said, oh, I did it in Bible study. I did it at a grocery store. No, I did it in right-wing spaces. I did it on some of the largest right-wing.
Yeah, that would be, that's not a straw man. To be clear, in 1800s, Bible study was a right-wing space. Only the right was allowed in the grocery store because Black people were property. It's a perfect analogy. It's not a straw man. It's a perfect analogy.
You acknowledge I've done it in right-wing spaces, just not in that.
Just not the one that has us on the news right now. This is the big one.
But
this
I
was
don't
the
know
one
if
to
it's
do it.
going to make the news. Like half the time, I think it's going to make news, and it doesn't. I don't think half the time I don't think it's going to make any
Okay,
news.
let's not get distracted by it. Please, I'll allow you to continue. I don't want to cut you off anymore. Please continue.
No, he's used to falling into the orchestra pit to get on the news.
Okay, so then the second part of it is, Mark, in the problem with your analogy is that in the slaveholder, part of it, the fact that they hold slaves is so central to that conversation. So you can't possibly think like, oh, I just said all citizens should have an house, and I assume that they think that that means slaves, or I assume that they think that that doesn't mean slaves. Slavery is the central part of that conversation. Are they citizens or are they not citizens? Whereas now when we are talking about establishment, mainstream media, there's a lot of different variables there, and a lot of different things that people can mean. So whether we're talking about Fox or OAN within that conversation is not necessarily central in the same way that slavery is central in your analogy, right?
What's central in this conversation?
So what's central in this conversation is, do they actually believe some of these populist opinions, right? Do they actually dislike establishment politicians because they take donor money and hence are corrupt? And that's super central. And yes, my assessment is the MAGA voters, and yes, they're not seeing clear on Trump, they're not seeing clear on Elon Musk, but they do hate the corruption, and they do hate the donor class. Okay?
To that point, they clapped you when you said establishment media. They clapped when you said we hate Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell. When you said we got to get rid of the donor class, no one clapped.
I noticed that. You know why, Mark? Because I challenged them by talking about their donors, and I've done that on many shows. And I've talked about, hey, remember Elon's a donor. I've talked about Miriam Adelson.
But you've also kissed Elon's ass.
Being a donor. When I get to Miriam Adelson, we go back to.
I don't know. Is he off of kissing? Is he off of Elon's ass now?
Okay, and you might not expect that from the right wing who supported Israel.
We're gonna have to see where Cenk ends up in the fray that is today's discourse about the racist MAGA chuds versus the capitalist tech bros.
Throughout my entire life. But now when we talk about Israel with the right wing, half of them go, yeah, no, you're right. I don't know why we're, and they're not doing it out of the charity of their heart. They're not doing it because they love Muslim lives so much. They're doing it because they don't want, in their way of thinking, they don't want to waste money on there. Why are we giving it to Israel when we should be having it here at home? But I'll take it. But
yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. I'm not sure. I'm not sure he'll be. I don't know if Hassan will be receptive to that. He's got Cenk over what for the holidays right now.
Never would have gotten there if I never talked to them. I never would have.
I don't know how long. Yeah, he's hosting Christmas at his house this year, including Shaky Gurga.
Realized how much they've got concern about funding Israel if I hadn't talked to them. So these are the things that we discover when we go to have these conversations. On the other hand, when you get to Elon, they pause and they're like, wait, I like Elon, right? So that means you got more work to do. And in the next conversation, you talk a little bit more about Elon and a little bit more, etc. So this is the way to break through and for the country to finally like have conversations without constantly just walling each other off and saying they think we're so extreme. Like, for example, I go to talk to Charlie Kirk. The left is saying, oh, I can't believe you talked to Charlie Kirk when he said X, Y, Z. But do you know that the right wing is saying the same thing to Charlie? I can't believe you talked to Cenk when Cenk has said not.
He said that Charlie Kirk would get cooties from you.
Fascist about Trump and which I didn't even remember the Nazi part, but you showed me there, and there's a video going around, so I must have said it. But that's okay. And Jenkins defends trans girls going into high school sports in women's. So a lot of people hate that Charlie talked to me.
You have to quit before college
because they view me as completely extreme and
you're not allowed to have puberty blockers,
illegitimate and out of bounds. And what we're doing is we're breaking down some walls. But
his viewpoints are honestly incoherent. The shit that he thinks is like makes him more reasonable actually just makes him completely inconsistent.
Do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin? Do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin?
Well, look, that's a good question because I don't hate white people. And I don't say anything against white people in general. I would never say like, hey, if I go into a plane and there's a white pilot, I'm worried. All right. So it's not exactly right that we're the same side.
Exactly. That's why it's not fair to say, well, they say the same thing about me. Well, y'all ain't the same. I also think it's interesting that
but
you
they
said
think it's the same, Mark, but they do think it's the
same. But it's okay to say they're wrong. But also, I just to be a little petty, I appreciate that you saying you're not like Charlie Kirk because you don't hate white people. You accept that Charlie Kirk hates black people, which I appreciate. I just think it's wild and bizarre that you can accept that he hates black people and don't think he's a white supremacist. That's just weird to me. But just I know you got to go.
It's such an unhelpful term. I can't stand it.
You can't say that
as a black person.
Yeah, you can't say that, Mark. Let's Cenk is disappointed in you. God damn, he talks down to him.
I can tell you. I find it unhelpful that someone could acknowledge someone.
You're on his platform being so fucking rude.
Hates black people, but thinks the most unhelpful thing is calling them a white supremacist. I mean, can you imagine?
No, that's not helpful, brother. Because I could show you 100 Islamophobes that are hardcore Islamophobes, but me calling them Islamophobes is not helpful. It's never going to break through to them. You've got to go to a different strategy. So when I go to a different strategy, instead of going, hey, I wonder how that'll turn out, which I think you're basically doing, which I appreciate, and that's why this is an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
I've got other folks saying, no, tear them down. Don't ever talk to anyone on the other side. They're white supremacists. They're this, they're that. That if you go in the room with them, they instantly gain credibility and legitimacy, and now you've helped them. Help them how, man? I don't know, man. I just think
you can't see, you're just useless, and you might as well change teams because you're a liability to our side. You're helping out their side, whether or not it is because you are that naive and you cannot see that you are doing this, or whether this is an intentional thing and a pivot to, your Dave Rubining, right? It doesn't matter. You're still a net negative to anybody on this side.
The idea of not hating them being helpful to them is a very wrong way of thinking about it.
Well, I think one way, and I know we got to go. I think again, it's not to me about going in the room; it's what we do in the room. But I think the one thing a white supremacist hates being called is a white supremacist. The one thing that racists hate being called is a racist. And I think, and usually the people calling them racist or white supremacists are the people who are catching hell from them. And so I think it's sort of bizarre to police the language or to tell someone, for example, hey, that person that hates Muslims, it's not helpful for you to, that person that called you a towelhead, that person that called you a devil worshiper, that person that called you a pagan and a rapist, it's not helpful to call them Islamophobic. Oh, that person that called you a nigger, oh, no. It's not helpful for you to call them white supremacists. That feels paternalistic and almost and is disrespectful to the people who are victimized by it. You may think it's unhelpful, but I actually don't think it's your place or anyone else's place. It's like it'd be like saying I don't think it's helpful to. It would be like me saying to women, I don't think it's helpful for you guys to call Donald Trump sexist or misogynistic. I don't think that's helpful, ladies. I mean, come on. Can you see why somebody would find that a problematic claim for you to make?
No, hold on. You're conflating two things that is super unfair, because you can call them anything you like. I'm not stopping you from calling them. I'm not stopping women from calling them whatever they want. I'm just telling you what I'm doing, right? And in fact,
you're chiding him. You're lecturing him that it's not helpful.
No. You're not doing that.
You cannot wriggle out of this, Cenk.
Hold on, Mark.
That's not what you said.
Yeah, exactly. You're gaslighting him.
I'm calling you a contradiction.
No, hold on, Mark.
That's not what you said.
No, Mark.
You can backtrack, but that's not what you said. What you said was, I don't think it's helpful. I hear people doing this and it's not working. Let us try something different. Let us, not let me.
Mark.
No, that's literally what you said. How are you going to deny this?
So number one.
No, Mark got him.
Are you allowed to say whatever the fuck you want? Of course, right? I don't police anyone.
But you think it's unhelpful.
I just scold them, which is what I'm complaining about other people doing to me. Nobody's policing me. Nobody's forcing me to say anything. But I'm acting like there's this great conspiracy to silence me from the max left.
Yeah, but is it unhelpful?
From people with zero power.
Yes. Okay. Now that's up to you. You want to be unhelpful because you're pissed. I get it. Especially if it affected you. So like if I go tell a fellow Muslim, hey, it's unhelpful to say the Jews are this or the Jews are that. And he goes, I don't want to hear that shit. Okay. My family got killed. I hear him and he can say whatever he wants. Right. But is it unhelpful? It is unhelpful. Okay. So for example,
I just want to be clear that that's what you're saying.
Hold on, let me finish my thought. So Hillary Clinton and everybody and Kamala Harris, what did a lot of people do? They call Trump sexist, right? And I think that they have a lot of evidence on their side. But was it helpful? No, it wasn't helpful. It didn't.
You don't know that.
Work. Okay. So hold on, let me finish.
You don't know that.
So all I'm asking is, let me do my thing without assuming bad intent, without assuming
that calling a sexist is not necessarily done so with the goal of winning an election. I don't think that's what decides an election on either side.
I'm helping because what I'm hearing from some portions of the left is you're not allowed to do it. Not, hey, I don't want to do it. Hey, I want to call them white supremacists. They say, no, you have to call him a white.
What power do they have over you, Cenk? None. So shut the fuck up. You fucking weirdo.
And if you didn't call him that, then that's it. You're a bad guy. You're a traitor. You're a racist or whatever. No, I don't accept that. You're not going to get me to say anything that I don't want to say. I believe in your freedom to say whatever you want, Mark, and I'm going to say whatever I want. And I think my strategy is infinitely better. I'm going to execute that. I'm going to get us some policy wins, I hope, over the long run. And then I'm going to say you're welcome.
By attacking my own side, yeah.
Clear just on that last point. Again, I wasn't trying to tell you what to say or not to say. I was pointing out the contradiction. What you had said was you were only saying it's unhelpful for you. You weren't saying it was unhelpful. You weren't telling other people it was unhelpful. You weren't policing or critiquing the actions of others based on me saying. Based on me, let me finish. Based on
you're doing the literal thing that you're accusing others of doing, but it's bad when they do it. And it's not when you do it. It's perfectly fine.
Based on me saying that, when I hear you say it's unhelpful, I find that problematic as a person who's on the business end of the white supremacy. And what you just said was you weren't telling us that. You were only speaking for yourself. But then even in your rejoinder, in your response, you pointed out that you actually are saying to the people that it was unhelpful. This isn't about their right to say it, free speech, but you're telling them that it's unhelpful. And I'm saying telling Black people or telling women or telling Muslims or telling trans folk, hey, you have a right to say this. It's your experience, But I'm just telling you, that's unhelpful. I'm just telling you, even in terms of strategically uniting folk, as a black person and as a Muslim and as an whatever title you want to put on me, when I'm told that thing, for every right-wing person you potentially get, I'm telling you, you're going to lose a whole lot of us.
Okay. So, Mark, here's the thing. The framing is critical because you said two words.
And Cenk, what did you say earlier? That you're losing audience, your concurrents are going down, your views are going down, your members are going down. That's what that is. And your gambit, your fucking dingus gambit that you made was that you could replace them with more. For every lefty that you lose, you're going to replace them with, a centrist or a right winger. How did that work out for you? It sort of seems like it didn't work out for you. It sort of seems like your
dingus gambit
was for naught.
Same. You said
you just ran your channel aground on the rocks of this like ideological bug you've got up your ass of wanting to be, the home of the intellectual dark web instead of the home of progressives. And look at what it got you. I'm sorry, I got a Willy Wonka you on. Good day, sir. You lose everything.
Policing and critiquing. Okay. So
you drank the fizzy lifting drinks.
I am critiquing the strategy, but I'm not policing it. I'm not the boss of anyone. Okay. So people want, and in fact, on our own network, everybody's allowed to say whatever they want. And tons of our hosts disagree with me from the left on the trans issues and on all the things that you've challenged me on. And I don't police that. I don't police.
What is he going to do
but
when it all comes crumbling down? What is he going to do?
Critique it. Yeah, because we're having a discussion.
When more hosts leave him.
About what's the best
when his network is no longer a network, what is going to happen?
Strategy to win people over to our side.
Fair enough. That's fair. I'm saying as a black person being told, hey, you shouldn't call the white supremacist white. I could see if you said, Mark, I don't think he's a white supremacist. I think that's fair ground. But saying, yeah, he does hate black people, but it's not helpful to call him a white supremacist. I'm just telling you.
But even more, even when you say he hates black people, it's more complicated than that. It's like
what you said. I said, are you opposite sides of the same coin? And you said no, because I'm not like Charlie Kirk. I don't hate white people. We're not opposite sides of the same coin. One would infer that you were saying that he hates white people. That's not a
no. I know.
Completely incapable of being consistent on anything in this conversation.
That's why I'm clarifying now, Mark.
This is the thing. He's used to being the big dog on his network and being able to ignore points that aren't convenient to his narrative and to not be called on his hypocrisy, to not be called on his inconsistency, right? He's on somebody's program that's independent, and now he can't pull rank like that. And his shit falls apart because it is utterly incoherent.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and so Charlie has said those things that are deeply problematic and that are, those comments were racist, right? Well, I mean, why are we worried about a black pilot? That's crazy. And in fact, I challenged him on that in one of our interviews, and he walked it back a little bit, not all the way, but he walked it back a little bit. And in fact, the fact that he walked it back a little bit surprised me, right? So, okay, now we have that conversation, and all of a sudden he's walking it back a little bit. Okay, so that's a little bit of a win there. But
oh my gosh, wait, I didn't pick up on that. Is there an underlying subtext to that?
Like again, helpful or not helpful. So you remember the protest in Washington on Israel, and somebody writes burns an American flag, and somebody writes Hamas on a statue. So yeah. I'm not the boss of them. I can't stop them from doing that. Okay, nor would I want to live in a world where I stop them from doing that. Having said that,
wait, I gotta know.
Okay, and it's my job as a host to say what I think is helpful and not helpful. And that was deeply unhelpful. It drives people away from us. We want people to relate to Palestinians, to relate to Muslims, and feel like, oh, there but for the grace of God go I. And when you write Hamas or you burn an American flag, what you're doing is you're saying,
I guess I don't have that one.
I'm not like you. I'm the other. And you should be worried about me. You should be concerned about me. And I think it's a bad strategy. And do you think that's analogous? It's literally my job to say what I think is good and bad.
We're almost done with this.
Do you think what you just described is analogous to telling a black person not to call a person who hates black people a white supremacist?
No, I would never tell a black person to say this or that. But if that person was the campaign chair for Kamala Harris, then yes, I would have that conversation, because then they're not just speaking for themselves. They're trying to win an election, and that's a different dynamic in a different context. But hey, you're angry. Somebody was racist to you. You want to call them a racist? Of course, I totally get it. Obviously. I mean, and I told you earlier, right? So when people come at me in an unfair way in those Israel debates, I call them a racist or a bigot right back at them. It depends on the context. What are we trying to accomplish? In that case, why did I call them that? Because I'm trying to get them to understand just blanket calling someone anti-Semitic doesn't win the argument. I could just do the same exact thing and call you a bigot. And I didn't win the argument either, but at least we've neutralized it. But if they're not bringing it up and they're not saying this or that in a place where you're trying to stop private equity from buying our residential homes, I think it's poor strategy to say, well, look at me working with these white supremacists or whatever it might be. I don't want to do straw man. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Fair enough. So
Dingus Gambit.
What's the end game here? How do you see this ending?
Yeah, there's two possible ways. So one is that we try this, etc. Then Trump starts doing things, and they're not any of the things that the right-wing populists talked about. And then when Trump does them, they instantly change their position and go, no, I love when private equity buys my homes. I want moms to go back to the coal mines the day after having a baby. I love war now. Let's invade Panama and Greenland. Okay, then my mission failed. And my strategy was not right. And you know what I'll do then? I'll adjust, because that's what thoughtful people do. They try to find a way to get to the answers that we want. Okay, now that's the bad case scenario. The good case scenario is not nirvana. Trump does not turn into Bernie Sanders. The good case scenario is, as they're doing other things, including an enormous robbery that's about to happen, okay, maybe we get a couple of wins. Maybe, in fact, this is the craziest thing I'll say. I'm a tiny bit hopeful about turning around on Israel, because I've heard those right-wing guys. They don't want to keep funding Israel. I'm telling you that right now, okay? If we got to turn around on Israel, oh my God, that would be such a giant win in the midst of what appeared to be hopeless times. Now that's a hope against hope, okay? But can we?
I'm sorry, Cenk, but if you're listening to right-wingers who are against Israel, it is not for a good reason. It is not for the reason that you are against what Israel is doing, for instance, in Gaza. They are not against Israel. They are against something they think that Israel represents. Like the part of the right that is saying what Cenk is saying, if he's cued into that part of the right, like that is Jackson Hinkle and company. That is Infrared Haas. These are not
on any one of those things. Like, for example, like this is the easiest one, right? I say, one of the things I say is pardon Edward Snowden, because I know that they want to pardon Edward Snowden, right? And we agree with pardoning Edward Snowden. And what that does is, that doesn't change the world, but it takes a first step towards unity. And then let's see, well, do they really mean it on cutting the Pentagon? Because the voters mean it. The voters mean it, or at least a big portion of them do. I know that the politicians don't mean it. So now that's an interesting collision. And what happens? Does the populist right wing rebel, or do they just simmer back down and go, yes, sir, absolutely, sir? I don't know. And I think that's super interesting. A lot of folks on the left say, no, they already know. They already know. Nobody on the right ever means anything. They're all robots, or they're all evil, or whatever that they think.
We're not the one. Yeah, that's the right wingers that call you a robot, Cenk. Not.
That's just not true. They're human beings, and there's a giant range of that 77 million voters.
You know, when you came on the show, I thought the biggest thing we were going to end up disagreeing on was you being a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, which has been as deflating a movement in the last 3 weeks as anything happening politically. But it turned out we were going to have we had this spirited conversation, and just like you said, the Steelers are going to do better in the playoffs despite this losing streak. You know, you're also saying this plan is going to work despite the evidence to the contrary. You could be a prophet, not in the Islamic sense, but in the Western Christian sense of, you could be absolutely right on both of these things. You could see the crystal ball better than the rest of us. I hope you're right. I hope it all works. I don't agree. And I do hope that if it doesn't, you come out and tell us that, you acknowledge that. I also hope that if you begin to take money from right-wing movements or organizations, because that you'll tell us that, because you've been straight straightforward with us. I've never known you to be dishonest. I believe you. I don't think you're grifting. I just think you're wrong. I think you're shamefully optimistic. And I think you have a faith in our open enemies that I think is unwarranted, unhealthy, and unhelpful. But I hope you're right and I'm wrong. I hope your optimism wins.
You know, that's the best I could hope for. And you just said something that I say on the show all the time. Look, I hope I'm wrong, right? I'll make these predictions.
All right.
I think Trump's
all right.
I'm super worried about it, and I hope I'm wrong, right? I think Kamala Harris's strategy is the wrong one. I hope I'm wrong, right? So time will tell. But Mark, for those who don't know, I've been through a lot of these tests already. So MSNBC, I turned down over $1 million to say the things that are right. They wanted me to be basically pro-establishment, and I wouldn't do it. They wanted me to, be soft on the inside. I mean, there's a moment where you are tested, and you're tested with a lot of money, prestige, status, all those things. And I said, I'd rather tell the truth to my audience. So I'm not going to turn around after all this time and all the pain that we've gone through. I'm going to keep my eyes on the prize. And to me, if we don't pass progressive bills, then we didn't get anything done, right? Because then the rest of it is just ego games. Whoever has the status, etc. I don't give a damn about that. All I care about is passing bills, because that's the only thing that affects the actual voters' lives. So that's what I'm going to try to do.
All right. There we go.
Brother, thank you so much. Cenk, it's always good to see you. Let's talk again soon. And enjoy your night, brother.
All right, chat.
Appreciate it, brother.
So I did not plan well as far as time goes. I find myself past the time that I would normally be streaming, and we haven't even gotten to the main point of what we're talking about tonight.
Almost a fortnight after Trump was elected for a second.
Novara Media, TYT 2.0. Is that what we're dealing with? Is that what we're looking at? Right? And also, what are we looking at in terms of the donut goal? We're looking at 70%. That is a lot. And as far as the poll, we're looking at J.K. Rowling versus Brianna Wu dominating the night. We're looking at Peter Thiel's favorite podcast at 20%, Tyler Oliveira caught lying at 21%, and What If Alt Hist autobiography vid down at 16%. Although it's got 20 extra percent thanks to the donors. Remember, if you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. You can have some sway. You can put your thumb on the scale just a little bit. You can tilt it in your direction and maybe give something a chance of winning that wouldn't have otherwise won. Live from the Poly Market Studios, Shaky Gurga. Yeah, Shaky Gurga should respect No Justice, Helena, and Ash. Oh, okay, so, I mean, we're going to have to talk about Ash Sarkar, Thomas. You might not like what you're about to see. I haven't seen Helena chime in on this, but we do have some Ash Sarkar talking about this.
Time analysis of how he won is still running in overdrive. Now, that I think makes perfect sense. His first win in 2016 upended our ideas of what was politically possible, what people could vote for. But back in 2016, it could be put down as a fluke. His 2024 win, of course, can't be dismissed in any kind of similar fashion. That means there's more sort of deep thinking going on after this one. And after the election this year, there is a big difference with 2016. Back then, all the talk was about a divided America in which the big cities had swung to the Democrats, but it was rural and post-industrial towns that had swung to the right. This year, though, it's been different.
Donald Trump, you remember back in 2017, the liberal cities were the resistance, the core of the resistance. What happened in 2024? You think of a major city in
the Kasparian effect happened, and still the overall differential between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris in terms of popular vote is about 1%.
United States. Donald Trump put up the best Republican performance for a Republican nominee for president in at least 20 years, if not the entire 21st century. We're talking about Chicago.
Yes, there's a certain subset of rich liberals in big cities that are voting Republican based on the things that Anna Kasparian talks about.
Los Angeles, New York City, San Francisco, across the map, Donald Trump put up historically strong numbers
with the NIMBYs. The NIMBYs are real big fans of Donald Trump's now. I mean, not really. They're still not overall voting for him, but yeah, there's a certain percentage slid over in that direction.
For president in places that truthfully.
So yeah, this is what Novara's takeaway. This is Michael's takeaway from the election. I'm just kind of showing you that this is not a one-off.
If you had asked me 8 years ago, I would have never thought possible.
No, I mean, it is really stunning. So what exactly is driving it?
What's driving it? I think immigration, one of the things you mentioned earlier on in that last segment, is part of it, but I think crime is a big part of it as well.
Yep.
If you look at Gallup polling and you ask Democrats nationwide, are you satisfied or dissatisfied with our efforts to control and bring down the crime rate? What you see is the dissatisfaction number now versus a decade ago. Look at that. The unsatisfied number from 35% to 58%. The satisfied number dropped by 20 points. My goodness gracious. And I think that's part of the reason why you have seen these liberal DAs be ousted.
So yeah, thank you, Cenk and Anna, for helping that narrative along, for spreading that narrative even into left-wing spaces.
Like San Francisco, in places like Alameda County, in places like Los Angeles, the crime rates have simply moved a lot of these voters to the right.
Except you're not going to look at the actual crime rates, are you? Because you'd see they're going down.
And look, obviously we're sitting here in New York.
Yes.
Talking about this in Manhattan where there was a swing. But when you look at a map of New York City, biggest city in the country, the big swings right, yes, it was in Manhattan, but it was also in other parts of the city. And that gives you a real sense of who it was driving the ship.
Yeah, exactly right. It was in the Bronx, it was in Queens, it was in Brooklyn. And if you break it down by racial areas, right, you look at the assembly district that has the most Asians in it, you see a massive shift. Look at this. Donald Trump gaining 27 points versus where he did 4 years ago. The highest Hispanic percentage in an assembly district, a 25-point shift. Highest black percentage for an assembly district, a 6-point shift. What's going on is if 2017 or 2016 was the election of the white working class moving over to the Republican ranks, the 2024 election was Trump doing historically well with minority voters.
I mean, it is really incredible. And those numbers
You'd almost think the way that they're saying it, that the majority of white people were voting for the Democratic candidate and the majority of non-white people were, the way that do you get that from this narrative? Like, right, they haven't actually shown you much that's like real solid and that really gives you, a picture of like what the percentage of, but you'd be wrong. Because again, the number one driver of Donald Trump's victory in 2024, just like in 2016, are white people. And those, where you show a percentage rise in the vote, you're still showing a majority of those people voting against Donald Trump. But you don't know, like, do you see how this narrative is just like the talk about crime is just completely detached from actual crime statistics, from the overall trends that we're seeing. We live in a post-truth, algorithmically driven world. And these assholes on the news, on CNN, are just rolling along with it. They're blowing where the wind takes them. And look at what Novara Media is doing. Kind of the same thing. I would expect a little bit better from independent media like Novara Media. And I suspect, given those comments that, were on the Anna Kasparian video, so do their supporters.
They're amazing.
They're amazing. I mean, they are. If that doesn't give you pause, if you're a Democrat looking at this world, I don't know what will.
It is really interesting and really different to 2016. I think it's completely transformed how people are talking about this. Because in 2016, it's sort of, how do we change the mind of these white working class people in rural Pennsylvania? And now it's like, okay, well, why don't people like the government they've had for the past 4 years? Now, again, we've been saying ever since last Tuesday, part of this is just that incumbents have been punished because of inflation. It would make sense that would be something which impacts people across race and gender lines because inflation affects everyone. So that's partly what we're seeing.
But you could look to Mexico and see an incumbent party in Morena that did not experience that trend of being defeated because of the dynamics of inflation. The difference between Morena and the Democratic Party and Joe Biden is that Morena did stuff to make sure that food staples that everyone needed stayed affordable. They intervened in the economy where it mattered, where it impacted, people's ability to to feed themselves, right? That's the difference. That's what the United States was missing. It's not a, you can't put it down to like, well, they didn't have this whole baggage with trans people and the far left. No, they did. Moreno's Moreno would be considered radical if it had existed in the, can it exist in the United States? Can we start our own Morena party? Because I don't like what the Democrats are giving us. I don't like what TYT and Novara Media are giving us. And if we want something that's actually going to win, it's got to be something outside the fucking box. Because the Democrats are never going to do like price controls on staples, right? You're never going to see that from them. The Democrats refuse to recognize the existence of wood elves as well. Let's not even get into that, all right? But sorry, Chad, that's just AMLO's thing. But regardless, Chad, it's it doesn't have to be this way. And the answer is not the way that Michael is pointing. The answer is not the way that Anna's pointing. The answer is in the exact opposite direction. People need the left to go so hard that it impacts their material conditions. And if those needs are met, especially, after what's about to happen with Trump and tariffs and the fact that the prices are going to go up, not down, then you will have the trust of the American people, and they will be a lot less interested in the demagoguery of an asshole like Trump, who doesn't even care. You've heard him talk about trans people. Yeah. At first, nobody cared about trans people, but now all of a sudden, everybody cares about trans people. So we talk about trans people. He doesn't care. He's an empty fucking vessel. It's like, does that shit work? Yeah, it works when people on supposedly the side of solidarity, supposedly the right side of history, like try to throw a marginalized community under the bus when they perceive them as being politically inconvenient. No, this is cowardice. This is what this is.
Seeing, but it does also seem like, potentially America isn't as divided as it was. It just doesn't like the liberals as much as it used to tolerate them, or maybe they've changed. We're going to talk about that in one moment. One of
Maybe they've changed. Maybe they're the vampire castle now.
America's leading liberal voices gave this analysis of why the Democrats have fallen back in cities.
Oh God, Ezra Klein will get one of the liberals' leading voices. I mean, fuck. If what you mean by liberal is shit lib, yes. If you want to talk about the NIMBY vote, yes, this motherfucker right here. This guy right here, Ezra Klein.
From outside Los Angeles. I lived in San Francisco until 18 months ago, and I live in New York City. The thing that surprised me least about the election was the sharp red shift in these big cities. Because if you just talk to anybody who lives in them, they are furious. And this idea that like, oh no, the economy is actually
They're saying not in my backyard.
Good, or crime is actually down. This is all just Fox News. Like, shut the fuck up with that.
No, how about you look at the crime statistics and prove it wrong, asshole? Instead of just going with vibes and trying to giga chat this shit. You're not hard. You're not tough. You are a coward. You are surrendering. You are a gross, craven man that is trying to figure out which way the wind is blowing and just go with that. You're worthless, Ezra Klein. You're done. You're cooked.
Like, talk to some people.
Yeah, and it's funny. Pod Save America brought this bullshit on. Their audience doesn't like this any more than they like the fucking Kamala Harris campaign coming on and saying it wasn't our fault.
Near you. The rage I just hear from people in New York. This is partially Greg Abbott busing huge amounts of migrants here. But that does mean, by the way, there are enough migrants that Greg Abbott could bus actual human bodies to New York City.
Yeah. Take them from places where there is government funding going to places where there is not government funding. Take them from places where there are resources to places where there are not resources. Yeah, and you will have some problems. That's what he intended to do. And you're a sucker, Ezra Klein. You are his partner in crime. You are helping him get away with it by being like, well, I guess there's a lot of immigrants. So there must be that there's immigrants, and there must be that they're bad, and it must be that they're poisoning the blood. Ezra Klein, you might as well do what Donald Trump did to his microphone to Donald Trump's golf club. That is what's going on here. This is a fucking glaze session of the president-elect. by an absolute worthless coward. And I'm going to have to move forward because I think I've gotten mad enough at Ezra Klein.
And he's basically sort of saying at the beginning there that sort of liberals have underestimated the amount to which people in their cities, they notice things sort of like increasing. I mean, in America, it's this unique situation where you've got lots of people crossing the border in the South and then Republican governors busing those people to northern blue states like New York. And then Ezra Klein saying one of the reasons why people might have shifted to Trump in New York is because they're seeing that this causes an element of dysfunction, similar with people seeing crime around them, which is something that's often dismissed by progressives. I was trying
again, like you can blame this on Biden. Biden could have probably done something to push back on what DeSantis and Abbott were doing, and he didn't because he's a coward.
I don't think if this completely applies to the UK, because I can't, I know lots of people do get angry at Sadiq Khan, but I don't think there's the same sort of situation whereby, I suppose that sort of progressive polarization is just a sharper degree in America than it is here. Obviously, you wouldn't get Sadiq Khan talking about defunding the police, but you did get a few sort of local authorities and city councils in America talk about it. So it went a little bit further there. In terms of which party has left the center, we often talk about it saying that, the right has gone off the deep end. Lots of people now say maybe it was the left after all. A new article by John Van Murdoch in the Financial Times, he suggests that while we were talking about Republicans shifting to the right, it was Democrats who on some issues were the ones that, if you just look at the charts, it looks like they were the ones that radicalized. So on the left here, you can see what proportion of the public support affirmative action. For the median voter, it's barely changed between 1996 and 2020. So you can see support from the median voter. It was always quite low. It's gone from just under 20% to just over 20%. Support among people who identify as strong Republicans has declined slightly, so not too much of a change, but it has declined. But support among Democrats has massively increased, right? So meaning people who identify as strong Democrats are much further from the median voter than strong Republicans are on this issue. It might be different with different issues. On the right, you can see how strong Democrats used to be closer to the median voter on immigration, but they went strongly to the left from 2012 onwards. Strong Republicans moved slightly to the right, but not by much. So again, you've got a situation where the median voter is much closer to people who strongly identify as Republicans than people who strongly identify as Democrats.
Yeah, so anybody who thought this was just a superficial thing, this was a few takes from Michael that are just a little bit, not what you expected, I would say that this is as bad as TYT. This is worse than Pod Save America. Yeah, blame the left. Blame the far left. That's what you're getting. Now, he's about to bring on Ash Sarkar, so we'll see what that discussion is like. Again, this is not even the main thing that I wanted to show you, right? They had a roundtable discussion with three people. And again, I totally didn't plan. I threw in that Mark Lamont Hill debate that I probably should have waited till tomorrow to watch, but I was curious. I know you were curious.
Murdoch also puts forward data which suggests that progressives are not just out of touch with the median voter, but also, and this is important, with the minority groups they claim to represent. So on the left here is the proportion of different groups who think legal immigration to the US should be made easier. So I suppose the grouping is a little bit interesting here because you've got white.
Well, no, I would say this is very interesting. In fact, almost unuseful, almost worthless, right? You have. Wait, so what you have here is white. Am I reading this correctly? White conservative, white progressive. So we take white people and we divide them. Who knows where between progressive and conservative. Moderate, I'm assuming that's everyone moderate? All moderates? It doesn't really make sense. Yeah, I could see them doing white conservatives, white progressives, white moderates, but then they're comparing them to the totality of Hispanic and Black voters.
And then people of ethnic minorities not. But you've got among white progressives, 80% agree with that statement that legal immigration should be made easier.
Did you ever think that there might be a bifurcation between progressives of, whoever ran this poll between like black conservatives and black progressives too, and also, different like proportions of progressive and conservative making up those like there's a lot more. This is
Among Hispanic and black voters, less than 40% agree. On the right, so look to the right chart now, it shows you how different groups think about police. So asked whether the size of police forces and the scope of their work should be cut, just below 80% of white progressives agreed. Among Hispanic support was just a little over 20%, so way, way lower. Among black voters, it was just under 40%. Ash.
I don't know what the fuck you think that you're showing, but what you're doing right now is turning your network conservative. Straight up. Straight up. That's what I'm seeing here. Now we'll see, like obviously there's more people involved in Novara Media than just Michael Walker. We'll see what Ash has to say. We'll see what
was it the left that sort of abandoned the median voter and the mainstream to a greater degree than the right over the past few years, and we've just been kidding ourselves that it's the other guys who are the extremists?
Is it truly? There we go.
Well, I'd say yes and no. The first thing that I'd say, particularly about the immigration graphic that you showed up from John B. Murdoch there, is that you have to be just a little bit cautious, because what that does definitely show you is how strongly, strong, solid Democrats felt about wanting more immigration, right? And it shows you Republican voters kind of staying where they are, right? Strong Republican supporters. What that doesn't really tell you much about is the content of the kind of immigration policy that they want. So what you might have is you've got lots of strong Democrats saying, okay, we want to make the process of claiming asylum easier. We want to make the pathway to citizenship easier, but that doesn't mean open borders. Similarly, there's a difference between Republican supporters saying, okay, we want to bring down the levels of economic migration, we want to bring down the levels of undocumented migrants then getting citizenship, and all the way to I want mass deportations, I want whole families being rounded up and sent away, I want raids on workplaces. So I think that there's sometimes a danger in taking a
good point, Several Wolves. Good point.
A graphic like that and saying this is going to tell us everything. All right, what will really show you how far apart people have moved is their support for the concrete policies. That's just my take on it. But when it comes to things like
where are they getting the charts? They said John Murdoch. I've not heard of that.
I guess the impact. So there's an ecology within the left, right? And so you've got like a very radical flank, and then you've got a sort of pressure and influence which gets exerted to the center, right? And I think that part of the reason why that happens.
Roxy Amuse says, I said Novara was iffy and I got pushback. Hey, you were just the first to recognize it.
That very radical flank of the left, which, I would say I am a part of, I've been a part of.
I should debate Michael Walker. Well, like I said, if anybody from Novara Media has a problem with how I've characterized them, think that I'm missing something, want to point something out and have the discussion, I am open to that anytime. That is true. And anytime I criticize somebody on my platform, I give them the right to respond should they so choose. I very much doubt that anything like that will happen, but
quite dominant or powerful or influential at universities, right? Like that's the kind of leftism that you engage with, and that's a way of thinking which people take with them, kind of all the way through their lives sometimes. And so I think that's how.
Wait. So that's who John Murdoch, the person, was. So this is named after this guy. The polling organization is, somebody who died in 1904, huh? Scottish Christian ministry, a missionary, who served in Ceylon in India in the 19th century.
I think, positions which are relatively marginal can exert greater force within, big parties like the Democrats.
Is there maybe a university named after him? Is that what why the polls called that?
Then you think should be, then they should, relative to their size amongst the population. I think it's about where people encounter these ideas and then where they take them to. I'm I'm not against people holding minority opinions. I hold a load of minority opinions. I hold a shit ton of minority opinions. I just think that there's sometimes a danger in when you hold a minority opinion, presenting it as though you're speaking on behalf of a whole demographic when that's not true. And I think that you see this particularly when people who are in favor of defunding the police or going further, police abolition, when I've seen it lots of times in the area where I live. I live in Tottenham. I'd see lots of people who are radicals, more middle class, often white, but not always, saying, well, police enacts racist violence. We are speaking on behalf of a working class community of color when we say we don't want cops here. We don't want you in our neighborhoods. We don't want you here. Now, when you talk to a lot of working class black and brown people in my area, that is not what they're saying at all. What they're saying is, I don't want you to racially profile.
Yeah, because if you strawman the issue and act like what ask like what you're talking about, it's just like, hey, let's not have police anymore. Let's not have any public safety, any organization, any institution, promoting civil order and preventing violence, and let's just see what happens. Then yeah, most people would say no. So it's like you've got people supporting the issue who understand what it means that we are not enacting Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome as a policy, right? And then you've got people who are, various degrees of awareness of what this is the thing, just like the Cenk Uygur thing when he said, get rid of the mainstream media. That sounds good, right? And he's thinking Fox News, MSNBC, CNN. And he says it to a right-wing audience, and they're thinking MSNBC, CNN, that's the mainstream media, right? It means a completely different thing, right? This phrase, this slogan means a completely different thing. And there's no, the polls are definitely not presenting like this would mean a rise in social services. This would mean a, replacement of people who are trained to crack heads with people who are trained to solve problems. You don't get that. You just get the slogan. Are you for the slogan? Or are you against the slogan? Right? It's virtually worthless. And that is why education is important. As I believe Mark Lamont Hill said in the debate against Cenk.
I really don't like the way you treat my son. I hate the fact that every time he goes to school, it's like a 25% chance of him getting stopped and searched. I really, really hate that. I hate being treated unfairly by the law, but I want the protection of the law, right? I live in an area where there is a serious youth violence problem, and the parents of those boys, most often boys who are impacted, they're not saying we don't want the police. They're saying we want the police to tackle this issue while not racially profiling us.
Yeah, so you want an institution that is you want an institution to act against its nature. And also that's, like, remember, this is like Ash's interpretation of polling data, which.
And that's a very different.
It's hard to ascribe, intent to data. Let me just put it that way, as far as what it means for, the people that make up that figure.
Position. And I think that gets taken up as a bit of a banner by people, and that sort of complexity is not taken into account. And I think that's why the left does have a reputation of not really listening, because sometimes it's true, people hear what they want to hear. And again, this isn't me saying don't hold minority opinions or don't fight for them, but I just kind of think that you need a degree of
education. I think that's kind of what's missing, is people understanding what the programs are about. And that's why the slogan is supposed to cut through and get attention. And with that attention, like, look, if you're going to have this discussion, at least talk about what these policies actually are. At least talk about what people are getting behind.
$5. 2020 Biden was further left of Kamala on immigration and the LGBT.
Hey, good point.
Why are so many people clueless about that?
Good point.
Biden wasn't preaching bipartisan bills.
Yeah, and didn't actually, except for, there are the issues where Biden immensely failed on, but there were a bunch of issues that Biden was the most progressive president in our lifetime. and just, his biggest problem was communication. As far as, well, no, sorry, his biggest problem was his foreign policy. I can't ignore the elephant in the room, right? But yeah, his second biggest problem was, the guy can't communicate. The guy goes on a debate stage and says, "We finally defeated Medicare." Yeah. No. God damn. All right, we got to get through this somehow. Again, chat, apologies for the late stream. I really didn't mean to do this. I just I had to watch the Mark Lamont Hill video.
Humility or
My fault.
sensitivity to how minority they really are, and I guess engage with it from the level of persuasion rather than crusading is maybe how I would put it. I don't know. Does that make sense to you, Michael? I feel
What the fuck do you mean by crusading? People, listen, the discussion about things like defund the police happened in 2020 and probably disappeared in 2021. But somehow you're like, oh no, it's all the liberals going around talking about defunding the police. Going around being like, I speak for black and brown neighborhoods and I say defund the police. I say drive us into a situation where we're living in a world similar to Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, where there's no real law there and everything is violent and ruthless. Yes, and all the discrepancies are solved by a 2 men entering, I believe, and 1 man leaving in the Thunderdome. Yes, that's no, that did not happen. What fucking world is Novara Media living in? We're a discourse that died down shortly after the movements of 2020 is somehow responsible for the loss of a political candidate who has been signaling tough on crime, tough on military, like basically, I am a Republican. That was her campaign. Look, here's Liz Cheney. Here's Dick Cheney. I'm just like a Republican, only I'm not crazy like Trump. Vote for me. I think I know why she lost. I don't need somebody from the no offense, Novara Media, but I don't need somebody from the UK coming in and trying to explain to me. Now, this is why Kamala lost. Some people said defund the police, and America blamed the Kamala Harris campaign for this.
Look, I'm whiffling.
No, it makes a lot of sense to me. I suppose where I sort of stand on all of this is, like you, I'm very much fine with people holding minority beliefs. I hold a bunch of minority beliefs. I don't want to abolish the police, but I hold a bunch of even weirder minority beliefs that you sometimes hear about.
Like aliens and shit, yeah?
And the
no.
Like. But...
Wait, geoengineering?
On this issue, I suppose...
Is he one of those, solve the environment through science kind of people? Oh my god. That's a STEM lord right there. No, don't worry, we can solve global warming with science. We don't have to change the way that we produce energy. We can develop biotechnology or some kind of I don't even know what. Have you heard this stuff, right? Science will save us from climate change, certainly. Oh, I'm sorry. He just alluded to it, Chad. I'm assuming what he's saying. I don't know that for sure. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Michael. I just you should be more specific, because otherwise my imagination kind of runs wild. It sounds a little bit like a STEM lord take, but who knows?
Has been dysfunctional, and where it might have risen actually right to the top of the Democratic Party, because my position has often been, oh yeah, the left's got all of these dysfunctions, but it's these are students, right? Don't get too angry.
Don't listen to anything a student said. They've just had education fairly recently. They're just more aware of the actual state of the world than the rest of us are. Don't listen to what the students have to say. Holy shit. This is reactionary. This is anti-intellectual. This is all the worst elements. This is all the worst kinds of populism.
People doing student politics and say this is going to bring down civilization, because it's not, right? But one thing that I think is dysfunctional on the left, which I've experienced, and I'm sure you have too.
I get cancelled by the Vampire Castle an awful lot, just like poor Russell Brand was made a victim, was said to have been sexist because of his working class upbringing, despite the fact that the man's a fucking multimillionaire. Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'm I'm just still. It's still this fucking vampire castle shit. I'm still dealing with the ghost of. Oh no, Chad! Didn't Mark Fisher write a book called "The Ghost of My Life"? Oh my god, Chad! I'm still dealing with the ghost of his essay.
Is that there are
And again, like I said, Chad, I don't hate Mark Fisher. I'm not against Mark Fisher. He wrote one essay that the shittiest people in the world latch their entire identity to.
lots of people who I think have marginal beliefs, which is fine. I mean, when it comes to abolish and defund the police, I think they're wrong, but that's fine. We can have that debate. But I think there are a lot of people who expend their energy trying to raise the costs of people on the left not sharing their minority belief. So there's this sort of idea that, well, I want to abolish the police, so therefore the easiest people who I can sort of try and get to submit to my idea are people who are
Just submit, yeah, because they're the vampire castle.
slightly closer to the center than me. And then the theory of change seems to be, if I persuade them, then the next stop is the general population. And I think actually what happens is, because, you know, I experienced this during sort of like BLM. I'm not saying I'm a victim of anything, right? I'm saying this during BLM. If I ever tweeted something which was sort of like, are you sure we want to abolish?
I'm not saying I'm a victim of a civil rights movement or anything like that. That would be completely silly. That would be wacky for me to say, yeah.
Like, I'd get so many people quote tweeting me and replying and responding that I wasn't like, oh, I'm upset, I'm being attacked. I was like, I'm not going to tweet that again.
And you never fucking dealt with the action. You just have one of those conversations. Like, see that discussion, that debate through to its logical conclusion, and actually contend with the points that are brought up. If you disagree with it, then disagree with it instead of being a fucking coward and expecting accolades and cookies for, like, you know, a reactionary point of view.
And I suppose what I think happens on the left is you get this incentive structure where if you say something sort of
you get the purity spirals.
Actually just a lot closer to the median voter, which is common sense to most people in all races, you know, all genders.
Common sense. Is that what we're doing? Is that where we're basing our policy? Is that what you should consult? Is common sense? I mean, Michael, common sense tells me that maybe giving the rich more money will result in job creation, because who are the job creators? Certainly not any poor people. If we put money in the pockets of the wealthy, just like Margaret Thatcher did once, it will all come raining back down on us, and we will live in a thriving economy. The rich will shower us with increased wages. That's common sense. But it's bullshit. It's not true, and it's definitely not in our interest as working people. I'm sorry, that's not a fucking argument. I hate to have to tell you this. You want to shit on college kids, but at least they know that that's a fallacious argument. I don't know. You know, maybe it's not fresh on your mind or something. Maybe it's been too many years. I don't know, Michael.
Most people think that abolishing the police is a bit wacky. But if you're on the left and you say that, you're going to get a real like earache for it. So you don't say it. So it's not the case that everyone has these minority beliefs on the left, but we have this weird system whereby you get kind of punished for expressing common sense positions, rewarded for expressing kind of wacky positions.
Rewarded for expressing positions that actually hold up in the realms of actual facts and logic. Punished for taking positions that are purely vibes-based and that are reliant on ignorance, that are reliant on common... When you say common sense, you mean common ignorance. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is Novara Media? Like, how far back are you going to slide?
And that, of course, means that the left is not very good at putting itself forward as a reasonable bunch of people to the general public. I don't know. What do you think about that?
I mean, I suppose one of the things that I was thinking about is, again, just thinking about things that I can see in my own community on a day-to-day basis, right? One of the things that I see a lot of directly in the area where I live is people who have got really bad substance abuse problems, all right? And you can tell that they've got really bad substance abuse problems. You can tell from how they look. You can tell from the sores on their arms or on their faces. And you can tell because there's a particular kind of cut through that I often walk through to get to the main road, because they're there taking crack and or heroin.
Chat, a cut through, I think, is either an alleyway or a short. I think it just means shortcut. I think it just, we said different in British parlance.
Of the day. Now, when you're there and you're seeing it, like, to be honest, if I'm walking past it and I'm by myself, as I often am, I do often feel a bit
So,
unsafe.
like, wait, you see, like, a bunch of people suffering from substance abuse, and I don't know, it almost sounds like, you maybe also implying homelessness? And your response is the left has gone too far. They really have. The left has got too much power. And especially the far left, right? They've got too much influence, and they're not letting me. I don't know, Chad. This is depressing. And I told you it was going to be depressing. And I'm not trying to fucking cancel all your faves, but Jesus Christ, it's
safe, right? I do often feel a bit unsafe. And that feeling of unsafety, I think, is generalized, right? I think a lot of people feel that. And so the thing that I guess I would suggest to people is take the work of persuasion seriously, because one of the issues is that unless you take some of those that feeling of unsafety seriously and say, okay, right, we can have a discussion about what kind of policing or what kind of care needs to be in place so that these people can get the help that they need. Like, what are these broader causes which are driving this very visible problem of drug addiction in your community before people can be open to the idea of, like, what kind of care system do we need? You kind of have to deal with their feeling of unsafety first. And I think that's
so we need to warehouse these people. Wow, Ash, that's amazing. What? Yeah, wow, yeah, we can talk about doing something for them, maybe after we sweep them the fuck out of people's sight.
Often a bit which people on the left particularly.
Look, there's a crossroads here, and you can see which direction that Novara Media has chosen to go, and it's really unfortunate. And I have seen a lot of good content from this channel, and I really did think better of them.
When you're trying to say that we don't want,
they are literally challenging, they are rivaling Anna Kasparian for bad takes on this shit.
Police to deal with that. Is that a lot of people go, okay, well, you're just going to spend ages talking about another system which isn't going to get set up, and the means of.
So in the meantime, we need to let the police go wild on our unhoused population and sweep them the fuck out of our sights. And once they're swept under the rug, then the normies will be ready to do something about their plight. After they're neatly swept under the rug. Oh my God.
Dealing with this feeling of unsafety that I have, well, that's the police. And I think that's something which isn't really engaged with. And I think that, I think that the task of the left is to take persuasion really seriously. And one of the problems is that when you say, let's take persuasion.
Well, I mean, like, I guess that's our problem now, Ash, like that's that's for the left to worry about. You can go and, deal with your own intellectual dark web concerns, like, how we are going to sweep the streets clean of the undesirables, right? That's not for you to worry about. The persuasion that the left needs to concentrate on, that's not your problem anymore, I guess.
Seriously, is that people go, well, I'm just going to say what I'm already saying, but louder. Or people go, oh, well, I'm going to say this thing, which is, I don't like billionaires, or I don't like landlords. I mean, if you sit in on focus groups, some of the things that people say about billionaires and landlords, I disagree with, right? But it's surprising, right? You kind of have this idea against, working class people aren't going to like billionaires. One of the things that comes up in focus groups is that they go, well, I think that people who work hard should be rewarded. Now, again, I don't think that billionaires work hard for their money. I think what they do is, they own stuff, they exploit labor, they skim profit off the top. But if I've gone in with this idea of, like, okay, well, I've got some ideas which maybe people don't find so popular, but I'm going to do this thing, right? And it's like, we go really, really hard on the billionaires. Like, unless you I think, like, again, sitting on some focus groups, talk to people who aren't you.
Focus groups. That's what we need. More focus groups, more polls, more navel gazing, less leadership.
or outside of your circles,
less organizing. Yeah.
You're going to find yourself consistently surprised that people don't think what you think they're going to think. And that's, again, it's not me trying to say like abandon these politics. It's me going like, you cannot come up with a persuasive strategy in a bubble. And I admit I am someone who exists in a bubble. I exist in a big ass bubble. But I'm increasingly thinking that I need to seek out ways to change that. Otherwise, the politics that I really, really believe in are never going to be successful.
I mean, I think I would go one step further than you, because I worry when the takeaway is always pay more attention to persuading people. Because I basically, my approach has been less try and persuade people and have some humility. Like for so many of the things I think, oh, maybe I'm wrong. You know, I think actively seek out people.
Maybe Trump is the populist hero of the working class. Who knows?
Who disagree with you on the proviso that you might be wrong. It doesn't mean you have to just be this sort of, you don't
shaky Gurga. You
stake your position on any.
Welcome, Matt.
You're just sort of floating, saying, "Oh, it could be this, it could be that." Like, sure, have some basic political principles that you're fighting for, but I do think that, and this is actually, I think, massively absorbed the sort of NGO sector as well, where they're constantly talking about framing. You know, so we've come from this position that police are bad, borders are bad, everything should be publicly owned. How do we improve our framing strategy so we can persuade people of this? And it's sort of like, maybe you do need to take one step back and discuss, are your priors here actually sensible? Because it might be the case that if you have a more diverse, pluralistic movement where people all feel comfortable saying what they believe, that you're going
a diverse, pluralistic, reactionary movement. That's what we need. We need to bring in some reactionary viewpoints. That's what the left needs, and then it'll succeed more because it won't be as out of line with the mythical center, which you seem to regard with a sort of religious adoration.
come to a slightly different position. Because I think,
like, I mean, I'm sorry, people have talked about, the problem with the problem with the center of the road. This is not a new concept, right?
Often the problem with what the positions
I would hate to imagine how, like, for instance, struggles like civil rights would have gone if the people, leaders of those movements, were chasing this mythical center the way that Novara Media is. I would hate to see how that would, honestly, we can't, challenge these things. You would look at leaders like MLK and see that the man had a 20% approval rating. In other words, they asked people, do you like this guy? Do you think he's a positive force? Do you think he's doing good things? 20% said yes. Oh, I guess you need to recalibrate, don't we? I guess Martin Luther King has gotten, is dangerously out of touch with the center. God.
Left come up with isn't that they're not expressing them well. So the position isn't very persuasive in and of itself, right? So I basically think that, if there had been a more open and healthy way of talking about things such as abolish the police, probably it wouldn't have had the legs it did. Because frankly, I think it's a silly idea, right? I'm totally fine for people to express it or to have that minority viewpoint. But I think one of the reasons why the left sort of ran with that idea for such a long time is because people were browbeaten into not expressing sort of opposition to it. You saw sort of high-profile figures like Li Fang work for The Intercept, and when
there we go with Li Fang again.
Was a bit critical of the sort of riots that followed BLM.
I'm sorry, Novara Media. Now you got to deal with the Tabernacle. Now you got to deal with a random small streamer chick, and we're wise to your shit. And we know who the fuck Li Fang is. And we know what it means that you defend this guy. And I swear to God, like, that shit is going to age just about as well as Mark Fisher's defense of Russell Brand. Right? How does that shit look now? Oh no, this guy isn't misogynist. Jesus Christ. I feel like we've already, enough about Li Fang has already come out to know, where he's at, where he's coming from. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is really sad. And look, we're not going to be the last to cover this. Unfortunately, this shit is really interesting. And unfortunately, your media organization encapsulates, honestly, so much of what's wrong with the left, starting from the self-hating nature of the left.
Ended up getting pushed out of that organization. So there really was a cost to not falling in line with some of these minoritarian views, which I think was a problem. And I don't think the thing that should be learned from it is just we need to be more persuasive. I think it's maybe we need to be more open to other ideas in case we change our minds. I don't know. What do you think, Cash?
I think there's a lot of truth in that, right? And I guess for me, that is part of being persuasive, because I think one of the conditions of being persuasive is actual connection with someone else. And when you're actually connecting with someone else, you have to take the risk that you might be changed by them. Do you know what I mean? So you have to take the risk to go, oh, I've really absorbed what you said and maybe I'm wrong. And so that's the thing about persuasion, is that you set out to do it, but I think the only way in which you're really persuasive is if you're like really hearing somebody else.
When you're talking to a Reform Party advocate, then you got to be really open to possibly maybe they are correct. Maybe Nigel Farage is based.
Right? Not just sitting there waiting until it's your turn to speak, but really, really hearing them. And every time you do.
This is so pedantic. This is so impossibly pedantic. Look, if you don't want to, like, if part of your point is don't talk down to people, I agree with you. But what the fuck are you doing right now? What are you doing within your own movement? Like, you want to connect with people? You want to consider that you might be wrong? How about you model that, Ash Sarkar? How about you model that, Michael Walker?
Do that, you take the risk.
Let's see you show a good example of that. You talk about humility. I'm not detecting any.
That you're going to change something that you think, right? So I mean something quite specific when I'm talking about persuasion. I suppose one of the things that I'm wary of, and I wonder what you think about this, is that, you know, when you go back and you look at polling from the 1960s in America, desegregation polled horribly.
There we go.
Martin Luther King polled horribly.
There we go.
Freedom Riders polled horribly. They've obviously been vindicated by history. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, the problem. One of the problems with the left is that you can take any issue and go, well, I don't care if I'm unpopular, I'm on the right side of history. And that becomes a reason not to listen to people, right? So I'm not saying take it to
I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing the virtue of centrism that you seem to see. I do not hold those quasi-religious beliefs. That centrism is a good in of its own.
Extreme of going, well, I'm always on the right side of history. But
every kind of political belief has to justify itself, including centrism. And all you got here is like, well, we got to be closer to the middle. We got to be more like the average person.
What do you make of all those examples, whether it's desegregation or the anti-apartheid movement, whatever, where, you know, polled really, really, really horribly?
So some of them, the polling I remember seeing, so things such as the Freedom Riders, we've talked about this on the show before, and I think activists are always going to be unpopular, and that's fine. Because the job of an activist who really cares about their cause is not to make themselves popular, it's to move the dial on an issue. And so, you know, we talked about this when it comes to...
But I guess you've given that up, right? You're not going to be moving the dial on an issue. Is that not sort of what Novara Media is about?
Extinction Rebellion or whatever. I think, you know...
Or are you just into having high-level conversations with your navel?
Maybe it ended up, you know, towards the end of it sort of being a bit self-defeating. But at the beginning, it was definitely the case that the majority of the public said, I hate these guys blocking the road, but they do have a point. And
honestly, chat, part of me, like, look, if I had a chance to talk to Michael Walker, part of me would be tempted to just indulge a bunch of reactionary shit and see what shit he bites on. And see if he pushes back on anything and see what his arguments are. Like, why is this reactionary point of view that I'm expressing here wrong?
Actually a perfect position to be in as an activist. That's a brilliant position to be in as an activist. I suppose when you're talking about the substantive policy issue, I don't know precisely where the polling was, but I mean, I take it's completely plausible what you're saying to me. I suppose then it's about what is your strategy. And I think, as far as I understand, I'm not an expert on it, but I think you can look at the gay rights movement here as well. There were many civil rights causes, for example, where a huge part of it was, we are going to have the argument, right? It wasn't, we're going to try and get this in by the back door and then browbeat people into accepting it. It's, we're going to go out there and we're going to have the argument.
I'm sorry, we have the arguments. You can't handle the arguments. You won't deal with the facts. You'd rather dwell in your own narrative, the narrative that serves your argument, and you'd rather rather appeal to common sense, which means exactly nothing. You're appealing to ignorance, Michael, and you're a joke. And I'm sorry that I have to say that, because I'd like you to be so much more.
That black people and white people are equal, or that gay marriage and gay relationships are just as valid as straight relationships. As far as I understand, I might be wrong, and I think social media has probably made a big difference here, but I'm not sure if it was the case that before.
See, now I wondered, like, what is social media doing to outlets like Novara? Like, is there something about algorithmic capture that's pushing this Jonathan Haidt bullshit down your throat, and you've just absorbed too much of it to be able to resist it, and it feels like everyone around you thinks that, even though that's just like, your self-curated media feed? Is that what's going on? Are you, Michael Walker, a victim of the algorithm? A victim of your own silo? One wonders.
Let's say, gay marriage was legalized, for example. I don't think it was made a taboo before it was legalized to say it shouldn't be legalized. Right, I think the idea was that you're trying to persuade people until it becomes a majority position.
Well, no, in the culture at large, no. But on the left, yes. Right? It was very uncomfortable to be anti-gay marriage on the left before it was legal to be married as a gay person. Right? So what's your point? Right? No, you can say a bunch of transphobic shit in mixed company. You can say a bunch of transphobic shit at a Republican gathering. That is not a problem. There's nobody pushing back, and there's nobody shutting down Matt Walsh or the Daily Wire. That shit has got money behind it. That shit has got motion behind it. That shit has got clout. But yeah, you say that within a LGBT group that you might get some pushback. As well you should. As I would hope that they would push back. Instead of your answer for everything, which seems to be sit down and surrender. And question mark, profit. It doesn't make sense. It's nonsensical. There's a step that you've left out. The step where we start winning, right? Step 1, give up. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit. I'm sorry, like, you're gonna have to fill that in for me a little bit more. I don't somehow I don't have faith in your narrative.
I might not be completely correct there, but I do think that we have moved to a position whereby people are less willing to have an open conversation about things because they want to say, I'm going to win by default because you feel uncomfortable.
I mean, do you want to have an open conversation? Are you willing to acknowledge new facts that you might not believe in? Are you willing to expand your framework for decision beyond something like common sense, conventional wisdom, outright ignorance? Because be careful what you wish for, Michael. You might just get such a conversation offered up to you on a silver platter and find out that you really don't want that smoke after all.
Stating your actual opinion. And I think that's, and there were also, things that people were pushing for.
All you've got is your Vampire Castle hug box. I'm sorry. It's just not impressive to me.
Which were bad ideas, and some of them didn't happen, right? So you can also look to different periods where people were pushed for something and they didn't achieve it, and sometimes it's good they didn't achieve it.
Wait, what's he talking? Say what you're talking about. So something in the 80s? Did I miss that totally? What?
By default, because you feel uncomfortable stating your actual opinion. And I think that's, and there were also, things that people were pushing for in the 80s, which were bad ideas.
Okay, look, I literally don't know what you're talking about. That's probably because I'm not British. but I'm curious now. What were the bad ideas that were put forward? Are you talking, and when you say put forward, do you mean by Young Ones characters, or do you mean by actual people? Do you mean by Rick from the Young Ones? Do you mean the People's Poet? Like what bad ideas were rejected in the 80s that's a damn good thing. That's a damn good thing.
And some of them didn't happen. Right. So you can also look to different periods where people were pushed for something and they didn't achieve it. And sometimes it's good they didn't achieve it. So, I mean, I think your synthesis was really good there, actually, Ash, in terms of you can come to it with a sort of idea of wanting to persuade people. Because I used to be much more of an activist. Now I'm just a journalist. So I'm actually quite happy just plodding through the world thinking, oh, you're
just a something.
That's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. But obviously lots of people do want to come sort of as more of an activist. And then obviously you do want to be persuading people, not just sort of being interested. And so I think going into a conversation with the motivation, I'm trying to persuade someone of my position, but I'm also willing to have my mind changed, is probably the kind of effective way to bring these two attitudes together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Look, I think I'm just a hippie at the moment. Like I'm a real hippie at the moment in that
maybe by Novara standards,
believe in the transformative power of human connection. And what worries me.
But look, I'm glad that we got a little bit of pushback from Ash. Anyway, chat, like I said, this is not all of it. This is not all that it is. There's more. There's more. And it's my fault that
Almost a fortnight after Trump was
2024 saw.
There is one more video that we have to watch part of, okay?
Time, right? We're not
going to watch all of this because we definitely don't have time. But the title of this video is The Year That Woke Died, 2024 Roundup with Ash Sarkar, Aaron Bastani, and Michael Walker. So this is Aaron, Ash, and Michael. Three, I think, pretty key figures with Novara Media. Now, Cavernacle sort of wondered this out loud, and I don't have all the answers. But, as far as like what the structure of Novara Media writ large really is, I tried to show you, the interview with Francesca to give you sort of another angle on Novara Media and show you that at least it's not all like this. But, we saw the conversation between. We saw the interview with Anna Kasparian, right, through the Cavernacle tonight. Then we saw the conversation between Ash and Michael. Now we're going to see, they're going to bring in another interlocutor to bounce off some high-level ideas here. And we'll see what we think after that, right? This is the most complete perspective, I guess, of Novara Media that I can give you. And understand that I'm not trying to go in this with the intent of jaundicing you towards Novara Media, of poisoning the well. I'm trying to really look at what's here and, give, these people all the credit I can, but also be real about what's going on and not minimize it. And honestly, not sane wash it. Because this is not a healthy reaction to losing an election in the United States. And the fact that Michael just said he's not he used to be an activist, now I'm more of a journalist. That just makes me think that you go where the wind blows. I don't know, dude. You got to have something. Some things that you care about.
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
So I will want to move us on. And the next question in my list is this. Is 2024 the year that woke died? Now, I've got
a little history lesson of what is woke. Woke is a concept, as far as I know, that comes from Black culture in the US. And the meaning of the word is, if you ask somebody if they're woke, you're asking, are they aware of systemic racism? Are they perceiving that for what it is? Or are they somehow, living in denial? It's a term that then got pilfered, one might even say culturally appropriated by conservatives to describe essentially everything that they hate about the left. And at this point, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have a meaning. We've seen right-wingers be asked, so you're talking about woke an awful lot. What exactly is that? What does that mean? Now, you can call me surprised if we actually get a definition here for what woke is. I know we're not going to get the history like I just gave you. I know we're not going to get the origin of a point, and the realization that that something has gone wrong in terms of the meaning of this phrase. It has been absolutely deranged from its original meaning. But if we even get a definition for what do you mean, the year that woke died, all right, what's woke? What does that mean? I would guess that just like the vibes-based conversations we've heard from Michael so far, that we're going to get more vibes. We're going to get more vibes. We're going to get more conventional wisdom. In other words, we're going to get more nothing. Anyway, that's just my prediction. Let's see what we got.
A lot of thoughts on this.
Go on, you go first. Ash.
Yeah,
You're the smartest of the three.
We'll go first on this topic.
Okay. So I think that you've got to get a little bit into what woke means.
Okay, yes. Please.
Woke means
what does it mean? What does it mean?
Is a set of social values and politics which are more to do with culture than the economy, and has a focus on.
It's interesting because this is yet another definition, right? Now, the right-wing definition of woke would certainly include things like, I don't know, let's say a Marxian view of economics, right? That would be considered woke. When you hear Jordan Peterson, for instance, talk about woke, he's talking about postmodern neo-Marxism, as he likes to say. And really coming kind of close to, again, his cultural Marxism argument to essentially to essentially a fascist concept. But obviously, if you think that woke is a bad thing, then I'm assuming you don't mean what Jordan Peterson means. I just kind of wonder where you think you got your definition, right? Because we're hearing like a third version of it. It's everything about the left except for economics. And, you describe it as cultural, but it's kind of like perceiving it as cultural instead of existential is a little bit of a privilege for people who these issues don't touch, which is very, like I said before, very few of us are not touched by some axis of marginalization. Very few of us are not touched by some axis of oppression. You could consider it cultural, I guess. That's how it appears to you. It's just like, how is the culture? What is okay? What is not okay? Right? But to, those of us underneath the bullseye of oppression, it is 100% existential. And I don't mean as in, I'm not talking about Jean-Paul Sartre. I'm not talking, who, didn't consider himself a existentialist, but that is neither here nor there. Let's get on with this.
Social values and politics, which are more to do with culture than the economy, and has a focus on things like language.
So we get an exception for economic issues.
Makes a virtue out of minority statuses.
Okay. So there we've got a little bit of the Ben Shapiro definition, right? Ben Shapiro proposes an idea of a hierarchy, like almost a reverse hierarchy built on oppression. That what wokeism is essentially is a lionization of oppressed status. In other words, your oppressed status makes you virtuous, and we draw up a new hierarchy which is totally real and more meaningful than the actual hierarchy of oppression, giving you points, giving you privileges for being oppressed, right? So yeah, we're gonna pull in some Daily Wire as well. Wonderful.
And
never thought you'd get that, the infiltration of the ideas of such a high level ideas from such great minds such as Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson, finding their way into Novara Media. Why do I think that it's by way of Jonathan Haidt, though? I could be wrong, Chad. I could be wrong.
I think has an approach to advancing that set of values and politics, not through.
What do you think, Chad? Are we going to hear that name? Are we going to hear Jonathan Haidt invoked during this conversation? We heard it from Anna Kasparian. We heard it on Pod Save America. Let's see if that marker is here.
Persuasion, but through kind of creating a social code where if people fall foul of it, they're, labeled in a particular way.
Surely not.
Labeled in a particular way. Even before Trump's electoral victory, where he won both the popular vote and the electoral college and made gains amongst basically everybody, including people of color. Even before that happened, I was thinking a lot about this very individualistic,
everyone we care about who, apparently we're the big exception for people, with education, right? That's
guilt.
We can't, they basically the educated, they don't exist. Trump loves the uneducated. I wonder why.
Way of seeing anti-racism, feminism, the cause for trans rights, so on and so forth. And I write about that in the first chapter of my book, which is coming out in February. And the place I start is that I was at a really big left-wing gathering, and it became so dominated by people who literally wanted the conversation and the political project to stop because they felt harmed by use of language. And it was a use of language which, while uncouth, was not racialized, was not transphobic, wasn't nothing. It was that somebody used the words cunt. And that.
Can you understand how certain language might create a barrier for different people? Now, look, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on UK culture, and I understand, I recognize that that word has a different meaning from American culture to UK culture, right? So I can't I'm not going to weigh in on this one, but I will say that I could imagine that word presenting a barrier, at least in an American context, were it to be used to anybody who has been, how do you say this? Like when you call a woman that word in the US, again, I don't know if this is true in the UK. Like shut up, see you next Tuesday. You're kind of shutting her down. You're kind of putting her in a place that, if you're misogynistically inclined, you might regard as her proper place. And just in an instant disqualifying, right? The same way that, the N word with the hard R was used to shut down and shut up black people, right? I can foresee, and I don't think I can't imagine that Ash could not imagine a situation in which language could create a barrier for certain kinds of people. So what you're saying with that is an acceptance of, and again, I don't know if this applies to what she's talking about. She's being very vague. And again, I know cunt is a different word in the UK. It has a different meaning. It's not, and I don't, pretend to understand that myself. But I don't think that the idea that language is a silly thing to be working to be worrying about isn't entirely true.
And you had a room full of adults being like, you've brought violence into the space. And that for me was like a moment of like,
roll your eyes, roll your eyes.
This has gone too far. And I think that like
what has gone too far? The wokeness. The wokeness has gone too far.
Well, this happened on a relatively marginal bit of political culture. I think that you do find it fairly dominant in spaces where you've got lots of liberal leaning graduates, and it's very dominant within the NGO sector. I think that it's something which is crossed over into the world of corporations. It's an easy way for corporations to signal themselves to particular kinds of customers, and they also, I think, get it wrong. You saw it with the
well, yeah. Strangely enough, it's corporations appropriating inclusive language for branding purposes. That's gonna happen, right? That's gonna happen with anything that is even slightly revolutionary, including something like inclusive language. It's gonna get. There's a phrase for this. There's a term for this. There's a concept in leftism called recuperation. An example of this that one of my teachers told me about was, back in the 60s, they used to sew American flags to the butt of their jeans. This was not a statement of patriotism. This was, sit on it, right? This was, the anti-war crowd that would do this. Eventually, a jean manufacturing company, I think it was Jordache, maybe, I can't remember what he said, but they started selling jeans with the American flag, affixed right there, like a decal, right? And the literal capitalism, taking a statement that was at some point, to some degree, a statement of defiance, a statement of, anti-war, a somewhat revolutionary statement, is now serving in the service of capitalism. So this is going to happen. And if we allow this to gaslight us into, well, I no longer support that shit that the corporation is disingenuously pretending to support, then you really are lost. You are truly and completely lost at that point.
Jaguar advert, which is essentially because they got totally fucked by the government's new rules on producing electric vehicles, they were having to reorient themselves in the production of their cars. So they kind of did this thing of like, hey, what about if Jaguar was like electric vehicles, kind of exclusive and a bit non-binary, and that last bit was
okay. So to make this argument, you're gonna have to show me how an American truck commercial is not in any way reinforcing heteronormativity, right? They're going to do this. They're going to co-opt, cultural signifiers to try to appeal to certain markets. That's literally just capitalism that you're talking about. And if you gaslight yourself into thinking this is a failure of the left rather than this is the natural process of recuperation, which has been going on for longer than any of us have been alive on this planet, you're gonna miss the point. You're gonna miss the point.
Like what? like what? What do you mean?
I kind of love it though. like non-binary EVs.
What? And
I mean that's low key kind of yeah.
And that was a moment where I think,
like if only.
Like, even people who are like very, very pro-trans, like, very, very progressive, were like, this is a completely hollow and self-destructive form of politics. Like, you as a corporation have tried to make people angry.
I don't know if that's politics. I think that's capitalism. I think that's sales. I think that's marketing. It's branding. What are you talking about? Why are you calling it politics?
By doing this, by putting kind of, gender non-conforming people front and center. Why are you doing it? You're doing it to flog costs.
Oh my God.
I think that moment.
So we let Jaguar trying to appropriate the idea of non-binary identity into an argument against non-binary representation? Really? Like, I could see it if it's an argument against, the appropriation. But, I mean, like, in this case, then you're arguing with capitalism, which doesn't actually care if you're appropriating something from, the culture of non-binary people, right? You're making an argument to a cold, unfeeling robot arm. It's like, what's the point? This is even more absurd than I thought. Chat, I really do feel like in some way, somebody said earlier where if everything feels upside down, this does feel backwards in, an Allison. Wow, what did I just knock down? Anyway, scary. Yeah, I mean, this is like Alice in Wonderland shit. Like, what the fuck? What are we dealing with here?
Of like, very, very liberal identity politics, a way of sort of trying to leverage social shaming to like get it through. And also, within the workplace, kind of like war by HR. I do think that that's dying. Like, it's not dying easy, but I think it is dying. And while I don't
Oh no, it will definitely die with like corporations, right? They are only doing that shit because they perceive it as being beneficial to their bottom line. And the second that it's not beneficial, you saw what Target did, you saw what Bud Light did, you've seen what the Disney Channel did. They drop it like it's hot.
The cruelty and the sort of like gleeful obnoxiousness that you see on parts of the right, where it's like, I really want to say the N word and I want to call you whatever name I want to call you. I think that's disgusting. I think
so not a fan of Destiny, I take it.
That culture of like weaponized victimhood, of like the imposition of language and an obsession with language, which I think is particularly an outgrowth of like, arts and humanities grads, because you're trained to think about nothing but language all the time. I think.
Yeah, we should be more like STEM students, really.
Being on its way out is a good.
Let's give up our humanity. That's what it's on its way out, right? Humanity can be handled by the AI. We can just give it over to STEM. What the fuck?
Good thing.
I think there's a couple. I mean, I think it's on its way out. I'd say sort of two developments. Sort of one is just sort of the passage of time, to sound a bit like Kamala Harris, which is sort of lots of wokeness, I think, was inside organizations. And it sort of started from sort of legitimate.
Do you think it was wokeness, or do you think it might have been branding?
Grievance.
Come on, put it together, Michael.
That people might have had. And then it comes along with certain, let's say, sort of ideologies or ideas, which people high up in organizations don't necessarily agree with, but they think, fine, I don't want to have an argument, go for that.
Better you do this than unionize.
Exactly. They bring in DEI and everything like that. It's a bigger deal in America, I think, than here.
They bring in DEI. Again, a buzzword that of the right,
Yeah. And I think that's often created fairly toxic work environments that people don't really like. And now people are saying, oh, maybe that was a mistake. We're going to take a few steps back from that. I think Donald Trump's.
But don't worry, chat. Racism in the workplace, not toxic at all. Totally fine. Totally normal. Totally natural. The natural hierarchy.
Election is really, really significant second time around. The first time, people could sort of say it was an accident. And in many ways, it was a bit of an accident. This time around, clearly people knew who they were voting for. And I think it's really, really significant that the way we've talked about Donald Trump and the way sort of liberal people in general talk about Donald Trump is that he is an exceptionally offensive president or a candidate beforehand, an exceptionally offensive candidate, an exceptionally racist candidate would be sort of one of the most obvious charges against him. Yet he is the Republican presidential candidate in this century who has attracted the largest number of Latinos and Black voters. Now, if we have been talking, if our model...
Cities generally, right, as well, which is not talked about,
but
just cities.
If our model of racism is something where the guy who we think is the most...
Yeah, again, they're picking up news from the United States and they're over-interpreting the shit out of it. They're turning Trump making gains amongst certain groups that Trump still lost amongst, for the most part, into Trump winning amongst those groups. And therefore erasing the real constituency that has always been the one that's put Trump in the White House when he's won, which is white people, not just white men, white women as well. That's the number one constituency that he's been able to count on. But that's just erased by us changing our focus to like, he's made inroads amongst the Latino in the black community, and well, therefore, I don't know. Like you hear this media narrative from the U.S. and you don't recognize that it's not giving you the specifics. It's just giving you a narrative, and I guess that narrative creates a permission structure for you to do whatever the fuck this is. I don't know if it's a cash grab. I don't know if it's a genuine ideological shift in you. I don't know if it's, like I said before, your own algorithmic capture, your own reactionary tendencies being reinforced time and time again by an algorithm that's looking for that kind of, toxic edge. I'm not sure what it is, but
racist guy ever actually is he's still not getting a majority of black voters. I think Latinos it's about 50-50 at this point in time. But if he can get more voters of color than any other Republican this century, then our concept of racism has gone wrong, I think.
And I guess Donald Trump's not really racist after all. Good catch. Good catch there, Michael. Wow.
The only people actually who have shifted away from the Republicans in that period of time are graduates. So we've got this model of racism which offends graduates of all races.
That's the thing. It offends graduates. It's not that Donald Trump is a con man, and to people that have honed their critical, then I'm going to say specifically, right, recently honed their critical thinking skills. Because I feel like there's a lot of society, there's a lot of work, there's a lot of life that kind of dulls you to sleep, right? And the one countervailing force in somebody's life might be education, which requires a little bit of critical thinking skills. So the people that have recently graduated, with those skills are a little bit more skeptical than people who haven't. We're supposed to take that, well, this is what the graduate students believe, so therefore we can't possibly take it seriously.
But it doesn't seem to bother non-graduates of ethnic minority heritage. So it seems like something's gone wrong there.
Again, you are definitely putting words in a lot of people's mouths there. You are overinterpreting the fuck out of some data, right? And you're doing it in this weird secondhand way with news that you got from the US that is definitely spun up into a narrative.
Bothers them less than other things.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's also this issue of, I think one other part of wokeness, which we haven't necessarily sort of covered, although I suppose you did mention it, is...
Have we covered all the configurations of the vampire castle yet? I don't know.
Tendency to argue from identity. So you argue your favored...
This standpoint epistemology that is favored by the woke graduate students.
Border policy or whatever. You're not necessarily sort of having a rational debate about the pros and cons. You're saying to disagree with this is anti-Latino, or a conversation about police reform. If you don't want to defund the police, that's anti-black. And it turns out that actually Latinos and black people kind of vote, similarly to other people, right? They also want...
What? Are you telling me minorities aren't a monolith? Wow, you blew my mind, Michael. Great find.
Want to feel safe in their communities and think that the police are going to provide that to some extent. Obviously, they want reform. They don't want to be shooting people. But they have these opinions which normies of all races have, which is we want cops. We don't want a completely uncontrolled border. And so I think that tendency to argue from identity and on behalf of an identity group has now just been shown to be, I don't want to use too harsh a word, but sort of its flaws have become very apparent, let's say.
I think there's something in it. And I wonder what you think about this, which is also...
yeah, I could say the same thing about this network.
A tendency...
Its flaws have become very apparent.
I think amongst, progressives, to take the most marginal edge case and to sort of put it right at the top of the priorities tree, right? Say that this person is the most vulnerable, therefore they've got to go right up here. And I can understand why morally you might want to do that. However, politically and policy...
Let's talk about politically. Let's leave the morals by the wayside. Let's check our morals just like a code at the door and we'll get into the real question, which is political, of course, not moral. We don't want to make any decisions along moral lines. That would be wild.
Six is always a game of numbers. If
Again, I feel like, Ash argued against this kind of logic in her conversation previously with Michael. Like, I feel like the last thing that she put forward kind of flies in the face of what she's saying now. I don't know if she's been, convinced that Michael is right. I don't know. Like I said, I can't tell you exactly what's going on here, what the dynamics are, but I do see an overall, like it's worse than I thought.
contesting elections, well, that person is not very representative of lots of people's experiences. And so and I'll see if I can by the end of this conversation, to find one aspect in which Novara is not as far gone as TYT, but so far I haven't come up with a lot. If you want to talk about, defunding the police, or if you want to talk about, having a much more permissive border policy, and you're saying, okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to center it on the people who are directly have experienced police violence, or people who are, undocumented migrants seeking asylum. I can see why you do that, and I can see why they've got a particular form of authority, but they do not have an experience which is representative of absolutely everybody within that racial or ethnic group. And I think that there's been a sort of slippage, right? Which is you go from okay, well, we're taking this person, we're putting them right at the top of the priorities tree, and they get to set the agenda. And then they suddenly become a stand-in for all people of color. So that's how it goes from, okay, well, if you want a pro-Latino candidate, it's got to be the one that takes a sort of maximalist position around borders. Or if you want a candidate which is good for black people, it's got to be defunding the police and not just reforming the police or something else. And it's just but that person does not mirror the experiences of the entire cohort. And so I think that there is, for me, the big thing here is minoritarianism versus majoritarianism. And this isn't about giving up minority opinions. It's about having an orientation towards most people in your politics. That doesn't mean you have to say, I'm going to repeat back whatever I think most people want to hear, but understand that you're trying to persuade and move most people. And so if you're centered on the hyper-marginal edge case, you're going to lose. But I don't know what you think about that.
So on the woke stuff, I don't like woke politics. Now, let me clarify what I mean by that.
You say so many slurs in the office, Aaron. So many.
As a set of political commitments, if you want to make some claim in regards to policy, I don't care. You may be right. I'm very open to a very wide range of views, including police abolition, whatever, right? That's, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the data, et cetera, et cetera. Even if it's unpopular ideas can still be correct. And with the passage of time, again, to borrow from Kamala Harris, they're proven to be right. So
I love how we're somehow making Kamala Harris the avatar for progressive ideology. Let's not forget, as Kamala Harris says, over time, as Kamala Harris famously said, oh my God, what's that quote from Castro? History will vindicate me, but in Spanish. Anybody got the quote for me?
Whatever they may be, aren't the issue for me. The problem with woke politics is the style of politics. It's how you do the politics. So complete disinterest in persuasion, complete disinterest in majoritarian politics, which, by the way, in a democracy, you kind of need. Like you say, the standpoint epistemology. Well, this person is from this background, therefore they know more than you. Well, no, there are also...
You got some standpoint epistemology we're going to bash?
These things called objective facts, and we have data, and we can say, actually...
I don't think you want to mess with the objective facts and the data. When you're talking about the crime rate, you're going to see that it's going down. When you're talking about immigrants, you're going to see that they add a lot more to a society than they could possibly take away. You could see that their crime numbers are lower. You can see that they're doing a lot for society and getting very little in return. I don't think you want to delve into the realm of facts. I think you are much better off if you want to maintain your narrative, sticking to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to.
We've got, quantitative data which suggests that this person isn't entirely representative of the community they apparently do reflect. And I think as well, there is one point that's made by the right about the woke politics stuff, which is there's a sacralization of identity. And I think that's correct. I think
we worship oppression. You got us.
There's a sacralization going on with regards to gender.
I'm a holy person by virtue of my oppression. I'm at several intersections of
sexual orientation. And look, to some people, I'm a white cis man, I'm half Iranian, whatever, but I mean, I'm, this time of year I'm racialized as white, fine. Maybe not in July or August. So it's easy for me to say that. But, the godmother, for instance, to my daughter, she's a trans woman, fascinating, amazing woman. She cares, she's an activist, but there's so much to her, right? It's not just those particular features of them. And of course, she's very proud as a trans woman, and that's obviously impacts everything about her life. But you can have a conversation about a plethora of things. And I think, sometimes I've been approached to write something or do something because I'm half Iranian. And I think, what are you talking about? I've got so many things I'm interested and fascinated in. The idea that I'm only going to write about something as a British Iranian, I mean, I personally find it quite revolting. And it's probably because I've been white passing for most of my life. I had the name Peters, which is a gentleman my mum was married to. So I was in a grammar school in Dorset. I lived that quintessential British sort of life, right? Primarily white place, Bournemouth in the 1980s and the 1990s, not that many people of colour. So maybe I've got it wrong, and maybe it's my socialization talking, but this idea that we sacralize our identities, I think it's really dangerous. And by the way, if white majorities sacralize their identities, guess what happens?
Well, exactly. I mean, so
that's why left identitarianism is the same thing as being a Nazi. Or maybe it isn't at all in any conceivable way.
Thing is that I'm
also
a
ridiculous point of view.
White passing, and it's very racist of you to tell me that I'm not. But like, I think just on that is that I think that, and I'm using the term liberal identity politics deliberately because the origins of identity politics were deeply anti-capitalist. It was a different way of understanding it. I'm not saying it was all good, but I'm just saying that it was different. It was much less centered around universities and much less centered around language. But liberal identity politics, which is the sort of focus on the individual identity and the whole speaking as a thing, is that you don't just get to play that game, all right? Your opponents will find a
welcome streamer
and find a way to play it better.
Welcome Raiders.
So one is the use of weaponized grievance.
Yeah, that's right.
Sacralization of identity.
So right, the idea that the right wing are only able to use racism because the left wing are acknowledging, are acknowledging intersectional ideas involving race, right? And if we just put that away, the Nazis would disappear, just like overnight, dry up, like snails with salt, right? They would just.
The right do that. And I do think that, the use of the term white working class, which is the only time that the right talk about class, by the way, they don't talk about class in any other context apart from the white working class.
So true. When did they say white middle class?
Right,
the white middle class.
Never acknowledging that the working class is disproportionately made up of people with, yes, marginalized identities.
Fucking do it. Like, and they don't talk about the black working class, right? Suddenly it's like, black people, Asian people, white working class, right? It's a way of turning class politics into ethnic politics, because why? Like, talking about ethnic groups is smaller than talking about class groups. It's a way of like breaking people down into minority statuses. The reason why
thank you, Vamps.
Statuses are not powerful, right? They are numerically weaker. But the right do that, and I think they do that with the way of segmenting off white working class. That's not to say that I don't think that there are differences in the experience of class and the experience of
oh my gosh, chat! I've done this whole thing from this
changed by ethnicity. I think that's true, but it's a way of understanding it. It's like an ethnic thing. That's the first thing, and then the second thing is that I think you see that weaponization of victimhood and a weaponization of identity when it comes to the genocide in Gaza and how pro-Israel advocacy groups weaponize Jewish fear, and I think in sometimes concoct it in order to try and close down space for solidarity with the Palestinian cause, or even just expressions of Palestinianness. And I'll give you an example. There was a hospital in London which had a display of paintings done by children in Gaza, right? And these were children's paintings. None of these paintings were like of Yahya Sinwar, right? Like none of them were like, an RPG. They were children's paintings, mostly with like, the dove of peace and stuff like that, hopes for a better future. UK Lawyers for Israel put together a letter claiming that Jewish patients felt harassed and intimidated by the presence of these paintings and they got taken down. Now, two things are possible. One is that people genuinely felt harassed and threatened by the presence of children's paintings, in which case, get a fucking grip. Like, get a grip. Or this is a cynical manipulation of the discourses which are about, lived experience, and people get to define the oppression that, they face, and, you've got to listen to them and in order to achieve a political goal, in this case.
So there would be no Islamophobia either if we just dropped our, intersectionality from. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to put words in people's mouths. Okay. But I got to point out that if there is a difference in the argument that you're making against the cynical use of what Ash acknowledged was like a liberal vision of identity politics as distinct from like an intersectional leftist idea, I just don't think that she's done enough to draw that line. I feel like an Anna Kasparian is going to watch this and they're going to be nodding their head along. And again, we saw Anna's interview with Michael Walker, a lot of head nodding. Yeah, this is
closing down space for expressions of Palestinian identity and things which humanize Palestinians.
So it's because the IDF supporters are too woke. They won't let the Palestinian children's drawings stand up.
And so I think that is part of the story.
They were using standpoint epistemology.
Like why, these ideas around, standpoint epistemology, lived experience, always believe the victim is the person who sets themselves up as the victim. I think that, Trump, of course, hugely important.
So you're talking about a bastardization of all these ideas. Is in through the looking glass of, I don't know, Ben Shapiro. Right? This is literally what Ben Shapiro thinks. Like this inverted hierarchy of oppression is literally what Shapiro talks about.
The fact that, working class people of color being alienated by these politics, hugely important. I also think that a reason why this is maybe, even that sort of like university educated, like city living, kind of progressive is also perhaps starting to move away from it, is because you're seeing it being weaponized in the context of the genocide.
Would it be, and I don't really have.
I mean, she's not claiming this is, contributing factor to Trump's election, but yeah, it still sounds weird.
I feel like it's probably worth throwing this out just because I imagine, in conversations I've had with people, I imagine there will be people watching this thinking, oh no, Novara throwing identity politics, completely out. We're going to get thrown under the bus. And I suppose it might be worth us sort of like speaking about why we think that's not the implication of what we're saying. I mean, I suppose to go first on that, because I get, I've been subject to criticism.
Been attacked by the vampire castle, yes, in all of its configurations.
It's already heat, yeah. I think one thing that has been actually a feature of wokeness and has been self-defeating is to take a position, sometimes a fairly maximalist position, and then to say,
oh God, we got the max left. Okay, chat, if you've been playing bingo with us at home, we have checked off standpoint epistemology. We have checked off left maxing. We're still going for Jonathan Haidt to be able to call bingo, though. If we can.
If you disagree with it, you're going to be subjected to social pressure. Now, social pressure doesn't, it doesn't have to be, it's not the worst thing ever, let's say, to be subject to social pressure. But what it tends to do is make people feel, okay, I'm not going to enter that debate again. Now, I've had this a couple of times with sort of trans issues, where I've
deleted a
there
tweet.
are certain areas where I feel like
I did a tweet where I was using literal, like I was saying, just trying to distinguish myself from TERFs, but at the same time using the vernacular trans rights advocate, trans right activist, which is a TERF, piece of terminology meant to compare trans rights activists to men's rights activists, because in the TERF mind, all trans people are trans women, but no, they're not really women because they're,
maximalist position doesn't really hold up. So sports, for example, prisons, etc.
Prisons, wonderful. So we want to subject. Don't worry, we're not like leaving the left or anything. But no, if you're a trans woman and you go to prison, you probably should be in male prison. We got to worry about the protection of our the real women in prison, right? I mean, you see where this is doing. You see where this is coming from, right? This is actually worse than TYT. I've never heard Anna Kasparian, bring up like male prison, but this is a pretty common TERF talking point, and Michael is fucking steeped in that J.K. Rowling stew.
And I think you're only going to have a successful trans politics where you make some compromises there. And I don't actually think that's a sort of compromise because of public opinion. I think that's correct, right? I think that the reason you have sex.
Okay, so just say what you're saying. You don't think that trans women, in specific, I guess you haven't talked about other people, deserve to participate in competitive athletics. Say it with your chest, Michael. If you want to be a fucking TERF, be a TERF. You'll get plenty of support. If you want to rock with the IDW, rock with the IDW. There's people that are there for it too. Unfortunately, it's not your audience. Unfortunately, it's not the people that you built your community off of. So, don't be surprised if some of them are a bit put off by this. And don't go crying that you've been canceled by the motherfucking Vampire Castle, because I am not listening to that shit. I've heard that shit enough.
Sports is because you don't want male advantage in the women's category. If people have male advantage,
there we go. Maybe they shouldn't. Not a TERF. Biological male, though. Biological males.
Perfectly also fine for people to disagree with me. But one thing I think that.
Oh, thank you for being so. I'm glad you allow me, to disagree with you, even though I'm a biological, whatever the fuck you would call me.
Wokeness has done is it's meant that many people who have a sort of in-betweeny position have stayed completely silent.
Lots of people don't know, right?
On any kind of sensitive issue. And I think that has put the left in a very vulnerable, fragile position. Because essentially what has happened is, the left has had a fairly maximalist position on
left maxing
on so many issues, borders, police,
is that
on
true?
Trans rights. The
left has had a maximalist position on board. I mean, you've got a Labour government in this country with a big majority. They didn't win that majority saying we're going to,
but they're not
scrap borders.
So I suppose it depends.
So Kamala Harris, hold on, let me clarify this because Kamala Harris in this thinking is the left. She lost because of the left, but Labour win, and that's because they're not part of the left. I mean, that doesn't seem quite coherent.
Well, so I think electorally,
a little bit of pushback here.
You guys fight.
Electorally, lots of what happened this year you can see as a bit of a hangover from sort of 2020. So obviously, Kamala.
You're so full of shit, Michael. I'm sorry. No, it's not a hangover from 2020. The people who, espouse those viewpoints, by and large, have not talked about those viewpoints. But you're like the sins of 2020 when people said defund the police and it scared the normies.
Harris.
You scared the hoes, and the hoes have not come back.
In 2020, woke's kind of over, right? We've said that.
Woke does not get the hoes.
So when Kamala Harris went to the US electorate and said, I'm actually a centrist, people looked at the clips of what she'd said in 2019, 2020 and said, are you really? She spoke positively about defund the police. She said she would decriminalize border crossings. She did.
Again, she's been on every side of every issue. because she's your standard fucking politician. And she's looking to be fed the answer that the focus group is saying at the moment.
A box that
You
said
can look back before that, and she was a tough on crime prosecutor.
she would, support trans operations.
That not like if we're gonna revert to her priors, then revert all the way back to her priors. Revert to how she functioned as Attorney General of California. And if you think that that being a fucking cop mala is such an advantage, then show me that advantage. Where was she given that advantage in the results of the election? But no, actually, a lot of what, aside from the things that the Biden administration and the Kamala campaign did to really hurt themselves, and the things that they didn't do, that the failures that depressed a lot of their vote that I've been over 1,000 times in terms of Gaza. In addition to that, the Kamala campaign was associated, to the degree to which this is true, with like far left maximalist viewpoints, largely because of Kamala Harris's identity, largely because of misogynoir. And I know that's not very cool to say that, and in your new anti-woke configuration of Novara Media, you won't hear takes like that coming out of you, but that is the truth of the matter. Right now, that does not cut, the Democratic establishment. That does not cut the campaign advisors, and that does not cut even Kamala Harris herself and Joe Biden himself. That does not excuse, their policy failures and their political failures. Which, Kamala was getting some bad advice, and took it to heart after the summer. Her campaign completely changed from somebody that would defy the odds and pick Tim Walz, one of the less likely candidates for her to pick, and turn around to running a convention in which she was talking about the most lethal fighting force on the face of the planet, in which no Palestinian activists were allowed to speak, no trans people spoke. That's the real, actual Kamala Harris campaign. Don't try to gaslight me into thinking it was any other way just because you've bought the American media narrative that's giving you the permission structure to abandon, people that you might have, said that you stood for at one time. If you want to do your IDW thing, go do it on the IDW with Dave Rubin. All right, at least he's got the guts at this point to admit what his real views are.
For illegal immigrants in detention centers. I'm not upset about that, but these were all things that she felt she had to do because she wanted to appeal to the left. So I think the idea that these weren't left-wing positions is not true. And I think one of the reasons why...
So it's the left's fault that Kamala Harris is a political chameleon. Great.
In that sort of race to be the left candidate in the Democratic primaries sort of led people to those positions is because people hadn't really found a way to have a moderate position on those issues.
Because, Bernie Sanders famously said that open borders, I think he said it as recline, open borders is a Koch brothers proposal. Mick Lynch wouldn't say, yeah, we need open borders and police abolition. And I do sometimes feel with what you just said there, yeah, clearly big parts of like the young, urban, graduate...
I don't know. I think the Koch brothers position is actually keeping immigrants undocumented in that situation where their employment is incumbent upon their employer. And should their employer become concerned that they might be asking for higher wages, or in some cases even asking to be paid their actual wages instead of having wage theft go on, if they make any sort of trouble, you can call ICE on them, right? That is the position. That's the corporate position that you're talking about. That's not exactly an open border position, and that's definitely not what Kamala was criticized for, which was decriminalizing border crossings, right? Back when she thought that was the ticket to win the nomination, she did roll with that for a little while before immediately discarding it.
left think that. I mean, probably actually that's the majority opinion. It's a very big sphere of opinion, but it's not the left. I mean, I think that's just I just don't know if that's helpful, Michael, when you say that.
Well, let's not say the left then. Let's say
the max left, perhaps. Shall we say the max left? Shall we take the shaky Gerga terminology and call them the max left?
Woke culture. I think woke culture has deemed
the woke max left
positions that aren't maximalist to be not only wrong, it's fine to agree with someone, but offensive.
I mean, woke culture is sort of interesting in that it
woke culture
occupies this sort of like very powerful position within the sort of like movement left, right? Which you'd sort of think of as like extra parliamentary, right, in some way, and also very powerful within, you know, like NGOs and corporations as well. That is a weird two places to operate, and I think that's maybe part of this discussion about, is it the left, is it not? Well, that doesn't include, you know, Mick Lynch and rah. Is that like actually we're talking about a kind of like movement to left, which like also was particularly powerful in the States at the time because of BLM, right? And because of the size of those mobilizations, you know, and there are good reasons for that. And also like, yeah, weirdly powerful in these corporate spaces.
But I gotta point out, this is the first time in this conversation that the reason for the movement that spawned a discussion of things like police abolition or defund the police, right? It's the first time that's been acknowledged. Up until then, it was just a bunch of woke graduate students doing woke graduate student shit.
Somebody in the US and they said, Donald Trump is going to deal with Marxism in this country. And they were asked, what do you mean? And they said, Wall Street. Right?
Dark Sparkle says it's actually terrifying because the Harris campaign was incredibly right-leaning. People say it was too leftist, means everything is moving to the right, and that's scary as fuck. Look, I mean, I'm here. I'll be here. We'll do what we can to fight it, and we've got allies. This you know, what Novara Media is doing, what TYT is doing, it doesn't represent the totality of left politics. It's not all moving left, and we're going to see tomorrow that in a lot of ways, when the right consolidates power, that's when you start to see the fractures in their coalition start to come apart.
Is the left, right? That's just how, you know, screwed up things are at the moment. And I feel like by saying, you know, it's almost like repeating the right's analysis is that...
Ooh, good point. B. Vaughn says, I feel like I've been transported in time. Only the right is talking about woke culture anymore. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that like it woke at one point meant something in, you know, had a meaning within the Black community. And then it was commandeered, it was appropriated by conservatives to describe something completely different, right? It woke meant acknowledging the existence of racism. And then it went from there to the conservatives. You know, where it never stopped was with the people that the people like Novara are now calling woke, right? It never stopped with them saying, yes, we are woke. We are so great. Aren't we so great? Because we're woke, we're woke, we're woke. Yeah, it was definitely appropriated, but it was done so by conservatives. And now these people they're getting their perspectives from, I don't know what else to say, conservative sources, you know? Like, it's bad enough when you got like the Jonathan Haidt shit creeping in with Anna Kasparian, but we've also got the Ben Shapiro and the Jordan Peterson creeping in. And I'm not even sure how aware they are that these are the talking points they're regurgitating. Shaky gurgitating, that is. Oh my god.
Bank is left wing.
Oh my god.
Flag on their, you know, on the front of their building.
Shaky Gurga.
And it's almost
let's shake your Gurgas.
The left's position, therefore
everyone shake the Gurgas.
The left. I feel like almost
shaky Gurga.
Clever man, you're a journalist. I know you say, well, maybe I'm not as left wing as people think I am, or I used to be. I still would say you're. I think you're on the left personally, centre left.
Say maybe you're not as clever as you think you are.
it's almost like you're repeating some of the shibboleths of the right, I think, which fundamentally mischaracterize the left, because the left, like the right, like the
Shaky
center,
Gurga
movement, like any political movement, is very heterogeneous. And the task of activism is trying to make it homogenous for long enough to a majority or to change a policy.
Well, if you define the left as something which includes the current leadership of the Labour Party, then obviously none of what I'm saying applies, right? So if you're considering the left to be something to the left of the current leadership of the Labour Party, then I would say that because of some of the processes I've described, sort of like it being, if you come in with a position which is not maximalist on certain issues which people can argue from identity, it's more trouble than it's worth. You don't do it. Means that I think on many issues, people to the left of the current leadership of the Labour Party have zero influence. Zero influence. Now, there are many issues sort of when it comes to economics where people to the left of the current leadership of the Labour Party do have some influence because they've formulated ideas which can persuade a significant number of people. When it comes to immigration, when it comes to police, when it comes to trans rights,
these are things that maybe Michael Walker, the activist, used to care about, but now Michael Walker, the journalist, just chronicles the disempowerment of the left, and maybe he's a little bit amused by it. Maybe
the left of the current leadership,
a little excited by it.
Party have zero influence because they only, there is no one to the left of the Labour Party that I think is having conversations about those sensitive issues which can speak.
You can't talk about trans people unless you're willing to throw them under the bus and have a real conversation
to a majority audience, because they have been the kind of issue where you're constantly walking on eggshells if you talk about it. And that's meant that there isn't really a sort of position that's coherent or sellable or strong.
I mean, I think to go back to the question that you put out, which is like, there are going to be some people watching this being like, is Novara as an organization, like, chucking identity politics away and sort of moving to the right? I mean, obviously, we have a pluralist organization. People think different things, and that's what I like about it. So I'm going to talk from me rather than for the organization.
But everybody on this panel,
the change,
it doesn't seem very, it doesn't seem to have a heterogeneous opinion.
In my orientation and my politics is this. One, if you're coming from a minority position, whether that's because of an identity characteristic or you hold a minority opinion, you are much better off trying to emphasize the ways in which you are like somebody else rather than the ways in which you aren't like somebody else. So rather than trying to, I guess, like play up the scariness or the scale of your demand. I mean, I think I speak to some people who describe themselves as gender abolitionists. I'm like, well, good luck with that. You are talking about like such a tiny, tiny proportion of people, and you are trying to overturn something which is meaningful for the vast majority of people. I don't think that's going to work. I also don't think that's going to get you that much closer to, the cause of advancing trans rights.
I don't think that, look, there's a reason that I don't say gender abolitionism. I say gender liberation. But no, like, I don't think anybody's proposing fucking prying your gender from your cold dead hand, right? There's nobody proposing that. We must strip gender from all of the normies and be like, no, you do not have a gender now. No, gender is a social construct, and therefore it's a massive misunderstanding. Like, what this movement seeks to do in any form I've ever seen is to liberate people from having to define themselves within this like narrow framework of gender. That's all it is. That's what the goal is. And you're not talking about nobody's coming out and being like, I think the Labor Party needs to support gender abolition in this next. Nobody's fucking advocating for this on like a policy level. These are just ideas that people that think about gender and maybe don't want a little bit more range of freedom within that vector of identity talk about. That's all it is. And now we're mad at gender abolitionists? Jesus Christ, Ash.
I think that, persuasion works when you emphasize shared humanity.
Like, who is this for? Who the fuck is this for?
And that means putting that shared humanity front and center.
This performance of reactionary, hate towards anybody with a mildly progressive idea. And then turning around and turning it into the victim complex of Michael Walker about, look at how canceled I was on Twitter just because I called trans people a bunch of traws, just because I literally used a turf dog whistle that compares trans rights advocates to men's rights activists. Yeah.
Right. Like, that's the first thing.
Free Michael Walker.
The second thing I think is that
free him from the vampire castle.
This obsession with language, and also I think a misuse of certain kinds of language, is a product of middle class graduates like myself, who then get to sort of,
here we go, own it,
take up loads of.
But this is, what I'm hearing from middle class graduates right now? Not the position that you're ascribing to them. And you know what I'm hearing from wealthy urban women like Anna Kasparian? Not the position that's being ascribed to them. It's almost like the people, oh my God,
space, and say, well,
they're telling us not to listen to graduates are themselves the, decently recent, graduates.
Experience of all people of color, or of all migrants, or all trans people, or all whoever, is my experience.
So who am I supposed to listen to, Ashley? You when you say that I should listen to you, or the you when I say that I shouldn't listen to you, and I should take, somebody being a graduate as a, reason to discount their opinion? Which one am I supposed to? There's nothing consistent about this point of view. It is 100% vibes based. It is allergic to facts and actual data. It exists in just as much of a bubble as any right wing bullshit. It's just,
and that's why
I don't understand how you think anybody's supposed to take you seriously here.
I think you have a focus on things like language, things like microaggressions, and the sort of elevation of these ideas, because ultimately I'm quite well off, right? I'm doing fairly well, I'm not worried about.
You're speaking personally, but we're talking about these people. Do you think that applies to them as well?
Well, when I say well off, I mean you're not working, multiple jobs, multiple cleaning jobs, right? You're not.
Wait, you're not? Again, who the fuck is this for? Who are you talking to? This doesn't even apply to recent college graduates. Who does this apply to? What bubble do you exist? I literally don't know. But honestly, this strikes me as somebody who exists, an opinion that somebody who exists in a bubble of privilege would have. And I'm not saying this from any knowledge of what the lives of Ash or anyone else on this panel are like. It's just
having to deal with
I've got nothing oppressing me. I've got no, I'm not affected by any of that. Right? Who gets to say that?
Kinds of
who can actually say that?
Material dispossession, a lot of which is racialized. And so I think that there's a kind of focus on, the subjective individual experience, because for you the stakes are relatively low. And I'll give you an example, and I don't want to pick on this person, but there was an article in The Guardian, and it's one of those ones where I just had to shut my laptop because I was like, fuck this. And it was about the experience of South Asian.
Oh, don't worry. Michael will be working for The Guardian soon.
He's going into yoga classes. Now, you may not have noticed, but I am South Asian. And I do also like going to yoga. And someone described the experience of being a South Asian going into a majority white yoga class, or where the teacher is white, as being traumatic. Traumatic. Right? If going into a majority white yoga class in a majority white country is traumatic, then what words are we going to use for when, you know, a teenage black girl is being strip searched at her school, or, you know, someone is being, like, you know, unfairly targeted by immigration enforcement, right? Like, the problem is that if you go about all the really small stuff, no one is going to believe you on the big stuff, right? It's called The Boy Who Cried Wolf, except here it's like, you know, crying trauma at the yoga class.
But also, if you're going to say, look, for me as a brown person going into this space full of white people doing yoga, I find that traumatic. I just think that creates so much credibility for a white person to go into a majority non-white area and say, I find this traumatic, which, by the way, they should.
Yeah. If you're bothered by cultural appropriation, you're creating Nazis. What? Stop complaining about cultural appropriation. You're literally, the Nazis are using this to justify their beliefs. Oh my God. And if you weren't doing this, there wouldn't be any Nazis. Stop creating Nazis.
And that's ridiculous. And I think you're creating like that.
But the credibility crisis comes from, I'm sorry, sounding insane.
Yeah, of course it's insane. But you're normalizing the idea of, well, there's loads of people who look different to me, therefore I'm
yes, that's what they're complaining about, the loads of people that look different to them. That's what they were bothered about, right? Not anything else.
Sense of moral injury. I mean, it's a really dangerous thing to normalize, and I don't think many people realize how dangerous it is if the majority ethnic group or the majority culture starts adopting that. And I just want to say quickly, you know, we live in this weird moment because all the things we're ascribing to the left, lots of it also applies.
I love the idea of, like, blaming, you know, the existence of white supremacy on, you know, like a Southeast Asian woman who's bothered by the kind of, you know, bastardization of, you know, her understanding of yoga. I love blaming that on. Wow. It's just amazing, guys. It's just some high level ideas. I think I'm going to have to put my brain into, what did Dave Rubin say? After the high level ideas, you put your brain into recovery mode.
For some reason, in 2024 in Britain, everybody's black-pilled. Betrayal narratives are everywhere. Everybody's being betrayed all of the time. Everybody feels a sense of moral injury. You see it on the right, by the way, massively. All these people saying, Farage has let us down. Farage has done this. You know, oh my God, he's just a centrist as well. And so I think this speaks to, yes, of course, we're talking about the left because that's what we're interested in. That's the sort of part of the political spectrum we come from, we know more about. But I do think also that lots of the things we've touched upon today are actually, they're also just part of the broader political culture and the broader culture that we all inhabit.
I mean, look, I know that you're not going to see this slogan on a cap anytime soon, but I'm just like, make harm material again, right? Like the concept of epistemic harm, I think, has gone too far.
That's tough. And that's very left wing. That is not something the right does.
I mean, I suppose, you know, that sort of talking there's a danger with The Boy Who Cries Wolf if you're saying I was harmed by going into this yoga class. I think there is another aspect to this, which is that it is possible that woman did feel actual harm going into that yoga class, which isn't a rational response. And I feel like there has
I don't think that you or I, Michael, can understand. I don't think we are capable of feeling the kind of cultural appropriation that woman may or may not have been feeling. I literally don't think that there's anything anybody could do because of the power dynamic that exists. That would, I don't think that's an experience I can never relate to. I think if I want to understand, you know, what that is, I've got to ask somebody who can experience that, right? Who can have their culture appropriated. I literally don't know what that feels like, Michael, because I've had the privilege not to. And instead of it making me, you know, judge other people as batshit insane for being concerned about things I understand, it's made me curious. And I think that is one thing that is clearly lacking in you and the rest of Novara. You've taken not only a reactionary turn, but kind of an anti-intellectual turn. and not a populist turn in terms of like, I don't know, caring more about working class people, but more of a ignorant turn, a willful ignorance on the part of you and your cohort here, right? You're not people to whom knowledge has been denied. You are people who are insisting on denying yourself knowledge that is inconvenient to the new narrative that you've chosen and the new direction that you've chosen for Novara Media, which may result in some people who have supported you in the past choosing not to do so going forward. So, I mean, I don't know if it's going to work for Novara the way it did for TYT. So far hasn't been great for them.
Of, I don't know, you're right, it's not just a left-wing thing, but let's say sort of modern grievance culture, whereby you strengthen your argument by being more harmed. You're sort of encouraging people to say...
It's about victimhood.
You're encouraging people to feel like victims. You're encouraging...
And it's bad to be a victim. You should always say that you're not a victim, even if you are, because people will like you better that way.
People to see the worst in other people. So the moment someone says anything that could be interpreted as racist or sexist or transphobic, you say they are. Not just you say they are, you believe they are. And if you believe everyone is out to get you, then that's not going to be very good for your mental health. It's controversial mentioning Jonathan Haidt because I know he's not.
Yo, bingo, motherfucker, bingo. Yeah, probably an unnecessary motherfucker there. I don't sound cool saying motherfucker. I should stop doing it. But bingo, nonetheless, bingo. We got Jonathan Haidt. We got bingo, chat. We got everything that we could have wanted out of this experience.
Seen as suspicious by many on the left, but I do think that he has an interesting concept in the coddling of the American.
Of course you do. Of course you do. You fucking love this shit. This is gonna turn into a Jonathan Haidt glaze sesh.
Which is, he says that sort of modern university culture, is writing this in 2018, does reverse CBT on people. So
reverse cock and ball.
CBT sort of is the idea.
Yeah, no, I know what CBT is.
Cognitive behavioral therapy.
Cool boys therapy.
There's a different CBT that I've got in mind.
Boys therapy. Yeah, it tells you don't assume the world is out to get you. Don't assume the worst when someone says something. Think about having...
I feel like we're doing a little reverse CBT on Jonathan Haidt here. Just saying, chat. Just saying.
Agency, right? You can change your situation. Don't necessarily assume that what you feel is actually happening. Take a step back. Maybe there is a different scenario going on here and you're jumping to conclusions. Whereas... I just encourage you to develop that double consciousness where you see the world through the eyes of somebody who does not experience any form of oppression and interpret that as actually being a more valid perspective than your own. That's what you're fucking saying. Yeah, this is reverse something. This is reverse something for sure. University culture. And I would say, I know you're saying that I'm tarring too much of the left, but I'd say there's a certain type of politics which is also sort of doing reverse CBT on people, which is saying if you feel harmed, you're harmed. I'm
sorry, reverse CBT is called glazing.
You think that they're treating you with prejudice, they probably are, and then you go through the world feeling constantly aggrieved and scared. And I suppose one of the things that I think most about when it comes to Novara Live now is I don't want to be part of doing reverse CBT on my audience. Like, I feel really strongly about.
Instead, I'm going to do reverse CBT on Jonathan Haidt. Understood, Michael.
Because
you go off to the intellectual dark web. There's lots of cool people there. You can meet the Weinstein brothers, Dave Rubin. There's so many people, right? Jordan Peterson. Hey, now you can have Jordan Peterson on Novara Media. Look on the bright side of things, okay? You've not like cut off like you've not just like cut off a good portion of your audience. You've also opened the doors to lots of new potential friends.
I think
my question is Michael, when are you appearing on Trigonometry? Like, we gotta.
There is a lot of anxiety.
We got to get you on Trigonometry.
At the moment, I think it's mainly to do with smartphones, but I do think that there is a political culture which has made.
Okay, that's what I was saying about you, actually, right? I think that you may be algorithmically captured. I think you may not even realize. I mean, in some ways, right? Yeah, I guess you opt into it by the stuff that you watch, but I think you might have been algorithmically radicalized towards an intellectual dark web viewpoint. I don't know.
People more anxious than they need to be.
I'm going to move us along, but not because I'm trying to cancel you, Michael, or silence you.
Yeah, don't worry, Michael. We're not going to stick the vampire castle on you. All right, chat. I stayed up way later than I intended to. It is incredibly late. I thank you all for spending this evening with me, for supporting me through looking at this stuff, together. Because, right, it is hard to see, especially if you're like a Novara fan. If you've seen, content in the past that you thought was really good from Novara, we're one of the few decent news sources, and I don't know. I swear this feels like a 180. Maybe I just haven't been paying attention. CBT is meh. Which CBT? I gotta know. Chat. Yeah. So I'm going to bed once again way too late. This is very bad because it sets me off in a pattern where I go to sleep late at night, I wake up late in the morning, I get to stream super late, and I gotta somehow beat that. But yeah, it's my own fault. It's because I wanted to watch Mark Lamont Hill. I'll be back for more content tomorrow, and I will see you then. Oh yeah, let me thank my Patreon once again. Right, I just want you to know how much I appreciate my Patreons. You help me keep the lights on sometimes, literally, and for that, you all get access to my videos when they come out, when I can get a video done. God, that's the other thing that's frustrating me is not having time. There's a bunch of videos I'd love to put out, but just fucking no time. But you get those videos. In fact, including some videos that I don't end up putting out because I never get them done. You get them first. You get them censored, and sometimes with a little bit of extra content to them. Like I haven't cut all the things out that I'm eventually going to cut out. So everybody on my Patreon gets that. The people at the $5 and higher level, you get a shout out, a fancy shout out. So let me do that now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Safira, and to Omega Star. I am going to see how quickly I can get to bed. Again, sorry for keeping you up late. If I've kept you up late, I hope it was at least interesting, enlightening, informative, etc. I know I've learned a lot today. And not just about this either, chat. There was some, I don't even know if I'll go over it, right? But some more information has come to light about the shit that I dealt with a few years ago. And it turns out I was right. More than I realized, right? I don't know if I'll ever get to talk about it because it's about Twitch politics and it's about the old days, and the stream is looking forward, not looking backward. I think I feel like there's too much lore to dive into for it to be worth going super in depth into. So I doubt that video or stream will ever even get made. But regardless, chat. God. What the fuck? I think this content, I don't know very much about this content creator. And they are just starting off their stream tonight. But yeah, I have not rated them in a long time. Hopefully they're cool. They've got some very relaxing images going on right now of wolves, foxes in the snow. Oh yeah, chat, this is the stream to raid. This is the stream to raid. Look, you're going to be the entirety of the audience, so be nice to this content creator. Give them my love. I'm going to raid you in, if you're watching on Twitch, to Zachap, who I swear to God, I knew of this content creator at some point, and I just have not kept up like I should. Oh, cute chat. There's little ponies walking around in the snow. Oh, that's beautiful. So yeah, get in that robot, Shinji. I'm going to raid you into what hopefully will be a really cool stream. Polar bears, a family of polar bears. That's pretty. They've also got the intended for certain audiences content label. May contain politics and sensitive social issues. So if you're sensitive to that, well, you probably wouldn't be in my stream, would you? So I think you'll be just fine. Polar bears, yeah, good shit. All right, so I'm gonna raid you in, and like I said, send along my good vibes. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna see how quickly I can hit the pillow and just sleep. So, fly my pretties, moi moi kyun, and good night. And thank you, mods. I never remember to thank my mods, but my mods do a lot, and I don't think I do not notice, and don't think I don't appreciate. So thank you, mods.